Good morning, everyone. My name is Brandon Mon. I'm from Oregon Health and Science University. I'll be running this thing today with the rest of the course faculty. I'm impressed that everyone made it here. Coming a day before the conference is always sort of the first bar to overcome to attend this thing. Gosh, this is the, 10th year, 12th year we've had this grant writing workshop. So this is pretty casual. There are several faculty here with me. We'll each give talks. We'll have a panel session this afternoon. We'll have a mock grant review session. Please approach any of us, pull us aside. We have time built in at the end of the session to just sort of meet and greet and chat and talk about your projects. So happy to meet all of you and work on getting things started here. Joe Miller is in the back, and he'll be giving our first talk on the funding landscape, which I think is a hilariously more challenging topic than perhaps in years past. So with that, I'll hand it over to Joe and we'll get started.
Yeah, this used to be a good opportunity to catch up on the sleep you woke up a little too early, you could catch up on sleep for the next half hour. But I guess people are more interested in this now, given the current federal issues. I will preface that I believe Jeremy is speaking next, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so Jeremy Brown will be speaking after me and have a lot more important and interesting things to say about NIH funding. So we'll talk largely about, here's disclosures for the entire faculty group here. We'll mainly talk about thinking outside so a lot of the focus will be about NIH funding, but we'll also talk for later today, but we'll talk about what kind of opportunities you all as new investigators, or still figuring out if you want to be new investigators, can consider for pilot funding that's going to help you get NIH awards, or to consider kind of avenues that you'll see other researchers within emergency medicine go down. I'll talk about some of my own experiences as we have time. Feel free to interject questions anytime here. Happy to discuss anything related to this. Here's my personal disclosures, and some of my funding comes through NINDS and NHLBI. And I know Jeremy's going to harp on this, but one of the first questions is going to be, do you even need funding for what you want to do? Sometimes the easiest way to get started is actually just get started and use whatever sweat equity or whatever you can put together to get the preliminary data you need to go seek future funding. And so sometimes the effort to get funding can take so long that you lose a lot of opportunities to generate whatever data that might help you push forward the area of research you're in. As one example, when I was first starting as faculty, I really did want funding, but I didn't want to wait forever to, put a grant together, to learn how to write a grant. I was a little too anxious. And so I started, getting a few residents and students and, putting together this hobbled team of people that could help collect data. And so we started collecting some preliminary data that wasn't that strong and may not have actually convinced grant reviewers to award me my first grant, but it went into our preliminary data section and probably moved the needle a little bit in terms of putting together that. Besides, hobbling together your own team, often the next best thing is to look within your own institution. And so whether this comes from your chair or from your department, whether your department has funds. I know at my institution, we're not a huge academic university, but we have an internal grant mechanism where within our department, if you really need $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 to push a project forward or to get some research associate time, there's mechanisms that are pretty, low bar to get into. And then also within many institutions, there may be career development awards that can provide a lot more funding to help you push forward your career. This is one way where, I knew of an internal career development award within our institution probably about a year after I started there. It wasn't well advertised. Fortunately, I had a mentor that knew about it, but there was no blast email that went out to all the faculty or all the physicians saying, hey, you should apply for this physician scientist career development award. But fortunately, through some mentorship, I got plugged in to at least knowing about it and spent maybe a year and a half putting together an application, got that denied, or, it was reviewed but not awarded. And then, but from those reviews was able to put together a second application and eventually got funded. So your own internal options may be great ones. It's often a lower bar, or can be a lower bar, than career development awards. And I know Jeremy's going to talk about like K-23s and K-08s and other award opportunities that you should also be looking at. But internally is a great option. For you that aren't yet faculty, consider as you're looking at jobs or looking post-fellowship at job opportunities, ask your chair about startup packages. This can vary quite widely between institutions, but many institutions, if your chair thinks that you have a potential to bring funding in the department long-term, may be able to give you either a certain amount of protected time as a startup package, or funding toward an MPH or an MS degree, et cetera. These are just some examples from different institutions. Stanford, Michigan, most universities have some kind of internal funding mechanisms, and many large, healthcare organizations will have these as well. Of course, we're at SAEM. Many of you are in armed or maybe armed med ed, and there are pilot awards specific to you. There's many kind of what I would consider pilot awards within SAEM Foundation. Just out of curiosity, how many of you have received some kind of funding from SAEM Foundation? I know a few in here have. Yeah, so we have a bunch of people here. Feel free to talk to your colleagues that have already been funded by SAEM Foundation. I know one of my residents, Tom Hagerman, is here. He got one of their resident awards. So talk to your colleagues here, and Brandon got one of the large awards this past year. Congratulations, Brandon. He could give you his own experience later. This is a great entry point to get the funding, to get a first amount of funding that's going to allow you to generate preliminary data to go for bigger awards. And so $25,000 doesn't go very far in terms of like your salary support. Now, if you're a resident, it might help you, but well, you can't use it toward your resident salary. But for the faculty, it's not going to really help you a whole lot. But we'll talk. It's a stepping stone that allows you to maybe pay part of a research coordinator or research assistant or data person or whatever you need, that is going to put you on this trajectory of hopefully getting much larger funding. And so I think many of you have probably seen this. If you're interested in grant funding, the cycle is coming up for applications being due at the end of the summer. So this is like a timely day to look again at what you're putting together. If you do want to apply for August, look at your AIMS page, get some feedback on your biosketch, et cetera. And I didn't have a chance to update this year's awards because these slides were due long ago, but here's some of last year's award winners for SAEM Foundation. But the key, I can't harp on this enough, that no grant is too small, because what happens is reviewers, and I've sat on a number of study sections, reviewers look and they like to see this trajectory. They like to see the trajectory of someone that has shown that they could handle or succeeded in getting a small grant, and now they're applying for the big grant. And so, yeah, I want to help this person along. So it helps boost every little bit, boost your ability to go from $5,000 grant to $25,000 grant to $3.5 million grant, and that's not an uncommon trajectory. And there might be another like career development grants along that path. So don't think that anything's too small. Foundations are another great way and have supported a reasonable amount of my research over the years in different ways. And these can be anything from other societies to things like Robert Wood Johnson, Blue Cross Blue Shield of various states often has grant funding mechanisms. It could be through other state or local type of foundations. This is an example. Dr. Puskarich, who is an SAM, during COVID got funding from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation to do work around COVID trials and performed a clinical trial that was published here. Interestingly, just this last week, I encourage you to look at the New York Times article on it, but Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation is going to try to spend down their entire foundation within the next 20 years. So potentially there's going to be a lot more opportunities. And a lot of that this was COVID, but a lot of that foundation particularly goes towards global health and may help kind of provide opportunities where there's been a lot of things shut down over the last 3 months or so, as many of you are acutely aware. This is another example. This is from a foundation called Open Philanthropy that also tends to do some global health, although maybe a little bit more broad, but this is from a group out of Beth Israel, Dr. Danito, who's an emergency physician, just asked the foundation lead, hey, I have this interest in testing, this combination therapy for septic shock. There's another trial going on. Would you give me $2 million to run a trial? And, it was basically a couple phone calls, and the foundation's like, sure, we'll give you this. We happen to have funds at this time. So that's one of the beautiful things about foundations is sometimes it doesn't take like a 140-page R01 application. It takes a handshake, a one-pager, things of that sort, and a lot of just kind of human interaction to get these things funded. Now, as a caveat, Dr. Nidino and this team had a whole huge background of work in this area, so it wasn't like it was out of the blue. But as an example of things they can do, and this is Open Philanthropy's website. Now, there's also, as you're navigating the world of emergency medicine research, or research in general, you often also see this kind of divide between federally funded research, foundation-funded research, and then also industry-funded research. And so how do you navigate all that and how to think about that? I think in the ideal world, we would all have our own areas of interest that we were doing purely federal foundation-funded research. But you'll see a lot of your departments, certainly my department, there's often a mix. Currently, our department is about 50% federally funded research, 50% industry funded. That's not, I would love for it to be 80% federally funded, but actually over the last 3 months, I've gotten a lot of calls of people saying, how do we increase our industry-sponsored research? Because I want to maintain a research team and I want to have employees that I can keep long-term, and so I need a stream of funding for that. Now, here's some of the pros and cons of working with the industry, and I'll start by talking about the difference between just doing industry research or trying to do investigator-initiated research with industry, which means that you're doing your own study idea, you're writing your own protocol that industry is going to fund. And so often this has to be in like areas that industry would be interested in. So for example, we were doing, and I'll tell you this about 2 years ago, I was at a meeting and talking to some people from a particular drug manufacturer who had an interest in the area of stroke. And, I said, it'd be cool if we could do, this analysis of statewide data in the state of Michigan to look at how, pre-hospital transfer affects patients' eligibility for this treatment. And so they're like, oh, yeah, we'd love to fund something like that. So, I put together a proposal. It went through this long, in that case, it took like a year to get vetted by all the right people. Sometimes it can take like weeks. You can put a proposal to a diagnostic company and they may give you a contract within 4 weeks. This one took long. So anyway, I was able to write up the science in my own way with my own statistician. The data was going to be mine. There's still a conflict of interest there because, it's sponsored by this this partner. But lo and behold, in the end, it's still, this company that is funding it and holding the cards. And so in this case, they signed a contract, we started doing the project, and then 2 months later, they decided to get rid of that entire wing of their company. And so of course they fired a lot of people that worked for the company, but they also defunded the entire grant. So you're just like kind of at the whim of company metrics and what they think is performing well in their large company and what products that they want to focus on and not focus on. So in that case, they got defunded quickly. Again, industry partnerships though can be really nice for maintaining research teams long term. For example, we've grown to about a team of about 12 coordinators and research associates, And there's no way we could fund everyone there if we were only doing federally funded research, not in a sustainable way. So, we often jump onto diagnostic studies, other therapeutic trials. They're being done multi-site trials across the country, and that brings in a certain amount of income stream to maintain the team. Well, I'll get to the downside in a minute too, but just to reiterate, the downside is particularly for you as an early career investigator, participating too much in that kind of stuff in a lot of these multi-site trials ultimately is going to keep you away from doing the science that you want to do. And so be cautious, and this is my own experience. I was not always cautious enough about really protecting my time to focus on the science I want to do. And very likely my participation in some of these multi-site trials or diagnostic studies delayed my ability to get my own career development funding, R01 funding, et cetera. Sometimes it works out though. This was an industry-funded, investigator-initiated trial that we were able to do. So we were able to do a trial within our health systems, looking at high-sensitivity cardiac troponin rollout. So a good example of one example that worked out well for us. This is just the email I got telling me that they were canceling this entire, side of their research portfolio, and that defunded me. This was only a couple months ago, so it still stings a little bit. But again, for you all, be very, very cautious about, because this is going to happen. One of your colleagues, maybe it's your research director or your vice chair of research, or maybe your chair even, is going to ask you to be a site PI for, some diagnostic study, whether it's a cardiac diagnostic study, infectious disease. There's a lot of these out there. Someone's going to ask you to be your site PI. And it's going to sound tempting because you get to be, bring in funding. I mean, some of these can bring in, $600,000 in 6 months or so. But be very cautious of your time. And it may even seem that this is only going to take a couple hours a week. Well, in my experience, they all suck time. And whether it's signing off on ECRFs or, dealing with delegation of authority logs or making sure all your team members are trained appropriately, they all take far more time than at least I often think at first glance they would. So be cautious with your time and work on your own science, work on your own AIMS pages. I know there's concerns about federal funding that'll, reiterate through this conference, but particularly for you all, federal funding is still going to be here in some way or form for, hopefully your entire career. And I would still look at ways to sharpen your own science and look at the larger trajectory of how you can do well. So Jeremy's going to talk about NIH extensively. I'll just briefly go through a few other non-NIH options within the federal landscape as well, just so you're aware of these different options. I'll give you examples of people you can talk to within the SAEM community. I'm happy to help talk further with any of you at any time about some of these different avenues. I've applied or been part of applications for most of them over the years. The first is AHRQ, which admittedly, there's a lot of talk that AHRQ may be largely defunded over the next year, but hopefully it will still exist because there's a lot of great research through emergency medicine that is funded by AHRQ. And they do have career development awards. Here's a list of a number of people that have benefited from the career development awards within SAEM. They also, offer some pilot awards, but particularly K&R awards, and you'll learn more about what K&R means soon. Here's an example. Dr. Moore, who's on SAEM Board of Directors, had a project on evaluating the role of teleemergency care in rural America, particularly sepsis. Dr. Schoenfield, who's part of our research committee, also has been funded there. And so it's worth certainly looking into, even particularly for the career development awards, particularly if you're looking at health services type research, or if that's your interest. It's a great potential avenue. The second I'll mention is the DoD and BARDA. DoD does not seem to be defunded in any way. There's no indications it will be. BARDA, there has been some funding issues, but the DoD it's not always as easy to navigate maybe as NIH or AHRQ, but there is substantial funding there, and a lot of emergency medicine science could potentially fit under the DoD. particularly if you're interested in pre-hospital, resuscitation, brain trauma, et cetera. There's some great opportunities. They also fund a lot of cancer research, believe it or not, because veterans get cancer and whatnot. So, so if you have an interest in cancer, it might be a good opportunity. Here's a few examples. University of Colorado has a team that has substantial funding from the DoD, and then Dr. Corley and others at University of Michigan have an award. We actually we're part of a consortium with them that just heard that we likely will have funding for a DoD-funded project that's going to look at implementation of TBI biomarkers across multiple emergency departments, both within my system, UCLA, and OHSU. So funding is there, and particularly if you have, again, interest in brain injury, resuscitation, shock, any of those areas, look at DoD, get example grants from people. I'm happy to share some of our examples, et cetera. Another big one, which I know a lot of people in the EM research community are much more interested in now, because it doesn't look like PCORI is going to lose its funding right now, is the Patient-Centered Outcome Research Institute. It gives, around $2.6 billion over the last several years, and so you can, get pretty substantial funding. Anything from, very small awards to help build kind of, preliminary data to large awards, as long as it's patient-centered outcomes or you're looking at comparative effectiveness research. There's a lot of opportunities with PCORI. There's plenty of examples within emergency medicine of people that are currently funded or have had recent funding, and there's a lot of EM people on PCORI study sections. This is kind of just where it fits within the different, schema of science. So it's not necessarily discovery work, but more on the comparative effectiveness, comparing clinical effectiveness, and looking at patient-oriented outcomes. This is one of maybe your institution was part of this trial. It was a large multi-center trial in the U.S. looking at, antibiotics versus surgical management for appendicitis. This was funded through PCORI. Dave Tellen and many others were part of the lead study team. This is another one that we're currently, or just finished, guided heart failure study, which was like an implementation science study around heart failure, of providing mobile integrated health and education to patients after recent heart failure ED visits. And so we're just finishing that up. And so many other examples out there. This isn't meant to be like every last funding opportunity, but gives you a bit of a picture of the landscape out there. Again, just to reiterate, funding is not linear. The typical, what we often see is people have, and I'm not saying it's not a struggle. Like, it's not like you wake up tomorrow, you get $25,000 grant, and then next year you get your $500,000 career development award. I mean, it certainly can take some time, but the trajectory is, after battling through some small grant funding, often you see this exponential growth in funding, because it's not that far from going from a career development and that $25,000 award to an R01 or U01 or some kind of large NIH-funded award. And emergency medicine physicians have substantially increased their presence in, the large NIH funding. We're still very tiny compared to the entire House of Medicine, but over the last 10 years, there's been quite a bit of growth, and likely will continue because of all of you who are here learning how to write grants, and more shots on goal, the better we're all going to do for advancing emergency care research. So that will leave some time for questions, and just encourage you all to keep doing this. I mean, I'm always shocked how many holes there are in areas of emergency care where we don't have interventions, we don't have medications, we don't have, we've been doing things the same way for 50 years, and so we really need people that are going to advance and innovate in how we treat our patients. All right. So we'll open up to questions. Yes?
So I have yet to get grant funded, and I feel like early on in this part of my career,
Yeah, first I would start internal, and put your effort into that. And then, I think like between SAM Foundation, Emergency Medicine Foundation, that's like a natural next step. I'll give a story of like, she's not in the room now, but one of our new faculty, Dahlia, just finished a fellowship at Yale and came over to us. And, so we met early on and the same question, like, where do I start? What can I look? And so where we started with is first, I said, hey, if you want to collect some data right now, we can, allocate some research associate time, without, applying for anything. But then secondly, we're part of, there's just happened to be a center award, which is like a large award that the NIH funds a center to do multiple small projects. And part of that center award is there's actually these pilot grants that it offers every year. And so it fit within her area of interest. So that was one of the first grants we put together, was this opportunity to get $40,000 through the center grant. Well, I also sit on the review committee for that center grant for the awards. And so I knew like the last 2 years, you had about an 80% chance of getting funded if you put an application in. So very low hanging fruit, for some of these type of opportunities. And admittedly, like some of this is finding the right mentor that can point you toward these kind of opportunities, because, like this center award, I would love if it was like widely publicized so everyone knew about it. But the reality is, like, unless you happen to open your email that came from someone you don't know, you may have missed it. Like, we try to like disseminate it, but it's often missed. But I think, so besides your own institution, I think SAEM, EMF, and then if you're, like, say you're really interested in cardiovascular science, for example, looking at AHA and some of the other funders, although AHA can be pretty competitive. And so it kind of takes some inside scoops from different mentors, talking to people within this community. I'll put a plug for joining the SAM Research Committee. We'd love to have you join. I know it's too late to join for this academic year, but join next year. And we'd love to have you. So learning from the community within this institution can be huge for finding the right opportunities for you early on, or even later. Like just, a lot of the opportunities like we get now come from just all the relationships we have within this community. Like this grant with Fred Corley in University of Michigan that's DOD funded. It came through these kind of relationships.
Time for one more question.
All right. Yeah.
I'm wondering if you have any particular insights around social emergency medicine. I work a lot in sort of HIV, Hep C screening, syphilis screening, diabetes screening,
Yeah.
substance use disorder screening, all the things that if our healthcare system wasn't broken don't belong in an emergency program. But that's what we've been trying to do for a decade. And I actually kind of don't really want to do research that much, but I'm constantly writing grants to make it under the guise of research so that we can do the clinical programming that we want and have funding.
No, thanks for mentioning that. Because actually, I meant to put that in earlier. So one of my colleagues, and I've assisted him through the years, named Jake Mantuffel, he's actually one of the highest funded people within our department, even though he technically isn't doing a lot of quote-unquote research, but it's all funded through foundations and other community organizations, state organizations, and so often in the same areas like HIV screening, hepatitis screening, a lot of STI work within the emergency department. So it does require grant writing. It's often a very different kind of grant than an NIH grant, so it's going to be very different than the AIMS pages and everything you're going to learn here, although there's certainly like overlap. But and for him, in my experience too, it's a lot of kind of like just human interactions with different grant agencies or state agencies. And so trying to get in with, like, for us, it's the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, and like meet those people, go to their meetings, be on their virtual meetings or in person, and like shake their hand. And then often those relationships help build opportunities to be like, next time, you want to do a project. I'll give you like one specific example. He wanted to bring in essentially like a team that could really like connect patients, improve like connection of patients with new diagnosis of HIV, or diagnosed but not treated, connect them with much better infectious disease care. And so wanted a coordinator for that. Well, instead of like, writing an NIH grant that might take forever, he talked to the right people at the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services. Hey, can you put a line item in the budget so that we can have funding for this? And so then it becomes, if you can get it put into the state budget, then potentially it's going on in perpetuity without you ever having to reapply for grants all the time. So, I mean, it's not easy, but I think there's a lot of people within EM who have crafted this kind of opportunities for public health related work. And so I'm happy to connect you with Jake or with others in the SAM community that do that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm happy to take the Duke University. I actually do exactly what you're talking about. I do global health, and I found that there was no infrastructure, and one out of every 3 patients drank alcohol. So I do alcohol research. So I am an alcohol researcher, except I have no interest in alcohol, to be perfectly honest. But the science behind it allows me to create health services and feeds the path. So you have to create a story of what your science is and why, and how it's going to create those health services that you're providing. The challenge is if you're trying to do all 17 things our population needs at the same time, you can't. So you have to pick one, maybe 2 components, and be specialized in that to be able to then look for funding. And then it just depends on where the funding is, right? So there's a lot in HIV or infectious diseases, which it isn't anymore. Then you take a look at somewhere else, like NIAAA and NIDA, those kind of things, they will be there, sure. So you just have to be very strategic about which areas of focus will then give the health services that you're looking to get.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you, everyone. Again, feel free to reach out anytime. Happy to help people on their journey. Thanks.
We now have the one and only Jeremy Brown, which if you haven't heard Dr. Brown speak before, you're in for a treat. After Dr. Brown's done, we'll put up, I realized I didn't put up this morning's agenda, we'll put that up. We'll have small groups a couple times throughout the afternoon. I'll put up a list when the agenda's up. You can find where your name is. Registration and getting the final list of registrants is always a little hard. And I know I got a couple emails from people last night that they hadn't been registered or were, it was the wrong name or something. So if your name's not on the list, come find me. We'll figure it out. Dr. Brown,
Thank you very
all
much.
yours.
Okay, so we don't have a lavalier mic. I have to stand by this podium full time. That's going to be hard. It's very hard for me to stand still because I'm an ER doctor and I like to walk around a little bit. Okay, good morning, everybody. What a terrific turnout. This has got to be, what, the largest turnout? Joe, I don't know. Ran? Huh? It might be. It's terrific to see all of you here this morning. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. It's really terrific to see all of you here this morning. I've given this talk several times. It's actually one of the highlights of my year to come and address groups like this. So thank you for making my day. This talk will be a little bit different, though, because I represent what is left of the NIH. And it's very different now. And I'm generally an optimistic person, but things are different, and you're welcome to ask questions about how things are different. But what is for sure is that some of what I'm going to tell you has already changed, or will change, or might change and then be changed back. So we're living in a very dynamic federal funding scenario. Wow, that's a very complicated way of saying that we really don't know what's going on. It's a complicated federal funding scenario. But there is still funding from the NIH, and let's be honest, and I think Joe just mentioned this, even if the NIH budget is slashed by 50%, which is what the president's budget calls for, even if it's slashed by 50%, that still leaves $20 billion on the table for research. It's a lot of money. I've had so many calls from people who say, well, is it worth me still applying to the NIH? I hear things are really difficult there. And of course, the answer is, of course it is. Because one thing is for sure, if you don't apply, you're not going to get funded. So there's still going to be money, there's still going to be an NIH. Exactly what it will look like and how many institutes it will have and so on, that remains to be seen. But we're going to plow on ahead talking about how to get you guys federal funding. Now, if there are any questions along the way, please feel free just to sort of raise your hand, shout them out. I want to make this as interactive as possible. But let's start by asking you a question. What is the most important thing that you want to learn about NIH federal funding? Something that you don't know. I want to make sure I address some of these. Yes?
Suggestions on transitioning from
K to the R. Okay. Does everybody understand what that question is about? We do? Okay. So how do we transition from a K grant, which is a mentored award, to an R grant, which is the investigator-initiated gold standard kind of grant? Okay, thank you. Any other questions I want to make sure I cover?
How to market yourself for a K when you're coming off of a training grant into a K?
How to market yourself for a K award. Terrific question. Good. Anything else? Everything else is good? Yeah.
Yeah, can you start from the beginning? Because I don't know what any of that is.
Okay.
That's a great question.
That's why you're here. Great question. All right. So all of these, NIH is a jumble of letters, and can I start from the beginning? I will, right now, at the very beginning. But just very briefly, there are lots of different awards, and this is something that is going to change. The current leadership of the NIH wants to do away with R03s and R14s and R15s and R34s and U01s and U10s and U24s and gosh, P50s, and there's a whole alphabet soup that I don't even understand of different grant awards. There's probably 20 or 30 different K01s, K08s, K23s, K24s, K99s. The current leadership wants to do away with most of those and just have a few grant types that everybody applies to. Okay, now that actually might make things a little bit easier because there'll be less alphabet soup and you won't have to scratch your heads and say, which grant should I apply for? Because as we're going to see, every institute at the NIH, of which there are currently 26 and change, but in the new NIH that has been floated, the plan for the restructuring, that's going to go down to 8. So again, it's a very fluid system. But every institute, and whether there's 26 or whether there's 8, they all do it a little bit differently. Some will require you have a project, you want to do a clinical trial. If you go to the Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute, they will say, we want you to do a pilot study with an R34. Do a pilot study, and then we can talk about the whole enrolling, 1,500 people. Do a pilot study, enroll 100 people. That's NHLBI's approach. NINDS, the Neurological Institute, doesn't have that approach. You want to do the study. R34, we don't use an R34. That's a silly grant. Okay, and it's that kind of thing. So you really, really, really have to understand the institutes that you're applying to. We're going to cover all this. And so as I said, some of these grants types may disappear, and the institutes may be collapsed into just 8, who knows. But certainly I think next year's talk will be quite different to this one. All right. So well, I certainly have no disclosures, sadly. So we're going to understand how to approach the research question, the current structure of the NIH, what program officers do, and pay lines and scores, percentiles. You do need to understand this thing, these funny words, pay lines, scores, and percentiles. It's not difficult. and the summary statement, which is super important. Okay, so basically the plan this morning is to decipher this, which is my schematic of how you apply to the NIH and get funding. I love what Joe said this morning. He said something like, well, you know, the thing about funding from industry is it's basically, you know, asking for some money, you shake hands, and off you go, right? Well, it's not quite like at the NIH. It takes a lot more than an ask and a handshake. It's really a long process. You have to think of it more as a marathon. Perhaps getting funding from industry is more like a sprint. Both are important, both are a good exercise, but they're different. And I want to take you from the idea all the way to NIH funding and grant writing and submission. And this is what we're going to try and address this morning. So let's jump right in. And I'm going to be using, as I talk, I'm going to be using the example of my own R01 funded grant that I got from the NIH around 2006, 2008, something like that. We start off with an idea. Now, all of you are very smart people, and you all have ideas about what you want to study. And that's where the research comes from. Now, where you get those ideas from can be anywhere. So how many of you, by the way, just by show of hands, when you have a patient with renal colic, and they come in, either they get a CT or they don't, they're fine, it's not complicated, you send them home. How many of you send them home with tamsulosin? Show of hands, high up so I can see. I would say that's perhaps the plural. That's a lot of people. Great. Okay, well, back around 2004, 5, I was working in Washington, to where I had recently moved, and I was in the ED at the National Naval Medical Center in Bethesda, Maryland, which now is not called that. It's called the, I don't even know what it's called. It has this really, really long name. It combined with Walter Reed into the Naval Walter Reed Forward Operating Base Hospital, something like that. But I was working I was at GW, and we had the contract to supply emergency physicians to the military in the hospital. And I had an uncomplicated patient in the ER who had renal colic, and actually see a lot of those in the military because it's often a disease of young men, and there are a lot of young men in the military, so he saw a lot of renal colic. And as I'm talking about this, there's a urologist called Steve Jackman, and I hadn't consulted him on this patient, but he talked to me anyway about them, like surgeons do. And he said, oh, well, I hope you're going to prescribe him tamsulosin. I said, what? Tamsulosin? I don't think so. I think you're a little bit off there, sir. But I didn't say that. I thought that. I mumbled something and went home. Anyway, I looked this up, and I asked myself, where is this coming from? In fact, I went to the next faculty meeting at GW on that Wednesday, and I said, hey, listen, I was just in the Bethesda Naval Hospital, and there's a guy who had renal colic, and it wasn't very problematic, and the urologist said, prescribe them tamsulosin. Has anybody seen this? Because I had trained and worked for 2 years in Boston, and that's certainly not how we did things in Boston. And if you know the way people think about Boston, who come from Boston, if it's not done in Boston, it shouldn't be done anywhere, right? So I'd done my residency there. I spent 2 years as an attending there. So I said, is this, anybody know? And not one person in the room knew about giving tamsulosin for renal colic. This is back, as I said, around 2003, 2004. Not one person. So it wasn't that I was off, and it wasn't like, practice is different in various geographies, right? There are certain ways we do things in Philadelphia that you might not do things in that way in certain places in New York. It's an institutional way of doing things, you might say. So I had no idea what I was talking about. So I talked to colleagues, and it was clear that no one else was doing this, and I did a little search, And I could find like 2 papers on the subject. They were Italian papers. They spoke about the methods of giving steroids and tamsulosin to patients with renal colic. What they did in Italy was, this is how different practice is. They said, well, for this study, we admitted all the patients with renal colic. We admitted them, and we did serial KUBs every day.
That's awesome.
Wow, that's a little prehistoric, right? We did serial KUB, and that's how we figured out that if you give steroids and tamsulosin to patients with renal colic, it helps. That was like the original papers. Now, as you are all aware, that's not quite how we do things in the United States. To admit all these patients is silly. And to get serial KUBs is, well, maybe it works, but in any event. And so I did my literature review, and then you formulate the clinical or basic research question, which is, does this work for real? Does this treatment work? One, both? No one had ever studied it, other than, as I say, this small, maybe a couple of dozen patients in Italy who had been admitted, very different population to ours. So that is how I formulated my research question. Simple as that. I bumped into this, didn't understand it. I started asking around. There were other people who clearly it was new to them, and so that's how we formulated the question. And I think there are many examples of this where you're going to just bump into something, and all you need to do is have your questioning hat on, and you can make that into a question, a passion. I won't say kidney stones is my passion, but you can really make it into something of great interest to you. And I encourage you really, when you do come up against something new, or you do see or hear something new, maybe you've left residency and you've gone to a new program in a different part of the country, and they do things slightly differently there. Ask and think about, is this really useful? Okay. Now, the next things you probably want to do are look at the NIH Reporter. Now, the NIH Reporter is a publicly available data set of every single funded NIH grant. So if you type in your computer's NIH Reporter, it comes up. You can search by keywords. You can search by geography. You can search by congressional district. You can search by institute. You can play around with it, and the reason that the NIH Reporter is important is that you can see, number one, has anybody from the NIH ever done this before? Right? Because there are 2 real possibilities I always think of when I come up with a research question. The first is that I'm just not educated, and you may not know the answer to this, but it's been studied, it's been looked at, there are studies going on, there are people who are smarter than you who do know the answer to this. Or the second possibility is that, oh, that's a really good question. How do you know the difference between you just don't know enough from, hey, that's a really good question? So the NIH Reporter will give you a list of all of the funded grants searching with keywords. Now, you'll get many false positives. So you have to mess around with it a little bit. But if you sort of know the general area that you're interested in, this is a very good place to start. One of the reasons it's a good place to start is that it lists among all the things of the grant, the exact dollar amount that the grant got, and its specific aims and publications. One of the other things it lists is the program officer associated with the grant. And that person is very important, as we're going to see, and that will give you an in. You'll go, aha, now I have a name at the NIH of somebody to whom I can talk, the program officer. So that's the NIH Reporter. There is also the Office of Emergency Care Research, which is the office that I'm in, has what I should probably say, had a website where lots of things were listed, including all the grants in emergency care research. I think we just dumped them into there, and you could search by specialties and so on. And that's another interesting place to start. And by the way, I'm going to say this again, but if you ever need to find somebody at the NIH and you don't know where to start, feel free to reach out to me. Okay, you can drop me an email. I'm here to help. That's my job. Many of you have relationships. How many of you have a relationship, not a romantic relationship, but a relationship with, it could be a romantic relationship, with a project officer? Does anybody, somebody, yeah, you do, okay. So you don't need me. If you have that, maybe you got into a grant and then you now you're asking for a different kind of grant, or should we reapply? Whatever it is, you don't need me. I'm just here to try and help. But if you don't know where to start, oh my God, there are so many people at the NIH, to whom do I turn? Then I am certainly an address that you can email me and say, this is what I'm looking for, this is what I'm interested in, and I can often help. Okay. Now, the reason I say that it used to be here is that among the other pushes that the new administration at the NIH is charging for is a reduction in the outward-facing number of websites from the NIH, meaning there's less stuff on the web about the NIH. I guess the goal is to not tell anybody that we're here or something. I don't know what the goal is, but it's to do away with lots of things from the NIH. And what this means is that lots of websites that people work quite hard on and that were quite useful, like, for example, the Office of Emergency Care Research website, has gone or is likely to go away. That's just another thing. So if you can't find it, it may be because it's just not there anymore. Okay, that's just another feature of new life at the NIH. But anyway, this is how we do it. This is how we go from the idea. We ask our colleagues, we do a literature review, and then we come up and we say, aha, this looks like a real research question. Now, we had a nice introduction just a moment ago from Joe about funding. When I think about funding, I think about it in three important buckets. Okay? Why do I need money? That's the most important question, right? Why do you need money to do whatever it is that you want to do? And again, I get this all the time when investigators call me up. And by the way, it's not just a function of people being relatively junior. I could tell you their names, but I won't, of very senior people with endowed professorships at very impressive institutions who come here sort of completely clueless as to the NIH process. And one of the things, they'll say, well, I have this project. This is what we need $7 million for. And I might say, okay, it's an interesting project, but why do you need any money at all? Why can't you do whatever? Pilot data is an important example of that. You may need to get pilot or early data, and you may need to put sweat equity into that. How many of you work at institutions that have academic associates or their equivalent, the people who walk around with the clip up? Yeah? Let me see those hands so I can... Okay, well, that's a good number of you. It's a guy who used to run the academic associate program at GW, and that's a great program. So that's a way that you can get, depending on who's running the program, free labor, free people to do the pilot work for you in the ED if you're doing a survey or you're trying to find patients and so on. But what do I need the money for? Because it's a long way down the road until you get money. So it could be that the answer is you don't need any. You don't need money to at least do the first part of asking this question. And if that turns out to be true, then the quickest thing to do is not to wait for the funds, not to wait for the grant, right? Whether it's industry, whether it's NIH, whether it's other foundations, you just don't need to get funding. So go ahead and do it. So there may be examples of that. Now, as we mentioned, the A got cut off. Private, pharma, foundation, state hospitals, your hospital. These are all places to get funds. And we heard earlier about how these are generally fairly quick. It's sort of a yes or no. And you should think about using these funds. There are advantages and disadvantages to going this route, which have already been discussed. But that's the second option. And then the third option is going to the National Institutes of Health, the largest biomedical research funder in the world. And then you go to the NIH. Well, then you have to say to yourself, okay, well, why am I going down this path? What's going to help me? And these, I think, are the answers to the question, why go down the NIH path? Number one, let's be honest, it's prestigious. It is. To get especially an R01 or R01 equivalent award means that the National Institutes of Health consider you to be the kind of person that they're going to invest millions of dollars in. Millions of dollars in many cases. My study of tamsulosin in the ED was a $4.2 million study. That's a lot of money. When my kids heard that, they thought we were going to buy a boat. Let's get that fishing boat you always wanted, Dad. It didn't quite work out like that. But it is prestigious. And you know what? We work hard. It's nice to be acknowledged. And also when you're on that academic ladder, the NIH grant is very important. And I will say that I had a little bounce in my step after I got awarded that grant, and people actually took me a little bit more seriously. So it's prestigious, and it can help with academic promotion. It will help with academic promotion. And it doesn't matter what kind of grant you get, whether it's the R01, whether it's a different kind of grant, it all helps. So these are very important reasons, and I think are reasons that you should actually sort of digest and say, well, maybe that's the reason that I should get an NIH grant. The money can be huge. Grants from foundations may or may not have a dollar limit. I mean, in theory, you can write to the NIH and say, here's a $50 million study that I'd like to do. Okay? There's no cap. There's no cap now. It has to go through certain approvals before such a grant could even come in for review. But in theory, you can ask for whatever you want. And then we have the indirects. Now, just to be very clear, indirects is the additional money on top of the money you ask for that goes to the institute. And what happens when it goes to that institute? I have no idea. So for my grant, it was 55% overhead, which means that for every $1 million that I bring into the institute, $550,000 additional goes to the dean of the medical school, and then God knows what happens to that money there. But it kind of disappears. And those indirects are very big. Some of you are institutes that have indirect costs of 70 or 80%. Each institute, each medical school or university negotiates its own indirects. And these differ a little bit from what we heard earlier about industrial or pharma funding, where the overheads are very small. The overheads, by the way, are meant to cover things like electricity and the janitor to pick up your trash and the cost of running, your lab and your secretary and all the things that, of course, none of us will have when we do our work. I had none of those things, right? I wasn't in a lab. I was in the ED. I didn't have a secretary, and I didn't, right? So those overheads, those indirects are really a big money maker for whichever institution you're in, which is why they like you to get them. But of course, as you all know, recently, the new administration, the administration, not the NIH administration, but the other administration, said, well, there's no more of those big fat overheads, indirects. Everyone gets 15%. That's it. That's it. Now, this has been challenged in court. We don't know where it's going to play out. So currently, we are still paying grants with the original negotiated indirects, which, as I say, can be anywhere 50, 70% of the grant. So you do get these indirects, which are big. Will they be the same this time next year? Don't know. But that's where we are now. So indirects clear. You don't see that money, but your university or your hospital sees that, or your medical school sees that money, and that's why you're a very important cash cow to them. But of course, with the NIH comes some negatives. It takes a long time. It takes probably 18 months to see any funding from the time you submit. And the reason that it takes probably 18 months in nearly all cases is that you're not going to get funded on your first try unless you're really lucky or really good or both. And so then you have to resubmit, and that takes another 9 months. So it generally takes about 9 months for your grant to cycle through. So double that, 18 months. So that's about how long it's going to take. That's a long time. It's a long time. And the success rate is low. It's low, and it keeps getting lower. And the reason the success rate is low is that there are so many smart people, like we have in the room today, who are all chasing a limited pool of money. And it just the way it is. And if the NIH budget halves, that means there's going to be even more people chasing a smaller pool. And so the success rate is low. You have to be in the top, wow. I mean, some of the grants that we're funding at NINDS, you have to be in the top 4% of everybody. I mean, that's really a hard thing. But again, remember, someone's going to be in the top 4%, right? And if you don't submit, you're not going to be in that grant. So NIH has lots of reasons to apply to it, but you do have to remember that the success rate is low, but that shouldn't deter you. It shouldn't deter you. We could pause for a moment and just ask, am I doing in a clinical trial or not? For most small pilot studies that are not funded, you probably won't be doing a clinical trial. But, and clinical trials are not the only thing, by any means, that I'm interested in supporting, or you can come to me with ideas that are not clinical trials. My expertise, what I deal with most of the time, are people who want to do clinical trials. But there are also, if you might want to do a basic science trial, you might want to do some kind of survey. But there is an NIH definition of a clinical trial, which we'll just go through right now. It has to be done on people who are prospectively assigned an intervention. And that is done in order to evaluate the effects of the intervention on a healthcare outcome. This means, by the way, that sometimes things that you don't think are clinical trials at least fall into the NIH definition of a clinical study. So there is a definition out there. When you think about, am I doing a clinical trial, which sounds like an odd question, but it isn't, you want to really think about this. Okay, so those are the questions. Am I doing something on people? Am I assigning them to an intervention? Am I doing this to study the effect of the intervention on them? And is the outcome evaluated a health-related biomedical or behavioral outcome? I guess it may not be. Are there any questions so far? We're all good? We're all good. Yes? Yes. Okay. All right. Good. So, no questions. So let's talk now about how do I apply for all this money at the NIH? How do I get me some of that? And the thing that you need to understand is that the NIH is not one place. It's 27 places, or perhaps 8 this time next year. I don't know. But it's the National Institutes, plural, of Health. And there are loads and loads and loads of different institutes: heart, lung, and blood, neurological, human genome, aging, allergy and infectious disease, God bless them, National Institute for Diabetes and digestive disorders and kidney something, digestive disorders, and they're the ones who gave me my grant for tamsulosin, NIDDK. NIDA, the drug abuse place, NINR, the National Institute for Nursing Research, may not be long for this world, unfortunately. It's on the chopping block from the administration. Lots and lots and lots of different places at the NIH. And I really want you to remember today that what one place does is not the same as what another place does. So you can almost expect that if you apply to a specific institute with, one institute with a question, And it could go across 2 institutes. Let's say you're doing something, oh, I don't know, you're doing something on asthma in children. So where do you apply? Do you apply to the National Institute for Child Health and Human Development, because it's children? Or do you apply to the National Heart, Lung and Blood Institute, because it's lung? And depending on which way you play it could go either way. There's not necessarily a right answer to it. And each institute may say to you, you need to use a different grant mechanism. So just be very, very clear about that. That's why, and I'm going to say this several times, but that's why you have to talk to someone at the NIH. You shouldn't ever just submit something. And then you have the Office of the Director, and you have CSR. CSR is the Center for Scientific Review. Just spend a moment talking about this. It's a separate center whose job is to organize the reviews. And the reviews are reviewed by study sections, or study sections, and there are around 220-ish study sections. So when you submit your grant, you have the opportunity to ask for a study section. You should always do this, by the way. And we'll talk about that a little bit later. Now, in addition to the Center for Scientific Review doing these 220 odd study sections that meet 3 times a year, each of the clinical institutes may have its own internal review. Now, that doesn't mean that it's NIH people doing the review, like me. We never do the review. It's always outside people. But each institute sometimes convenes its own study section of outside people. So, for example, at the NINDS, the National Institute for Neurological Disorders and Stroke, at the NINDS, we used to run a study section called NSDK, which was where a clinical trial in neurology would go. If you're doing something on epilepsy, whatever it is in neurology, if that's what you applied, it would not be reviewed by the Center for Scientific Review. It would be reviewed in-house by NINDS. You would get the same, you would get a score just like Center for Scientific Review, you would get a summary statement just like the Center for Scientific Review, but it would be done in-house. So for all intents and purposes, it doesn't really matter to you, but it does matter going forward, because one of the things that the new administration, the NIH administration, has done, has removed all in-house reviews from the institutes and put them all here at the Center for Scientific Review. There are no more in-house reviews. So we had, I don't know, 10 review people at our institute. They've all gone. Some retired, but I think the majority of them, fortunately, found a job at the Center for Scientific Review. They moved them out of the institute into the Center for Scientific Review. What this means for you all is that we're facing a new question, which is, which study section do I go to? Had you asked me this question a year ago, it would be very straightforward. Oh, you want to do a study on, neurological study in the ED? Very clear, it's going to come into our institute. It'll be reviewed by outside reviewers, just like any other grant, but it'll be done by us. Now, you have to choose from one of the many different study sections of the Center for Scientific Review. And this is going to be a little bit of an unknown, because the question is, will it get the same kind of review that it would have gotten at a specialist section, right? Now, I guess the motive for doing this is that there was I don't know, some people think that if you have a review within an institute, we're biased towards you. We're like pals, come into my institute, I'll get you reviewed and I'll get you right. I mean, nothing could be further from the truth. If you saw the pay line of our institute, nothing could be further from the truth. But that's the idea. They want to get it out of the institutes and all done centrally through the Center for Scientific Review. So that's coming. Okay, so for those of you who would have had your studies reviewed in-house, not all of you will have, right? If you're doing a health sciences study, that would have gone to something called the Health Sciences and Outcomes something, HSOD, which is run by the Center for Scientific Review. But many of you will come up with studies that might have been reviewed in-house. That's all going away. Within each of these institutes are staff like me who advise applicants, who manage a portfolio, and who monitor the scientific progress. So I am, one of the jobs that I do is I'm a project officer or program officer or program director or whatever it's called. Those words are interchangeable, by the way. Project officer, program officer, project scientist, slightly different, but they're all sort of interchangeable. So I do all of these things. I get calls from people and emails from people asking if I would talk to them about a project. I manage a portfolio. Gosh, I don't even know how many. I have 15. I don't even know how many it is. They kindly told me that from going forward, I'm now in charge of all the ECMO studies at the NANDS, which is fine, actually. ECMO is kind of cool, and I understand there's going to be a lot of work, but that sort of just landed on my plate. So anyway, so now I'm the ECMO guy at the NANDS. So we manage a portfolio of awarded grants, and we monitor the scientific progress made on each grant. We may as well get this off the table now. In an R01 study, the money is given to the investigator. You're very smart. You've got a good score. Here's $4 million or whatever it is. Go and every year just write us like a quick summary that you're still alive, you're still doing the work, and what you published, right? You're still alive and kicking, and right? That's a typical R01 grant. And to be very clear, I want everyone to understand, not every institute allows a clinical trial in an R01 study. If you go to the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease, if you go there and you do a clinical trial, you'll use an R01. That's just the name of the grant. Okay? You'll use an R01. If you come to the Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute, you will not use an R01. You'll use a grant called the UG3-UH3. And if you come to the NANDS, you will also not use an R01 for a clinical trial. You'll use another grant mechanism. And it's a sad truth, but it's true, that many people will type in, you know, R01. Everyone's sort of heard of the R01. So they type into the NIH R01, and you'll come to an award called the Parent Award, which means it's sort of the general R01 announcement that every institute signs on to. So there could be 26 institutes signing on to this award that say we're interested in R01s. But if you look very carefully at the parent funding opportunity announcement from the NANDS, there's a link. And you click on the link, it says, the NANDS does not use an R01 for clinical trials. Now, it's astonishing how many people write an R01, submit it as a clinical trial to the NIH and to the NANDS, and it's returned to them. Because, hey, bozo, you didn't read. There's nothing we can do with that. It's non-responsive. We don't use that mechanism. So you really have to understand this, that different institutes do things differently. But most R01s, and as I said, many institutes do use them for clinical trials. I think NIA uses them. Am I right or wrong about that? Anyone here from AG got funded by AG? Usually have some folks. Anyway, but once the R01 is awarded, it's pretty much you're on your own. However, there are things called cooperative agreements. Those are the grants that begin with the letter U, as in uniform. And in cooperative agreements, there is more input from the NIH into your grant. The project officer, the program officer, the project scientist often will be on calls, the executive committee call. I have several of these a week where I'm listening in on and sometimes comment on the executive committee call for a number of different trials. So a U award, there could be a U01, a U10, a U24. A U award has more input from the NIH. But other than that, it functions the same as an R01. So that's why I said we monitor the scientific progress. We do that very much for our clinical trials that are U awards. So you have to decide which of the 27 or perhaps soon to be 8 institutes you're applying to. I can help in that way. Sometimes it's not intuitively clear. So we mentioned ECMO. We mentioned ECMO. Okay. Somebody calls me up or writes to me last week. They want to do a study. On ECMO. And the question is, who gets the ECMO study? Who is the institute, right? And I think that we can narrow it down. Well, let's say you want to do ECMO in children. You could narrow it down to 3. The Child Health Institute, why? Because they're about children. You could say the Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute because it's about resuscitation. And let's face it, right? The ECMO is a heart, lung, and blood thing. It's got all of those. It's got all of those in it, right? But the outcome is nearly always not return of spontaneous circulation, but the outcome is nearly always the extended Glasgow Coma Scale at 6 months or something. It's a neurological outcome. Okay, so now we have a population with its own institute, an organ with its own institute, and a neurological outcome with its own institute. Which of those three should fund an ECMO study? And there are many other examples like this. This is one I just happened to be dealing with last week. So the answer is that there are things called receipt and referral guidelines. Institutes sit down with each other and they sort of do some horse trading and they say, okay, well, we'll take these, but we won't take those. You'll take those, but not that, okay? So there are actually guidelines, but very often the grant doesn't really fit into the guidelines and we have to sort of negotiate this. So when it's not clear which institute and by the way, I sent this ECMO study straight to NHLBI because I thought the way they'd written it as a neurological outcome, but it was really about does ECMO work, in that early, for resuscitation. And how many of you do ECMO on patients who come in cardiac arrest? Wow. Wow. Does it work? It does? Huh? I never done. Wow. Did we train with this? Did you? You think it's a good idea? Think we should do it on ambulances? I don't know. Maybe, right? There are. Huh?
I do it myself.
You would. You would have it done if you came in. You'd want ECMO. Okay, I mean, stay tuned. This is a really, I'm really kind of, that's amazing that so many places sort of routinely do it. It's really, when you need to do, just so that I understand this, you guys are doing it, or you call down the ECMO cardiothoracic surgery team, and they have an ECMO team ready to go? And they're in the ED within minutes? No, they're not. Okay, how long? Depends on the day, depends on the constellations.
It depends. I do it on all institutions.
So you actually do the cannulations yourself. Very cool. Okay. All right. No, it's a really interesting. It's a really interesting thing. I wrote a book a while ago on the history of influenza, and I opened with a story of a woman who was out eating, and like on a Christmas Eve with a friend, and she goes home and she starts acting goofy. She ends up being taken to the ED. Nobody can really figure out what's wrong with her. Her lungs seem clear, her labs are, they give her some antibiotics, they watch her, she decompensates overnight. She has influenza. She rapidly decompensates. They fly her to Pitt, where, among many, her heart stops, it's a whole thing. And in the end, they put her on ECMO as a last-ditch attempt for this young woman with severe influenza, and she recovered, and I interviewed her for the book, and it's really a remarkable story. So that, ECMO is I don't have to tell you guys, you're the clinicians. But anyway, ECMO. So there are different institutes that could be potentially where you want to land, and each institute has its own budget and priorities. And for example, the Child Health Institute has a lot less money than the Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute. It just does. And much of that money was, although this is changing, much of that money was already tied up in pre-existing P awards, which are program awards, where you fund a consortium of universities to do something. So if you've spent next year's money funding these consortiums, you have much less of a pool for the general grants. So these are the sort of things that you have to think about. That's why, remember I told you about NIH Reporter a couple of slides ago? Type in and see, well, who is supporting my ECMO work on children? Oh, it turns out that they all go to Heart, Lung, and Blood. Okay, well, that's probably a good place to start. Okay? So, lots of different institutes, and you have to figure out which institute you're gonna use. All right. Is that good? We clear? Yes? Okay.
Quick question.
Yes, please.
At what point are you reaching out to the program officer?
Great question. What point are we reaching out to the program officer? Well, I'll answer it right now. I tell people, reach out to us. People, for some reason, they go, oh, well, I'm a bit scared of reaching out to the program officer. Oh, I don't know. Is it okay to write? Is it okay to call? So the answer is reach out as early as possible, but have a one-pager. Have a one-page, abstract, specific aims, where you want to go with this. Now, I get a lot of emails saying, hey, can I talk to you about a project? I got one recently, hey, can I talk to you about stem cells for ALS? No, it was immune therapy for ALS. Why? Why did that come to me? Because I'm an EL dog. It came to me because I am now also the person who does general neurological trials. And why am I the person who does general neurological trials? Because there was a person who did that, but he retired several years ago, and my office was next to the director's. And the director came out and said, oh, Jeremy, why don't you take over from Peter's portfolio? So I'm sort of the point of contact now, and it's actually a fascinating, fascinating job. So I'm very happy to do it. But I got an email that said, hey, can we talk to you about immune therapy for ALS? And I said, love to talk to you about that, but can you please send me a one-page summary of what it is that you want to do? Approximately, no one's going to hold you to it, but give me a set. And the reason that you want to do that could be that the project officer that you have in thinking of contacting is the wrong person. Or perhaps they're the right person, but there's a better person, right? And it also gives you something to talk over. So I would say reach out as early as you can, okay? Once you have an idea of what you want to do. That could be, I want to get a K award, I want to get a mentored award to teach me how to do research. Could be I want to do a clinical trial, could be I want to do a base, doesn't matter. You need to have that one page, okay? So reach out as early as you can. Okay, so the idea seems a good fit, and the NIH idea seems a good fit. I want to now tell you a trick that I certainly use and I encourage all of you to do, which is to get yourselves a copy of a successful application. Don't get it original, get it right. All of you have access to original, successful applications. When I wrote my grant to the NIH to study tamsulosin and steroids for renal colic, I had no idea how to write an NIH grant. I mean that literally, I had no. So it happened to be that Arthur Kellerman, one of the legends in emergency medicine. Arthur Kellerman visited us and gave us a lecture, and he'd just been awarded a study funding many millions of dollars looking at, I don't know if you remember, the progesterone in head trauma study, which was abandoned halfway through as being futile. Didn't work out, even though all the animal data suggested if you give prednisone to rats after you bash their heads, they do better. So I said to Arthur, hey, listen, I'm writing this grant. I have no one. Would you be able to share a copy of your grant with me? I'm doing renal colic. He's doing head trauma. Right? There's not very much overlap, but there was enough overlap. And he very kindly said, sure. And I think it was a PDF, but it could have been a hard copy. He sent me the grant, and this was really, really helpful. All of you are at institutes where there is somebody who's gotten an NIH award, or you have friends at institutes with an NIH award. Find that person, find them on Reporter, or just through your network. It doesn't have to be in exactly the same area that you're doing, but it's so helpful. Really, I would say almost vital, almost crucial, that you get a copy of a successful application so you know what one looks like. Is it a guarantee? Absolutely not. But it's a really good place to start, and I really encourage you to do that. Okay. In addition to meeting with or contacting the NIH project officer, you want to meet with your academic research office. Every institute, every medical school, university has an academic research office through which all the applications have to go. They have to sign off on your application. You can't just make up an application write it, spend many months working on it, and then press send to the NIH. Doesn't work like that. Has to be routed through your research office, who have to sign off on it, have to check the budget's okay, a lot of different things. So don't think that you can just write to us. You have to go through your academic research office, so meet with them. And they often can say to you, oh, you're doing this study, you know, so-and-so in another department, you know, might be able to help you. So meet with your academic research office early. Say, okay, listen, I'm thinking of applying to the NIH next year. Let's say I do it in June of next year. When do you need this by? And it could be they need it 6 weeks before the submission date, or 2 months, or a week before. But don't think that you can submit it without them. So they have lots of experience with budget. They have lots of experience with how to get it approved within the institute. They can upload it, and you cannot move forward without them, okay? So the idea seems a good fit. What happens next? Number one, assume a much earlier deadline. Don't think of the submission date as your deadline date. You've got to think at least 6 weeks before, because of the academic office thing. Different institutes do things slightly differently, but you have a 12-page research strategy, which is the page limit for most, but not all awards, 12 pages. Unfortunately, everybody crams a lot of stuff into those 12 pages. It makes it really hard to one of the first things I do when I get a thing to look at is I copy and paste it and make it double spaced. It's a little bit easier to read. But people cram a lot, and that's what you want to get hold of. You want to get hold of somebody else's research strategy so that you can understand what a successful grant looks like. We've discussed that different institutes use different mechanisms. So this is the crux of your award. This is you. This is your personal stamp of what you're going to do. The other stuff, the biosketches, those are the resumes of everybody that you want to use. That could be your mentor if you're doing a K award. If you want to say, I want to do a K23, which is a clinical mentored award in clinical research. How many K23 scholars are there in the room? One. Who wants to move to an R01? What's your name, ma'am? Hi, and can you tell us what is your K23 on?
I study pulse oximeter accuracy.
Pulse oximeter accuracy in?
Critically ill children.
Who funds that?
NHLU.
See? Critically ill children, but it went to NHLBI. That's fascinating. Was there any discussion of it going elsewhere?
Lots. It was sourced to 2 other institutes.
Which were the other ones? Do you remember?
NICHD.
Child health,
I think NIAID.
allergy and infectious disease. Okay, well, congratulations. Now, the K23 award that you're on, that is a mentored award, meaning, yes, you do research, but I would say 50 or 60% of the value of that, of the importance of it, is on who's mentoring you. So you find a mentor. That's probably a whole separate discussion. Is there going to be a K23 discussion? Or, you could have perhaps we should do one. A K23 is a whole separate thing. And by the way, there's also a K01, and there's also a K08. If you are an emergency medicine person, but you want to do something in the lab with rats, you don't do a K23, you do a K08. Unless you go to AHRQ, the Health Research Quality place, where a K08 is a K23, meaning, you with me? Okay. So a K08 at the NIH is a basic science mentored grant. A K08 at AHRQ, another agency, is a clinical science grant. Okay, so in other words, you have to make sure you're applying to with the right grant number. That's why contacting the person at the NIH is really important. Okay, so you talk with your project officer. Once you've got all this stuff, talk with them early. You don't need all of this, but you do need something to talk about. Then you're going to get this other stuff. And often your academic research office can provide you with the with the budget page and whatever it needs from the ILB if you need stuff, and contracts and things like that. And this all helps formulate what the budget is. How do you make a budget? Again, we're not going to do it in detail, but a budget consists of the staff time, how much time you're going to put into it, and it consists of the things you need to buy to do the project. That could be drugs, it could be an ECMO machine, it could be whatever it is, right? And to pay for the studies, you could have to pay, for example, you might want to put patients through an MRI scanner. on your K23 award, sorry, I hope you don't mind, did you, your budget, what kind of things outside of your salary and your salary of your mentor, what kind of things go into your budget?
So, I will say that it's the second aim is paired with a realizing profile, so I got to focus on this.
So in other words, you're doing it inside an already funded clinical trial. That's very cool. Okay.
And, but my pay budget is for like a research coordinator, and that's primarily where my funding goes.
Right. So you're paying for somebody to do some work for you in the ER. Did your budget include any educational activities?
Kind of. I'm in a very unique situation from an educational perspective because my institution pays for a lot of things, and my husband's a faculty member at another institution that does.
Right. Which institution? Well, I got to ask. Sounds like a great place.
Sure, I'm at Baylor College of Medicine.
Baylor. All right. Maybe we should.
Children's Hospital.
Okay. So they help you out a lot. But when you have a K23, one of the things that you do is you say, remember, this is a mentored award. So you have a mentor and you have an education plan. Could be my education plan is to get an MPH. Could be my education plan is to take 3 modules in statistics because I want to learn more about statistics. Everybody has their own plan, and that plan may cost money. So that's the kind of thing that goes in to the budget. Okay? So you have salaries of consultants, and then you have your own. If it's a K award, you may have institutional. You know, I need to pay for my MPH at my institute. If you're not a Baylor, where they seem to be far more generous, unfortunately, right? How much? So all these things go into it. And again, this is something that your academic research office can help you with. There are different amounts. Remember, I said you can ask for $50 million. The R01 has no theoretical limit, but at every institute, if you're going to ask for more than $500,000 a year in any one year, excluding those indirects, so just the basic cost of the study, if it's more than 500,000, you need permission to submit. Again, I cannot tell you, it doesn't happen very often, but it happens that people write a grant, send it to the NIH, it's asking for it's asking for $3 million a year for 5 years, and they never contacted us for a permission to submit such a grant. Or they read the grant that said you have to contact us, but they didn't read the bit that says 6 weeks before the submission of your grant. So I've got emails like 2 days before, can you please approve this? And it's not like, no, I can't. That's not how it works. It goes to a committee, has to be presented to the committee have to pontificate about whether it's a good thing or not, and it comes in. So this is a very important thing, and I would dare say all clinical trials are way above the $500,000 limit. Not K awards, but all clinical trials. So again, talk to your project officer and figure this out. So you do need permission from every institute, and for example, the Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute have 2 tiers, one if it's over 500, and then another tier if it's over 1.515 million. It goes to a second kind of review. And by the way, the reason that the institutes have this policy is very simple. It's not just to make paperwork. An institute's going to have to pay for a project that gets a good score, generally speaking, right? The institute wants to know what's coming in. Oh, all of a sudden it turns around, there's a $35 million project that it didn't know about. All right, does it have the budget? Is it a priority? Is it something we want to do, given that what we could fund with the money? So there is a reason for that. Other studies, other grant types, the R03 is a small project, and it has a smaller page limit, 50,000. R21s have different numbers. These numbers change often, depending on whether they've given an inflation award, but talk to your project officer and figure out which award mechanism is right for you. So as I said, if you only remember one thing today, one thing from Jeremy Brown's talk, always speak to an NIH program officer before submitting an application. Always, this is a non-negotiable, even though people, as I say, don't do it. They're there to help you. They're there to help you. They're humans. Some get back to you right away. Some take three weeks to get back to you. Some are really nice. Some are less helpful. But it's the spectrum spectrum of humanity. But they are very approachable. Their job is to help you. I love doing this. So always speak to an NIH program officer. If you can't figure out who that is through your searches or through asking people, talk to me and we'll try and figure it out together. Okay? Any questions? Yes, please.
What are the grants that we can apply for without affecting our early career?
Early stage investigator. We're going to come to that. Okay, I have a whole thing towards the end. We're going to come to an early stage investigator. We're going to talk about that. Okay, so if I can come back to that. Anything else? We're good? Have you opened your bag of, what's in here? Nutrigrain. Oh, goody, another water bottle. Okay. All right, terrific. All right, so we're good. You're going to leave here and you're going to know this, right? But you're also going to write a one-pager to help when you first reach. By the way, when I did my grant, I told you I was at GW, George Washington University in DC, and the NIH is down the road. It's literally, I think we're among the closest, if not the closest hospital or academic center to the NIH. So I knew nothing about the NIH back in 2002 or 2004, whenever it was. And I called the project officer, and then I said, hey, can I come down and meet you? I could go on the metro and literally get off and go and meet them. And he said, sure. I mean, he doesn't get this very often, right? But he said, sure. So I drove down there. It's in Bethesda, not far at all from work. And I sat down with the project officer, and we had a chat. And it was so helpful. I realize if you're at Baylor or on the West Coast or in whatever it is, it's not going to be something that nearly everybody can do, right? It's I was in a very unusual circumstance, but I think it shows that project officers, they like to meet people and they like to talk and they like to try and help get you through. I also remember it was in a beautiful conference room. So my first time I think I stepped foot in the NIH, all kind of wooden paneling and big screen TVs, and it goes, this is your government tax dollars at work. Which is probably the wrong thing to say right now, but it was, listen, people who work for the government are also entitled to do so in nice conditions. All right. Okay, so you've written your submission, let's say it's a 12-pager, you've written it, you've found a skeleton in another person's grant that was successful, that you've copied and pasted and basically changed some words around, and now you have to have your outside colleagues read and critique it. That's each other, that's your mentors, that's your spouse, that's your boyfriend or girlfriend, maybe your children if they're really good at this. But somebody else should read it. Really, I know it's a bit of a pain to have to read these 12 pages of, but you need someone else to read it. Number one, to catch the typos, of which there will be some. And number two, to just sort of give you some feedback. Did they understand it? Did they, and having somebody who doesn't know a lot about the topic is actually very helpful. I told you that I am now the contact person for all neurological trials at the NANDS that don't have a network behind them. So I don't do stroke, for example, because we have StrokeNet. And I don't do some early neurological stuff because we have something called NeuroNext. But other than that, general trials that just come in, I'm the person. And very often when they're going through stuff, I say, listen, sorry, but I'm just a poor emergency physician, so forgive me if I don't understand this, but can you tell me a little bit more? I don't understand X, or I ask a question. And for a long time, I was a little reluctant to do this because, it sounds like you're not the expert and you're asking the expert. I will tell you that more often than not, the answer I get when I ask a question like, that doesn't make sense to me is, yeah, we're stuck on that too. So having somebody come from the outside is not a bad thing. Very often they'll read it and they'll find something that you hadn't thought about, or I just read a review very, very recently of a study. It was a great idea. It's a neurosurgical study. They hadn't included the patient perspective in their trial. So they were looking at a certain condition, but nowhere in their 12-page research study was, we have spoken with the patient advocacy group for this, and we have discovered that patients really want blah, blah, blah. That's really important. I would say today that's probably critical. To have a one-sentence or one-paragraph input about the patients, right? PCORI is the Patient-Centered Outcome Research Institute. So if you're going to have, our outcome of this study is white blood cell count at day 7, that's not what the patients are interested in, right? Now, sometimes it's really hard to find those patients. There is no advocacy group, to the best of my knowledge, of survivors of pneumonia in the ED or survivors of a UTI in the ED, right? But there are lots of advocacy groups for genetic disorders and for lots of different things, and you should make sure that you get their input and tell the reviewers that you've gotten that input so that you know that this is an important marker. For example, we do a lot of studies with spinal cord stimulators for spinal cord injury. And then you say, well, what's important to the patient? Oh, it turns out that it's really important to the patient to be able to use their arm to open the refrigerator. And you might have said, well, we're going to do a strength study, right? But it turns out that in terms of what patients really care about, can I now use my arm to open the... So it's important to get their perspective. So, having an outside person read it is very important. Please try and get that. And then you have a cover letter, which is pretty sort of straightforward, and which study section. And we've discussed study sections. You can get those from an NIH reporter. You can figure out which study section might be the best. There's often more than one study section that might be good for you. Suggest an institute for funding, as we discussed about your study for O2 saturation monitors. It could have gone to different institutes, and then describe any unusual expertise. This is really important. If you're doing a study on ECMO, make sure that one of the reviewers on the study section knows something about ECMO. Either they're an emergency physician, or they're a cardiothoracic surgeon who does ECMO, whatever it is, just make sure that you get the expertise you need. This is really important. You cannot ask for that person by name. You cannot say, oh, can you please have my buddy so-and-so, who's an expert, review this grant. But you can say, for this grant, I need a pediatric neurologist to be on the study section, because, one sentence, and more often than not, the NIH will find that person and put them on the study section. How do you know who's on study section? Publicly available. You can look up the names and the terms of any member of any of the 200 or so study sections at the NIH, and you can see who they are. It's not always apparent what their specialty is, although often it is. And you can say, oh, well, look, this study section is great. It has all the expertise I need. Or it could be that you have to ask for that person.
I'm sorry, I'm getting confused between the institutes and the study section. So when we meet with the program officer, are we asking for advice on both of those things? And do we submit to a study section that is under an institute?
Great. Okay, that's a terrific question. So let me be clear. Thank you for that question. So the project officer works for an institute. The institute used to, if you remember my talk, used to sometimes have its own study section that they would convene. Now it all goes through the Center for Scientific Review, and there are different ways you could do this. Let's say you have a project that's under $500,000. You don't need anyone's permission. You just send it in. And you don't say anything to the Center for Scientific Review. They will assign you an institute and a study section. They'll say, oh, this fits in within this study section and this institute, and this is our decision. Okay? The reason that's not great is that often the institute will be not so happy. They don't actually, even on paper, they got the study, they got assigned to it. That's not really what their interest is, right? So, for example, the ECMO study where you have neurological outcomes, the Center for Scientific Review, if you don't ask for anything, they could say, oh, let's send this to the Neurological Institute because it's about neurological outcomes. And the Neurological Institute gets it, may only hear about it when it gets a funded score and say, yeah, but we're not funding this. This is definitely heart, lung, and blood. I mean, these exchanges go on all the time. So it used to be the case that when in addition for the Center for Scientific Review and its 200 study sections, there are institute-specific study sections. So you knew I'm going to submit to the Heart, Lung and Blood Institute and it's going to be reviewed in their study section. Now, you go through the Center for Scientific Review. They could, if you don't ask, they'll assign a study section and they'll assign an institute. So it's always better to ask up front. Following discussions with the project officer, we would like this to be submitted, there's a place on the form, we would like this to be submitted to this institute and this study section, okay? The study section may review studies across several different institutes, right? It could have, let's say it's a health sciences outcomes that looks at, and there are different projects in different, one's looking at, let's say, back in the good old days, healthcare disparities, right? And they're looking at, healthcare disparities in asthma and healthcare disparities in, in the elderly. They could go to the same study section, right? Because they're both healthcare disparities, but one could be one institute and one another. Is that clearer? Yeah. Okay, so there's different variables, right? The project officer is associated with the institute, but review is a separate institute, and they will assign you a study section and an institute unless you ask for it. And you should always ask for it because hopefully you've got a relationship. One thing you can try and do is become an early stage reviewer. There is, just type that into the NIH, there is basically what happens is you sit in as a study section reviewer and you see what it's like to have the discussion. So it's really helpful, and I know it probably won't happen to the majority of people who put their names in because there's a long waiting list, but if you're an early career reviewer, it means you're not making the decision, but you're part, you listen in, you learn, and one of the ways you become really expert at writing grants is to read a lot of grants. So if you can do that, that's very, very helpful. There is also online a mock study section which goes through the steps of review. I think we have them here as well as part of this wonderful program, but just so that you understand what goes on. And again, to be very, very clear, nobody from the NIH reviews your grant and gives it a score. It's not what we do. It's people like you. How many of you have served on study sections? Okay, which study section? Can't remember. Okay, do you remember which study section? You were ad hoc. Yeah, I was also an ad hoc reviewer. I once got a call while I was at GW. Somebody, I don't even remember how I knew them, from the National Cancer Institute called me up and said, hey, we have a grant about end-of-life care in the ED. We don't know anything about the ED. Would you be an ad hoc reviewer? So that happens, and that kind of thing happens. Okay, so, and then you submit it through your research office. So you have these PHS assignment forms, is what I just told you about, where you fill this out and you say, well, what's my first choice, where it would go, which study section is my first choice, my second choice, my third choice. These should be well thought out decisions. You shouldn't just sort of shake the dice, and then you can actually request people who should not review your grant. I guess if you've made a lot of enemies, I don't really know, but certainly if you see a name on a study section who's from your institute, that person will probably step out of the room for your grant. Okay, so it doesn't mean that you can't apply using a study section if you see a name or two from your own institute. That's okay. They won't review your grant and they'll step out for the discussion. So the NIH is very good about that. So what's the timeline now? Well, what happens is that for 3 to 6 months, you've thought about your application, you've spoken to the program director, and you've written your submission, you've submitted it through your grants office. It takes about 2 months for it then to go through the referral process till you get something that says, yes, your grant will be reviewed by such and such study section on such and such a date. And about 4 months later, the study section reviews your grant. Now, why does it take so long? Well, one of the reasons it takes long between the review and the submission, maybe 4 or 5 months, is that sometimes the study section has to be changed based on the kind of number of reviews it's getting. So, for example, if it gets 4 reviews from some institutes, and all of the study section is made up of people from those institutes, then they have to rethink the study section. So to make sure that they're not conflicted. So it takes a little finessing and getting ad hoc reviewers, as we've just seen. Sometimes your grant will come in and the Center for Scientific Review will say, oh yeah, we don't have anybody like this. Let's get the right person on the grant. So these things take time. Then it goes to review. Then you get something called a summary statement. Summary statement is a review of all the hard work you did and why it wasn't good. And that's a tough thing to get. We're going to look at one in a minute. And everybody gets a review. Everybody gets a review. Even once it's accepted, once it's responsive, as long as the Center for Scientific Review doesn't send it back and say, you didn't read the fine print, this is not the right grant mechanism, everybody gets a review. If it gets a really good score, it then has to be approved by the council of each institute. The advisory council is sort of the board. Oh, I knew that was going to happen, even though I turned it off. Sorry. The advisory council is the board of directors of the institute. They meet 3 months. They're made up of people from the community, academics, sometimes farmer people, usually academics only. And they have to stamp and approve all of the grants that go out, whether it's a $50 million study or a $200,000 study. So you can't get funded. Even if you get a great score, you will have to wait for the next advisory council to meet. And that could be 2 weeks' time, or it could be in 2 weeks' time, but you've missed the deadline, so it's going to have to be in 3 months' time. So again, these things, depending on where you fall out in the cycle, but nothing can go out the door and be funded without the approval of the advisory council. And it happens to be that in the institute in which I now work, the Neurological Institute, they have a special emphasis on looking at clinical trials. They basically want every clinical trial to be separately presented to them. So I would have to stand up and say, yes, so I'm the project officer for this trial. It's looking at this thing. Here's the score that it got. Here's the criticism. This is the response to the criticism. And we think that it should be funded. And then the council will either say, okay, yeah, that's a good idea, or I don't know. Now, generally speaking, they approve what we're recommending because they haven't spent the amount of time that reviewers have spent on the thing, right? The study section. But nothing can happen without them. Funding decisions, and then you can get an award or not award. Just to show you what's going on, the SRO is the review officer, and so they do referral and review. But the person who's doing the sort of the feedback to the PI is the program director or the grants. If it gets funded, then you have to involve another group of people, which is the grants management group. So the different groups depending on which time. Okay. The grants management specialist. Okay. So how are grants scored at the NIH? This is all wrong. You're going to have some sessions that have actually. Yeah. Go ahead.
Going back to the last slide,
Yes.
I was curious, for those of us at the research institutions who have grant funding, federal funding frozen right now, where is that happening? Like, does it go to review still and it's just in this like purgatory? Is it something where it's not even, like, what's happening?
Okay. Is this being recorded? No, seriously. Is this being recorded?
I don't believe so, no.
It's a big mess. It's a huge mess. People at our institute do not know the grants have, that what has happened is that people from some institutes that have been frozen out are getting calls from the PI saying, hey, my grant's frozen, what do you know about it? And the answer is, really? We weren't told. It's that level of problem. So hopefully, for those of you at the institutes that are affected, you know, this is hard. What will happen down the road? I don't know. I don't know. Nobody knows. It's really quite challenging. But yeah, we don't have as I said, most of the time, this hasn't happened to me. I have not yet had a grant frozen that I'm associated with, although there has been a grant with a foreign component, and the NIH has a new rule that there is no foreign component allowed anymore, which is a big problem. This is going to go away. There is a fix for this. The fix will be that in future, you cannot have a subcontract to a foreign component, you have to have them listed on the grant, and the money has to go straight to them. So just to be very clear, let's take the, there's a study you're doing and you're not enrolling enough patients, so you go to Canada and you say, hey, Montreal, can you be an enrolling site for my study? And they say, sure, and they're just going to enroll patients, and you're going to send them $6,000 per patient they enroll. That's no longer allowed. What you would have to do is, when you write the grant, you would have to say, we're going to use the following sites, and these are the foreign sites we're going to use. You can't do it in the middle of the grant, right? It's a problem, because often you only realize in the middle of the grant that you need the additional sites. So there will be a workaround for this, but currently, grants with a foreign component, the foreign component goes away. There is no, and that's actually a problem for at least one of the grants that I'm working with, where they're not their highest enrolling site, but a very high enrolling site are 2 sites in Canada. It's going to slow the progress of the grant down very, very dramatically. So that.
One more question.
Yeah, sure.
I have a question about the foreign component.
Nice and loud so everyone can hear.
Yeah, so the foreign component, does it just relate to subawards or full disclosure how my study is in South Africa?
Oh, you couldn't have chosen a worse place. You pour our commiserations.
Have you gotten any guidance about?
No guidance. The answer is it's frozen. Right now, you probably will not be able to release any funds. But what would happen in the future is when you write your K-23 and you want to South Africa, you don't do it as a sub-award. You say, I'm going to include this much money to this site, and the government will send the check to that site.
Do you know if they're looking at just the financial subawards or in situations where time is considered?
No, it's money. You can have, for example, currently, and this changes almost on a daily basis, but currently you're allowed to have a foreign consultant, as long as you list them and it's under $30,000. Very fluid. Most of you will not be, at this stage, using foreign contracts or foreign components, but just so that you know, we were talking about grants that are frozen out. So, yeah, unfortunately, we're only learning about these things. Basically, we learn about them every Friday when we have our institute-wide meeting, and people come forward and say, oh, by the way, this grant was frozen, or that grant was frozen. Okay.
We've got 15 minutes.
Okay, terrific. 15 minutes. So we did have a scoring process, 5 things. This has now changed. This has already changed. There are 3 components, right? We have innovation, we have rigor, and we have environment. I think that's right.
We'll go over these in a second.
We're going to go over these in detail. Basically, these areas have gone away and they've all sort of been squished, and I think that's actually a good thing. They're called the simplified review components or something like that, and I think that's a good thing. There are now 3 areas that you get scored on instead of 5, and a couple of those areas include others. Okay, that are on here. And at the review, when your study is reviewed, basically it falls into 2 parts. The top grants get reviewed and spoken about and discussed at length. Sometimes there may be a review of 45 or 50 minutes on your study. The bottom part are not discussed. How do we determine this? It's determined by the people assigned to review. Usually each study gets 2 or 3, sometimes 4 reviewers who discuss it in detail, and they will sort of do a once-over, and then they'll say, yeah, this is really not ready for discussion. I mean, so that's not discussed, which means that it doesn't even come up for funding. It certainly won't be funded, but you still get a summary statement. Let me be very clear about that. You still get a summary statement, and you can still resubmit. So half the grants will be discussed. Generally speaking, half the grants that have gone to the study section will not be discussed. And by the way, study section's always open with the chair saying, does anybody want to rescue a non-discussed? In other words, we've assigned, as a group, we've decided that these grants we're not going to discuss. But by the way, before we go any further, does anybody actually want to pull one out because of something that you saw that you feel should be discussed? So they try to do these things as fairly and as openly as possible. And everyone gets a summary statement. So now let's look at a summary statement. This is a summary statement of Brown Jeremy from 2005, and it is the study that I did on urological tamsulosin and steroids. it got a 52nd percentile, 52%. Basically, usually the percentile is usually a fundable score is around 4%. So it certainly wasn't ready. Here you can see the amount of money that was asked for. It was actually more than that. I don't know how we came up with this number. But in any event, this is what it looks like. Everybody gets one. And let's go through a bit of my summary statement, okay? So it didn't score well. Major concern, now remember I was going to look at steroids in renal colic. Major concern is that pregnant females are not excluded because corticosteroids are teratogenic. Now, how many of you, when you give 60 milligrams of prednisone for 5 days for your asthmatic, get a pregnancy test in women? Does anybody do that? Are we still giving 60 milligrams of prednisone for 5 days for those people who need it, yeah? So, I think that this was probably, maybe in theory it's true, if you give rats lots and lots and lots of steroids, pregnant rats lots and lots for lots of long time, but it's not I didn't think that was a real concern. So I bring this to your attention because it's an example of sometimes the reviewers don't quite get it. And that's okay, they're only human, right? So this is an example. The principal investigator, that's me, has limited publication history in the performance of clinical trials. That's absolutely true. Published next to nothing. So, once you say inclusion of women plan unacceptable, once something like that has protection of human subjects unacceptable, that's it. The study goes no further. So this study was, among the many problems that it had, is this problem that it wasn't, I wasn't getting a pregnancy test on women. Innovation, not very innovative. Not very innovative, but okay. And I published very little research, but I have consulted with many highly experienced researchers. That's true. I had published very little research. I quickly went out and wrote a paper on the epidemiology of ED visits with renal colic, which was actually a lot of fun to write and didn't take very much time at all. But that was true. But I had consulted with experts like Dr. Jackman, the guy who started the whole thing when he told me to prescribe tamsulosin a few years earlier in the ED, and I thought, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about, but actually it was I who did not know it was me who did not know what they were talking about. Okay, so that's what a study section looks like, and then you get this, unacceptable, I wasn't, not enough human protection, the inclusion of women was unacceptable. I mean, this is not going to get funded. So you have to go back and you have to resubmit. And this is an example of the people who were on that study section that reviewed is called UKGD. It's the Urological and Kidney Development and Genitourinary Diseases Study section. I don't know which of these people reviewed the grant, which were the sort of the 4 chosen reviewers, if you like, for the detail, but these are the people on the grant. And you can find this for any study section, this list of people. Okay, so it's really important that you look at that and make sure the expertise is on your study section. All right. Once you get a fundable score, usually everything that gets a good score being a low score, it's one of those weird NIH things. If you have a low score, that's good. If you have a high score, that's bad. Usually there's a cutoff. Everything that gets a certain score gets funded. But that's not true of every institute. Some institutes use the score as only a guide to what they're going to fund. Other institutes use it strictly. They will not fund anything that didn't get a good score. And these are examples of institutes that, for example, NIAID awards most investigators, initiated applicants in strict order by percentiles. Okay? But other grants get a small number right. Selective pay enables, in this example, the National Institute for Allergy and Infectious Disease to programmatically fund something. Program officers nominate selective pay applications. In other words, they're funding everything that got a 20 or better. You got a 22. Happens. There's no material difference between a 20 and 22. The program officer can nominate and say, listen, guys, I know when they come to have this discussion, I know it got a 22, but here's why I think we should fund it. So remember I said it's really important to have a relationship with your program officer? This is one of the reasons to do that, a major reason to do that. So you should be on very good terms with your project officer. for example, the General Medical Sciences Institute says there are many important factors taken into consideration, including what the study section said, novelty. NIGMS has a very active institute oversight of its grant, of its selection process in a way that our institute doesn't. We are strictly by the numbers, pretty much. They are, yeah, we have the scores, but they're also looking at other things. So really important to be on good terms with your project officer. All right, we don't have time to do that. Again, here is an example from Heart, Lung and Blood. Depending on the availability of funds, the Institute will make funding decisions on competing applications above the pay line through selective pay actions. Again, that's going to be somebody going to bat for you at the Institute. If you don't have a relationship with that person, it's probably unlikely to happen. What you should do once you get your summary statement is you see whether it's good enough to be funded, and then contact your project officer and ask her what you should do, how you should address the comments. And very often the project officer has attended the review and they've heard the discussion, which isn't always exactly what comes out on paper. Usually the paper is a fairly good summary of it. And again, just to be very clear, the NIH project officers who are listening to a review do not participate. We don't criticize, we don't support, we just listen to the discussion of the reviewers as they do this. But it's a very interesting thing to listen to, and it can be an important source of additional insight into how your study did. Okay, we had a question earlier about early stage investigators. So NIH gives gives a bump to people who are early stage investigators, ESIs. That bump can be incredibly significant. It's often a 10-point bump, meaning if you've got a 30 on your study and they're funding only things that get a 20, but you're an early stage investigator, your institute might say, all early stage investigators get a 10-point bump. Oh, now you're suddenly in the it can be funded range. So this is really important. So an early stage investigator is somebody generally within the last 10 years of their terminal degree. So you went to medical school, you did residency, you did an MPH. The MPH is your terminal degree, usually within 10 years about that, and who hasn't been a PD or a PI before. It's different to a new investigator, that's somebody who's never been funded before, but the early stage investigator is supremely important, and it's something that is going to really be helpful to people. And exactly how you determine it, people call me up and say, hey, I did the MPH, but then I took a year off for maternity leave, and does it still count? The answer is maternity leave puts the timing on hold, which is great. But it's all laid down. Actually, a computer determines this, and it nearly always gets it right. So if you've been a co-investigator on a certain project, you might lose your ESI status. If you have two co-principal investigators, one of whom is an ESI and one of whom is not, it often makes a lot of sense to have one investigator who's the PI who's an ESI, because they get a 10-point bump, which a joint program would, a joint principal investigator would not. So this is all online. This is something that you can look up. You can always call the program officer if you think there's a problem, but that's something that everybody should be trying to use to their advantage. What happens? You revise, you resubmit, you revise, resubmit. As I said, I got a 52. My project was unacceptable, and then in the second go-round, it was funded. It was funded. So you can easily go from a non-discussed to a funded study in one go-round. Yes?
Can you talk about the difference between a new investigator and an early stage investigator?
Yeah, they're just different ways. So a new investigator, you could be any age, you could be doing this, you could be, you've been out of, your last degree was 25 years ago, you're new to the NIH. That gives you a certain bump. We don't see many of these, but we certainly see a lot of early stage. So a new investigator can be old. An early stage investigator is generally on the younger side because they're within 10 years of their, right? But of course there are things where it doesn't quite work out like that. But
Is it the same bump?
I don't know.
I think it's 5 points.
You think it's 5 points? Yeah, I don't think it's the same bump, but it is a bump. Yeah. All right, as we wind down, just in the last few minutes, we've spoken about K Awards. This is really something that is a really important topic for this group. We have at least one expert in the room who's been awarded a K Award. It's really something for junior faculty to help you move into research by having a mentored award. You name someone who's going to look after you and going to discuss your project with you and give you advice. And you also do a project. You also do a clinical project. I haven't forgotten about your question about K to R, by the way, but maybe we should just talk about it. K to R means how do I make that transition from being someone in training, having a mentor, to being a fully independent researcher? And I think you just make that transition by having a successful K23 and publishing your results early. And then your last year of your K23 thinking about where to go next, in a nutshell. So that's the K23. I know this sounds strange coming from the government, but we are here to help. And, I've been doing this for 12 years now. I really like my job for as long as I have it. And I'm here, and my colleagues are here to answer questions from people like you. Please do not be afraid. We once had I can't remember where it was. I attended a session on how to speak to the program officer. I don't think you need a session on it. You write an email, and you say, hi, I'm so-and-so, I'm from here. I'm really interested in doing a study of X. You'll find my abstract. Can we please find time to discuss? Very respectfully, da-da-da. That's really it, okay? And usually you'll get an answer very quickly, and if you don't, you write a second one, and if you don't even know where to begin, as I said, that's what I'm here for. The path to funding is long. As I said, usually around 18 months, because you're going to have to revise and resubmit. So it's long. But if you stay in it, it will certainly be worth it. By the way, our study of tamsulosin, we ended up not doing steroids. We just focused on tamsulosin. Found no difference in any of the outcomes that we were looking at, which was days off of work, amount of opiates taken. Found no difference, and I think follow-up with urologists also was one of the outcomes. Found no difference between those two groups, the people who got tamsulosin and the people who got placebo. Do with that what you want. I'm going to be around till Thursday afternoon. I'm very happy to take questions, follow-up. My email address that you can contact me. I want to thank the organizers for allowing me to come back and speak. It's always a privilege, and wish each of you much, much success in what I know will be some very special research careers. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Okay, one of them.
All right, so we're going backwards a little bit because I should have given you all the agenda this morning. So we're going to take a break. Adults only learn for really an hour and a half at a time, so we're about 2 hours in. We're taking a break. And then we're going to come back and talk about specific aims. We could spend 3 full days on specific aims and not do everything, but we're going to start. We're going to break into small groups. So at some point in the next 15 minutes, I'm going to try to have you guys resort a little bit. We have 6 tables. We're going to use 5 of them. That table in the back is table 1. Table 2, table 3, table 4, table 5. The reason is that we've tried to sort, everyone who submitted a specific aims page, we've tried to divide them up into categories, sorta. I sent out a survey to some of you who didn't submit specific aims to try to otherwise put you into groups that were in line with your interests, so try to fit into these tables. It's going to be a little tight. Do your best. We'll take a lunch break. After that, we're going to talk about how grants are scored, both how they were historically scored and how they should be scored in theory going forward at the NIH using the new criteria. We'll take an afternoon break, and then we'll have a mock study section. For a moment, look up here. I know it's small. And I know many of you have degrees that aren't on here because the registration system was funny and either gave you no degrees or degrees in triplicate, which is hard to fit on the page. So take a look. Try to find your table. Faculty, find your name, find your table. And this will be up during the break.
What are the tables again?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You are at table 5 right now. I don't know if that's where you're supposed to be, but that's table 5. And then lastly, this QR code will be up. We're going to collect questions for the Q&A session, and if there's we have 6 physical tables, we have 5 groups. So yes. There are 1,000 questions that people want to ask, but not by raising their hand and asking in a group of people. Scan this code, put in whatever questions you don't want to ask, or just want asked in general, even if you are brave enough to ask in a big group of people. This will be rotating in a second. So take a break, get your wiggles out, get some coffee, take a bio break. We'll see you all in about 10 minutes. Good morning.
Good morning.
Brandon.
Shubhada, nice
Pleasure.
to meet you. I just never, I didn't receive any information about
It's fine.
so I wasn't sure what I should do for the next session.
So, it's the short version is that we both want people to submit their aims. So, I mean, you're further along than many people here, so that they know what aim. Like, part of the learning is the struggle, right? And so having the aims written is a starting point. The faculty, we got about 25 aims submitted, so we each reviewed a handful of them. It's impossible to review everyone's aims, because every year we do this, we get some aims submitted and some not. And so it's a little bit to give those people some feedback. It's also, frankly, to use their aims as a framework to tell everyone at the group about, like, because like many of pieces of feedback are not unique to you, right? And so, and even for the people who submit aims, you may hear somebody else's aims and be like, oh my gosh, like that's a terrible way to do it, or that's a great way to do it. So if you were able to submit aims, great. If not, you're not losing. I mean, and any of us are happy to talk to you after the fact about more one-on-one feedback.
And I had
That is a question.
So I tried to align people. So Catherine Staten, who's sitting right here, she's actually going to lead the specific aims. She's our global health. Although Dr. Kumar, who
I gotta interrupt for 1 second. I need this guy. So we got 2 people who thought they're part of ARMS, thought they were registered or not registered, so we have to add them to a group.
I will get you both in a group in about 2 minutes.
And
Catherine
then this
Megan.
is, we were just talking about where we could put the people, because there were people sitting in the background.
Oh, right.
Could I get your last name real quick?
Okay.
Okay. And Megan.
We have all those chairs.
We can probably get our
Great.
yes, and we can get someone in who can help you move that.
Yeah.
If you just want
So-
an extra chair at every table.
For example, table 1, is it the one in the back?
Yes.
So what's happening to
Nothing.
the 6th physical table? Nothing.
I mean, so when Catherine Arrear couldn't attend, we lost our 6th faculty member, which meant that we're a bit more compressed than is ideal.
What about sticking 2 tables together?
Sure.
And having a big around the... I'm happy to do that.
Is that what you'd like us to
Sure.
do?
Why don't we stick those 2 tables together, and I'll just take that table. Philip, which one are you?
I tried to assign you the table that you were actually sitting at. These 2. You were at 2. Those 2. In fact, I'm gonna go put numbers on the tables.
Man, 55 people. It's this guy's work. I mean, it's a good thing, but it is a little problematic at the moment. Good. We'll talk. Oh, sure.
Yeah.
mind putting mine up when you're done? That's what I do.
Yep.
Might say the coming down.
Yes. What was that? What's the question? Yes, but we're not using this computer right now.
Literally just finished writing it, so I'm very
Registering for
forward to
Yeah.
trying to think about most of the folks out front, so that my name was really
Yes. The arm. Something happened with the arm. So what's your name? So you're going to be at table 1 because I think ARUMUGANATHAM.
Yes.
Great.
And I just took a picture of my name as well, so that
You're all good.
awesome.
So and
Where do you do the
so table 1 is going to be these two combined tables over here. But then yes.
okay.
We don't really have like a listserv or mailing list, but happy to get you all of our contact info to have a discussion. Yeah, you bet. I'll be sick for 1 more minute. I got a bunch of emails all the time.
So where are we going to fit in the room? Is really what you're telling me.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure, but we'll figure it out.
I mean, it's kind of a good thing. With them being already here. It's this
Yeah.
very good. So I'm essentially going to cover 3 specific games. I'm going to cover the one we're going to talk about later so that you know what to expect. And then 2 others, including 1K orders or anything else that might not have made it to the agenda today. Physically on the ground.
One thing that I was going to say, we're going to cover consider this program. I think the thing that I most wish I heard early on was like, it's not like you write it down.
You write it once a day.
Right? You even finish 90% of the time, you're like, wait, it didn't change 3 words.
And it's going to change the whole world.
So no, I think But do you need, but you're not using slides, right?
No slides. I literally just have 3 specific games that I'll talk around and from.
Great. And then I had us starting the small groups at
15.
yeah 11:15, but we can flex. All right, folks, we're going to get started. If you could pick one thing to learn today, well, it would be this. The specific games are like just the central thesis of everything we're trying to do today. It's the hardest part and the part you will spend, I don't know, 2/3, 3/4 of your time writing this one page. So this is an introduction. This is not, you will not be specific games experts after the next 2 hours because it'll take many rounds of practice and writing and rewriting. But Dr. Staten's the best person I know to help us through this introduction to the topic. So we'll do this for about 45 minutes. And then around 1/4 we'll break and we'll physically start transitioning to the small groups to discuss AIMS one-on-one, or at least in small groups. So here's Catherine.
Thank you. And you set that up to just make me nervous, right? To get me nervous about getting you guys the information on the most important part of grant writing. I'm Catherine Staten. I am an implementation science researcher and physician at Duke University, and I run a Gemini Research Center, which is a mouthful. It's the Global Emergency Medicine Innovation and Implementation Research Center, Gemini. I do mostly global health work, which is now local health work. And I'm happy to talk to anybody who is having the same experience as I am, but I am a fully NIH-funded researcher with some foundation funding. I have no idea what this industry is at all. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I'm going to talk a little bit about my experience and how I see global NIH grants and why. So I started with a K award, and then I did an R, and then I did an R, and then I did a D, and then a D, and a couple more R's. So I have probably 6 or 7, and 1 just went into the pending status, which hopefully, fingers crossed, it's global, so we'll see how that goes. But as I go through today, I will talk about some specific games of different types so that you can see what they look like. And I will talk about a K award specific games page and how it looks different and why it looks different. But I want to start off with why it's so important. So why are we setting this up as the most important part of your grant? Anybody know? It is pretty much the main thing people will look at, period. So the way that this happens as a reviewer is you get told, these are the grants you're going to be first reviewer, these are the grants you're going to be second reviewer, these are the grants you're going to be third reviewer. Usually it's 2, maybe 3. And then these are all the others. And sometimes there were upwards of my last grant review, there was 60 total. On some of the centers that I reviewed, there's like 12, and each takes like 4 or 5 hours. And so depending on how much time your reviewers have, the only thing they sometimes look at is your specific games page. It is everything in one page. Now, that is overwhelming, but it's incredibly cool opportunity to have impact. So how do you start even thinking about a specific games page? So I don't know about you, but the hardest thing is a blank page for me.
So you're just using this like that?
I will.
Okay, do you
Yep.
want to hammer this?
Sure. So starting out with a blank page is problematic, right? Where do I even start? The first thing I do when I'm even thinking about a grant is essentially just start typing. It's like verbal diarrhea on a page. But the biggest thing that I want is my gap. What is the gap that you are filling with this project? Perfect. The reason is because there needs to be a scientific component of what you're doing. So you need to write down the gap. Sometimes this gap is going to change between the first time you write this and the 17th time you write this, but that gap is a very specific description of what your projects are going to be doing, okay? What this is all about. It actually goes in the first paragraph, and I will show you that specific games writing, while it's very creative, it is writing, it's actually a formula. And it's a formula because the reviewers have 35 seconds sometimes to review your specific games page. So if things are in the place where they expect it to be, they will read it and understand it. If you have stuff in different places, they will not know where to look for it and they will not find it. So putting things in certain places on the page is actually a strategy to get your reader to understand what, where, how, why. So the first thing is the gap. I will bullet out, my gap is this, and I'll go through a couple of mine. The second is my solution. So your solution ends up being the thing that you want to fix, how you want to fix this. As I do implementation science, it's usually like a thing I'm going to implement. But it doesn't have to be. Your solution could be basic science, what a relationship is. It could be a description of how you're going to affect this gap. The next is I try to give them an understanding of the big picture of the research, right? So if you're hammering home on this tiny little point, if your reviewers, who are all over the spectrum when it comes to the science, have no idea what your big picture is, they're not going to understand how to put this in perspective. So really focusing on, I want to solve the problem of pediatric cancer, which is the specific games I was just reading, is an area for them to now focus on. Okay, pediatric cancer, we're solving cancer problems. And I'm going to do that through reducing financial hardship for families, right? So you're narrowing down in the patient population the way you're going to impact in the logistical thing you're touching. So the first paragraph is gap. The second paragraph is solution. A third paragraph is this big to small impact statement. I'm going to cure cancer. I'm going to do that through impacting financial hardship. And in this grant, I'm going to find out these relationships, right? Big to small. Then you're going to have aims. Aims are not specific work products. Aims are statements of what you are going to do. They're action-oriented items, so they usually start with a verb. They're not in a passive sense, they're in an active sense. And they really try to get you to think about, I'll leave this up here, but we won't focus on it quite yet. They try to get you to think about the components that you're doing and the science behind it, okay? If you're developing something, you have to say what the science is that's dealing with that. Developing something is usually like a co-design process. Or if you're describing something, these could be relationships that you're thinking about and describing. But it is an active process and thus a verb. If you start with a noun, sometimes it's a little bit hard for the reviewer to get the sense of what you're doing. So I usually have people start very much with a verb. How many aims do you have? It depends. How long is your grant going to last? If your grant is a 1-year grant, 1 or 2. If your grant is a 5-year grant, it could also be 1 or 2. Depends on how long it takes to get to that answer. So if you're running a clinical trial to answer one question, it could be 5 years and you have 1 aim. But in every clinical trial, you can also look at sub-aims and or look at mediators and moderators, and therefore you just have 3 aims that you just created. So there's a balance between getting the science that you need and what you want to focus on, and having the depth of the description of the science that you need, and it all has to fit on your specific aims page. There are many, many, many times where what I actually want is hidden in the science and isn't written on the specific aims page. It happens often, and it happens that way because my priorities aren't the Institute's priorities or aren't the science's priorities, but it fits my setting, and therefore I have to make sure that the data that I'm collecting can answer that question, but I'm not going to highlight that because I have to know who the reader is going to want or what the reader is going to want, okay? finally, at the end of this logistical situation, you have a paragraph of how you are saving the world with your proposal. I jest, but it's actually true. You're saying, everybody's asking for me to do this. I'm the right person to do this with my team. We have everything in place to save the world, and we know that this is going to be feasible and functional. Okay, so we call it a payoff paragraph. It's where you get to brag about yourself. Now, I'm quite OCD and rigid, which is why I love grant writing. And so all of my mentees have to fit to the same format. There are some times where we can flex this format, but you have to understand if you do that, then the reviewers aren't going to know where to look for things. So you're going to have to use things like bolding to help you to draw the reviewer's attention. So imagine while this whole session is going on and people are talking and having high-level discussions of science down to very minutia detail, which they do, you are reading a grant for the first time. You are reading a specific aims page for the first time and trying to decide if Bob or Jane or Sam are right in this discussion, because all three reviewers have a different perspective. So you have to be very, very pinpoint focused on what you're saying. The complexity of your sentences have to be kind of at a fourth grade level, because you're both listening to the discussions and reading what's happening. I have my 9-year-old read my specific aims pages. She's not that gifted, but the point is to make sure that if she can read and every once in a while doesn't know a word, then it's at a level that is able to be read while literally life is happening. Okay? So when I start a grant, I bullet things out from the beginning in the format that I just discussed. I don't even write a sentence. I put bullets. Then the next step is I say, okay, I put it away, I bring it out the next day, and I turn it into paragraphs. It's awful, by the way. I can show you some of the first ones. They look horrible. Then I put it away, and I bring it out the next day. This iterative process allows a couple of things to happen. One, your brain does not work this fast. It needs time to be able to read it and read it new, read it fresh. When you do that, you're able to see it in different ways and think to the depth of the project. So before I even get in touch with Jeremy about a specific aims page, I always make sure I've gone through it at least once a day for 2 weeks. If you saw the rest of my computer, you'd see how many tabs I have open, because I will go through a page and then I'll go to the next one and go through that specific aims page and go to the next one and keep going. That allows you to have this in-depth multiple iterations and letting it sink in. Okay? Finally, 2 weeks, I've gone through it every day. I think that the science is right. That's when I have somebody else look at it. I work in teams. We do multidisciplinary teams and come together. So I do a lot of data science stuff. I have no idea what any of those methods are about. Like, I am not the data science person. I'm the implementation person. And so I sound like I know what I'm talking about, but I don't know. So I send it to them, and they read it, and they're like, oh, but no. And so then they'll edit it and change it and add to it and give feedback back, okay? So we do that round again, so more iterations. And then finally, when we think we're ready to start writing the grant, then we go to the project officer. We say, hey, we have this idea, we have this process, we have this project, here's my specific aims page. I did this recently with a colleague from Nigeria, and I don't even know if he remembers, but Jeremy emailed back. He said, yes, but why? That's literally his entire email. And from that, I knew exactly what we needed to do. But sometimes there isn't much that needs to be a response, because they can understand where you're going and get you to think about the next step and why. Sometimes they get on there and they're like, yeah, awesome, very cool, keep going. This would be a good place to look, or this is the place that you should send this grant for review. If you don't contact them, you will mess it up. I have not contacted them, I have messed it up. So please don't follow my example. So as you're thinking about this specific aims page, this is the page that will constantly change. I like to think about it as a living document. It is never final until it actually gets sent to NIH. I probably change it every day. And everything that I change in the whole science then gets reflected back onto this aims page. My mentors, still have mentors, even though I have multiple active ongoing grants, all see my specific aims pages in the area where they're mentoring me. Because I need to have that expertise of somebody who knows that area to be able to say, that's not good, or that's not working, or I think this needs something else. So peer and senior mentorship. Okay, so I'm gonna make this a little bit larger, and we will go through this first one. Any questions so far about specific games, what they are, why we have them, why we focus on them so much? Yes?
I've heard some people mention adding like a diagram or concept map to kind of break up the wall of wording in that first page. Do you recommend doing something like that?
I have done it. It's gonna depend on your project. A picture is worth 1,000 words, and when you see my science, they're all diagrams to break up the words, because I think words are less important than figures and diagrams, but I'm an implementation scientist, so I can make a framework out of anything. But it has to be strong enough to take the place of words that are important. And so it really depends on your science. Some people will say yay or nay. Personally, less reading is better for me as a reviewer, as long as it's an incredibly powerful figure that is well organized, large words, small space. Good question. Okay, so you will see this again later today. I wanted you to see this now so that it makes a little bit more sense when we do the grant review later on today. I do put a title on the top of my specific aims page. It is a use of 2 lines. In this case, almost 3 lines because of the space. But for me, it's important for people to understand and ground in the title and the specific aims together. Not everybody does that. I start out the paragraph with exactly what I'm addressing. Remember I said the gap? The gap goes at the end of this paragraph. So these 2 sentences here that are bolded, that is the gap of this grant, or this whole grant and project itself. But I start the paragraph with what I'm dealing with so that the reviewer doesn't even have to guess. You're not looking for something. This is the problem I'm addressing. Some people will start with alcohol is bad. It is, it's fine, but that's not what I'm addressing. It's the alcohol use disorder and use that I'm gonna be looking at. Numbers are impactful. So if you say something is bad, great. A lot of things are bad. How bad? Why is it bad? How is it impacting? What is it relative to other things? Being very explicit and about what you're dealing with and what its impact is going to be one of the main scores of the 3, the impact score. So making sure you use numbers to describe what you're talking about or relative components are important. The size of the first paragraph, for me, this is too long. Any sentence longer than 2 lines is too long, and any paragraph longer than 5 lines is too long, but I am a typical EM physician. I have 35 seconds of attention span. Most people will not read this. They will only read the bottom line, which I'm kind of okay with. It's an it's an implementation component. Alcohol use, we all know it's not great. And so I don't have to worry as much about the impact. But if you're dealing with a rare disease or a disease where people don't know about it, you have to make sure you make that impact argument up front, up top. And then state your gap specifically, okay? Now, how much do you have to describe about this? And how do you make this happen? I just read a specific aims page where it was all the way down here, like halfway down the page, where they said, this is my gap. That's too long. What you're doing in your specific aims page is you are bringing somebody along a walk with you, and you're teaching them what you need them to know respectfully, because likely they don't know, and yet they're really brilliant people, right, to be sitting where they're sitting. And so you respectfully need to teach them what they need to know in a supportive environment very quickly to get them to see the gap the way you see the gap. It's a challenge. In global, this is local, but in my global work, I have to also teach them about the setting, which many people might not even know what continent I'm talking about. And then the context of healthcare within that environment, all done in a respective way that they can also understand the generalizability. Okay? So you have to start to think that the people you're talking to, the first set of people you're talking to, your grant reviewers, are us, are scientists who have very diverse experiences and impacts and understanding of the science from different perspectives. And so making sure that you're very explicit about what you mean. So if you say, my gap is the problem I just talked about, I can definitely see 4 or 5 different ways that people perceive that gap. So be explicit in saying, I see a gap in understanding people's acceptance of testing for STIs, their acceptance of point-of-care testing and treatment in the emergency department, right? So very explicit description, because that's what you're going to be understanding and describing in your solution. One of the biggest things that I look for when I grant review is the statement of the gap and the statement of the solution. Is the solution going to fit the gap, right? Is the problem acceptance of STI treatment in the emergency department? And then the solution is, I'm just going to implement treatment. But how are you addressing this acceptance? How are you talking to people and understanding about it? How are you able to think through what are the barriers to that acceptance, right? So how you describe your solution has to match with the gap that you're trying to hit. Again, if we're thinking about this from the bench science perspective, this could just be a knowledge gap. I don't know the type of STIs that are occurring within this setting. And I want to describe that so we can better do whatever we need to do, right? And that knowledge gap can be filled with a way I'm going to get that knowledge and what that'll look like. And that's what's described in your second paragraph. In this grant itself, you will see no I's. This is an R21 grant, a 2-year grant. And I think it's $275,000 total over 2 years. And this is a we, because most research grants or our grants are going to focus on we and the team. So you will see our team, we, us, investigators, maybe an investigator's last name, but you won't see I. The components of the solution that are important, that I will include, are important enough to include on the specific aims page, are the things that I'm going to advocate that it is innovative about. So for instance, this is specifically innovative because it's machine learning. This is specifically innovative because we're using the RDoC framework, or the Research Domain Criteria framework from National Institute of Mental Health. And it specifically uses gamification for a process to do screening. So those concepts are really unique in this area of screening for alcohol. And so that is how I'm describing my innovation. And that's how I'm describing my solution on the first page. Again, you can see all of these bulleted points were just turned into a paragraph. But you have to make sure that the concepts are there. So this is an example of what I talked about, that big to small impact. Our long-term goal is to create and implement cost-effective interventions to improve screening and linkages to care for excessive alcohol use and alcohol use disorder. This project's goal is to develop and validate to develop a valid and reliable risk assessment tool for AUD and AU phenotype based on the RDoC framework. This is the other thing that I do. If I read my grant out loud or my specific aims page out loud and I can't get it all in one sentence before I have to take another deep breath, it's too long. Read it out loud. Read it to somebody else. Read it to yourself. Because if it's more than one breath, it's too long. If it's wordy, it's too much. If you're missing something, you're going to only see it when you hear it and see it at the same time. So create a pattern of reading it out loud to yourself. Again, my dog thinks I'm constantly talking to myself. Next up is the aims. We could talk about bulleting and bolding later. The aims themselves, as you can see, they're starting with a verb. Expand, evaluate, translate. They're highlighting the areas that I'm going to be working on. So this is expanding the tool to include tasks from additional neuropsychological domains. And then I describe how I'm going to do that. The second part of this AIM is what I'm doing, physically, like what kind of science I'm doing, and indication that is feasible, right? Because I need them to understand I can do this in a 2-year time period and a third of a 2-year time period. So the fact that it's additional tasks means I already have some in place. So that word, even though I've already said proof of concept prior, the fact that it is additional is important because I'm following a guide I've already done. It's feasible, I've done this before, and I have mechanisms or SOPs on how to do it. We'll create additional behavioral tasks to guide a digital gamified test to encompass all 6 RDoC domains. We'll use a user-centered design approach, my methodological approach, really focusing on the user of the game, the screener, to co-design, prototype, and assess acceptability and feasibility of the new tasks with these tools. Speaking the language to the implementation scientists so they know that the tools that I'm using are rigorous, validated to the best that they can be, and speak the language of the scientists who understand, but at the same time talk about what I'm looking at in case you don't know these tools. Acceptability and feasibility. Sometimes I add numbers in terms of my sample size, because if I'm doing this for 10,000 people, it's a far different project than 400. But this will give me feasibility if I focus on this information here. These are the hardest to write because you want all of your details of your science in 3 sentences. So when I do it for the first 2, 3, 17 drafts, it's a lot longer than this. And then I narrow and narrow and narrow the sentences as I can. As you look at this, you should be able to say how you're doing each step. If you're just saying, I'm going to develop it, and you leave it at that without a methodologic concept, design, framework, logistics, pre-organized plan, any of the rigor of the science, it's going to show through very easily and very dramatically. So keeping the science identified on the first page allows those people who are skimming to know that you've thought through the rigor in this process. Okay. The second aim, we will evaluate AUBPT's evidence of validity related to the internal structure compared to the audit scale and the patients diagnosed with AUD. We will evaluate evidence of reliability, specifically temporal stability, internal consistency, and minimal clinical differences. In a psychometric or testing aim, be very specific about what you are testing, because there's like psychometrics all over the place, right? But you're not doing all of them. So we specifically chose these because this is what's important for the task, for the tool, for the thing I'm creating. So understanding the science between each aim. Sometimes understanding how you create aims depends on the steps of the science that you're doing. One aim, like this third aim, can theoretically be like 17 different methods. It could be multiple mixed methods pulled together. But you need to organize the structure of the aim to encompass either what you're doing, how you're doing it, or what you want the reviewer to get. So I will show you later a 2-aim trial where both aims came from one trial, okay? But I wanted them to think separately about this question and then this question, but they were both answered with the same methods. But the differences in those questions was important for the reviewer to understand why I chose this. Thus, they're 2 different aims. For this, aim 1 and aim 2 are like very much data science and psychometric people. Not my deal. Aim 3 is where I come in and help say, okay, this is our tool. These are our phenotypes. Thank you, data scientists, for whatever that is. Now, what do I do as a clinician? Where do I refer? What am I going to do with them? What am I going to put them? What is the thing? What is the decision? What is the disposition, right? That's definitely us. And then our final payoff paragraph is here, which I think is a horrible one, but it is what it is. I have another month to fix this. Okay, so questions on this one? Questions on what I've talked about so far? Yes?
Can
can your payoff paragraph say that you will use this project to maybe address things that would be similar but not exactly related to like the same thing in the future that you're studying?
Can you or should you? So you should. You are never to create something that will never be used again. Right? We are creating science. Even when I'm creating something for Tanzanian hospital that I work in, I'm also creating the roadmap on how to create that, which that can be then generalized to other low resource locations. If you create something that is not generalizable in any way, you will not get funded. So you should demonstrate how this will be utilized in other ways. You have to demonstrate what the generalizability components are. And it doesn't have to be the same thing that you're doing, right? So I created an intervention for alcohol in Swahili. That's not generalizable to the United States unless you speak Swahili. But the method to do that was definitely generalizable. The methods to think through how to implement it were generalizable. The methods to organize the trainings were generalizable. And the human resource strategies that we use were generalizable. So as the investigator, it's your job to identify that for the reader, because especially as somebody who doesn't know your field, you have to teach me the generalizable components of it, and that's the science. Great question. Yes?
When I was initially writing my first Ames page draft, like I think a problem I had is like, you know, I've written papers. In what way is the Ames page different than writing like a publication? And,
Oh, 100%.
I think like where do people get it wrong the most? Because I noticed many ways in which I was getting it wrong.
Yeah. This is like very different. It is nowhere near a paper. Like throw out the idea of a paper, pull in the idea of a formula. Because with a paper, you are like interested, you can like talk a little bit about what you think and you feel. None of that here, none of that. This is a very rigid formula to be able to convey a specific science and the information to get that in somebody's head in one page. Like you don't have pontification space. You don't have what you can put in a paper. You don't have the space, which is like tons of space in a paper. This is very short, pointed sentences with specific ideas that get to specific components you need them to know. Do not assume anything. Make sure that you explain it, and it's built upon the step that comes prior. It is completely different writing, and I looked at those of you who have also written it. I cannot write it on the same time or the same day. It's a different part of my brain completely, because it's so succinct, scientifically formulated and written to fit into an algorithm that people can pick it off the page really well. So I won't write papers in the same day I write grants at all. Thoughts?
And there are parts in the grant, like in your approach section, that feel more traditional papery.
But not here.
Not here.
Not here.
Yep.
Yeah, I think like the problem that I had like in the introduction, like trying to summarize what is already known was hard. Yeah.
So the round tables that we'll do later, that's how you do it. So like the group, if I've read yours, I don't care about what's written. I want you to tell me, because you're probably going to tell me in fewer sentences with more specifics, and then have somebody audio tape you, and then you just write it down, right? This is why a lot of times physically going through this with somebody is going to be really helpful, because when you talk about it, you talk about it differently and better usually. And so telling people, teaching people, helping people through a specific Ames page will help the succinctness of your storyline and getting there quickly. Great question. Question in the back.
What you have is these I may have just read some of your names, but it seems like Ames 3
Mm-hmm.
dependent on A1 to be clear.
Yeah.
And I've been told many times to
Yes.
avoid doing that.
Yes,
But
yes.
really, really, really important.
Yes.
Yes.
How do you avoid, how do you indicate that the names are related without making it obviously one is better?
Yeah, great question. So the question is, how do you avoid having interdependent aims? The answer is, if you get something from an aim, anything, they're not interdependent. Meaning, if my aim 1 is just to expand things, it would make sense that my aim 2 is going to have a problem if I'm not able to finish aim 1. But I actually have enough things in aim 1 to be able to do this science. I'm just trying to improve it, right? I'm trying to get 10 things rather than 6 things, and I only need 6 things to do this well. But, with big numbers, more is always better, right? So that's essentially what I'm asking for, is more. Aim 2, I'm going to validate that this thing works, looking at it psychometrically. And then aim 3, I need to have the full thing together. But whatever it looks like, it's okay. So a lot of what I end up doing is in the beginning getting my preliminary data for my grant, creating the intervention, and then testing it. Those are interdependent in a way. Like I need to finish aim 1 to get to aim 2, but whatever comes out of aim 1, I can still do aim 2. If I find out this is the problem, it's one direction, or I find out that's a problem, it's another. If I find out qualitative information, it's going to change what I do in aim 2 either way, but I still can do aim 2. The thing that they want you to avoid is if aim 1 either fails, like it's a hypothesis, yes, no, and it fails, then you can't do aim 2. But if it's a yes, no, and you can do aim 2 either way, just make sure that you make that very explicit. So you have to write into your grants that reasoning and those steps to make sure you can go from one step to the other, to make sure that you've thought about the fact that they're not interdependent, aka completely dependent on the prior thing being a success and not a failure. Yes, Jeremy.
I just wanted to add something that I think we don't think about enough, which is, you should talk about the aims being interdependent, but what happens if your study doesn't work out?
Yep.
What happens if it's a negative, you're trying to find something and you found it didn't work? So I think it's very important, wherever it's appropriate, to write down what the results of a negative study will do, how that will add to our knowledge of whatever process you're looking at. And just to reiterate again what you said, which is never assume that reviewers understand it.
Yep.
Right? You have to assume that they don't know and you're going to show them.
Yep. Yep. Thank you. Great questions. Other questions? Oops. Okay, so I'm going to show you an example. This is, the last one was one we were going to review today. It has not been scored yet, so I have no idea what the score is. This, hopefully it's good and you guys give me feedback and I can improve it. This was my K to R transition. This was a clinical trial in Tanzania, which, don't ask, it's just finished. We lost some money during the transition to the new government. And essentially the components here are that, this was scored at it was scored A20, 2.0, and that was at the 4th percentile. The grant itself has 2 questions. There's no treatment for alcohol when I started. And so I wanted to be able to understand, is something effective? And if I put boosters onto this, is it going to be even more effective? So I started off with my payoff paragraph, which I don't really like this last sentence. This fills our gap. I think that's useless, but that's what I did. The second paragraph, I talk about the solution, which is the emergency department, how severe alcohol-related injuries are, and then what the WHO, Lancet, and Nature suggest we do, which is something, not nothing. I talk about my background in terms of creating the intervention, and then I talk about really what I want to do here in this solution, which is a clinical trial that's adaptive, that I can ask more than one question. So that's the innovation. That is the area that I wanted people to focus on, not the fact that it's in Tanzania, but that is why this is important to the science, because up until this point, NIAAA had not had a pragmatic, adaptive clinical trial. And so that was going to help me with the innovation points. I talk about long-term goal of let's get some alcohol treatment services. That's helpful. And then we were going to do this because this will answer 2 questions and rapidly implement and optimize and or improve the alcohol treatment services available. So as I said before, we're going to be the same methods for both of these, but the first question is understanding if my intervention works. The second question is if a booster makes it work even better, right? So these are really complex trial designs. I did not get into that because I didn't want the specific aims page to be overwhelmed about my pragmatic, adaptive clinical trial design. I want them to understand 2 simple questions. Does it work? And does a mobile health booster make it even better? I didn't even get into which mobile health booster makes it better, right? Because I needed to make it very simple to understand. Because there's enough complexity in all of the words that surround the basic ideas. And then this is the final payoff paragraph. Many of the reviewers, and I think it'll be even more important as reviews go to CSR, to the Center for Scientific Review, will need to be reminded of the Institute's priorities. And Institute itself publishes its priorities. So along the things that Jeremy was talking about of what we need to do, we also need to go to that specific institute, read what their priorities are for the next 5 years, and list them on your specific aims page so that you can say, I am responding to NIAAA who's asking for this science, asking for these methods, asking for this kind of implementation, asking for whatever they're asking for this week, okay? That work is going to be even more important as the review is no longer within the institutes, but is in the central sort of the scientific review centers. Because that means that all of us scientists might have even less of an idea of the specific institute's priorities, and or you might not even know about alcohol. You might be focusing on implementation science, and then I have to teach you about the alcohol importance, right, and all those things. So this is one of the things we do. We quote the RFA. So this RFA asked for this, or NIAAA asked for this, or whoever the funder is. You'll notice further up here, I mentioned WHO. I would write this very differently now. Long story. But it depends on who are the people who speak to your science in that area and what you're doing. And I even made choices to use NIAAA specific recommendations because they're my funder. Even though the WHO brief intervention is different from the NIAAA brief intervention, if I'm going to ask WHO for money, then I'll use theirs. But those decisions you have to make sure that are listed here. Does this make sense? Okay. The next and the last is this is my K award. So, dude, I was like really young. This was 2014 when I wrote this. This was a long time ago. And this was how I created the intervention in alcohol. What I wanted to do is really understand what is going on with alcohol in this setting. I'm not from Tanzania. I don't speak Swahili. I don't understand about their health system or health services. But I knew that 1 out of every 3 injury patients was drunk. Not just like had an alcohol use disorder, but like was drunk on arrival. And it takes 8 hours for them to get to me. So they were like really drunk. And so I needed to understand a little bit of the why and the how and the who to then be able to understand the thing. You will notice in this specific aims page, I start out using eyes because this is the focus of the grant, is you and the science. So you have to make an argument about what you're doing to be building yourself as a scientific presence and person and expertise in this field. And so you have to talk about your experiences slightly. So because of the ways that I deal with global health is that I don't do anything alone, right? I'm doing it with partners in some country. There will be some we's, but you have to focus on you for a majority of this, which is very, very uncomfortable. So pretend you're sitting outside of your body and writing about somebody else because it's just awkward. You have to teach about what you're proposing for a solution, even though you might not yet know that it is the solution, because you're still probably going to be developing something at this age or stage in your career. And then you will see that a lot of the similarities, because I learned to write when I wrote this K award, starting with a verb, define, develop, conduct, small focused sentences. Now, the difference with my K award is that I also had to have what I'm gonna learn and how it matched with that aim. And so specifically for the K award specific aims page, you'll see the areas that I highlighted are what I'm learning. Between my first submission of my K award and my second submission of the K award, the big thing they wanted me to change is that I didn't link what I was learning to what I was doing in the aims. That's all I changed, was I literally just put them together. And they were like, oh, that makes more sense, because then you are learning and then you are doing it, which is reinforcing that learning. That's what they looked for between the two. So focusing on a component of what is being done in that aim and what you're going to be learning is what I would suggest. Not all of it, but narrow it down to something that is reasonable and focused. And then at the end, focusing on you as well as the science, because they are more invested in you. The vast majority, so my K award was a K01, it was a 4-year award, because I've done this for a little bit before I got my award, and they argued that I didn't need 5 years. I should have fought back, but whatever. The $75,000 went to my salary, $25,000 went to the research. So 75% went to me in particular. So the vast majority of your funding will really be you, not the science, but the science will come from that and your time, right? And so you have to make that argument about why you're going to be leading this, why you are going to be able to be an expert in this field because of this work and moving forward with that. So sometimes this payoff paragraph looks much different than a regular research process. But what it also does is you want to make sure that you align what you're doing with the next steps. And so I knew already that after I put in this K award, I was going to put in an NIAAA focused trial. I knew like the next 10 years of what I was going to do and where it was going to go, a little bit enough to be able to describe it on the page. So slight forecasting there. Questions here? Yes.
You kind of mentioned it, right, but it sounds like you're writing your first grant and you are not known in the scientific community in any significant way. Your payoff is paragraphs probably a bit longer than if you are. Does that sound about right?
If you're not known, say it again.
So, for instance, if you're writing your first grant
Mm-hmm.
and you don't have that sort of pedigree of, I've already paid off the grants before. Do you think that that changes the way that you write your payoff paragraph?
It changes the way I write my specific aims page, but not my payoff paragraph. It would change in the way that I formulate the amount of feasibility work earlier up. I have done this, I have done this, I have demonstrated this, I have proof of concept this, I've done feasibility work in this, I've had small grants in this, even if I haven't, or I've published 6 papers on this and 3 abstracts on that. That feasibility and demonstration of a track record would be coming up earlier in the section, or my team has done these things, highlighting the team dynamic. But in the payoff paragraph, it's usually far more focused on the science is going to be doing this and the next steps of the science, because you want to show them your vision of where this is going to be going. And the feasibility would come back in the area of the solution. Your solution and why it's feasible goes in that second paragraph. Good question. Sure. I've covered the topics that I want to, so I'm open to questions, or we can go through like actual examples if you guys want to also.
Or we can transition as well.
Or we can go to small groups. Yes, question.
Sorry, can you just repeat that part again? So you were saying,
Yeah.
the question was like where to put the why I or my team good for this project.
Yes.
You were saying you put a couple of aims instead of.
Oh, I put it in the second paragraph. So the solution and the feasibility of the solution goes in this paragraph. I think your team is a feasibility argument, right? You can do this because of your team. that goes in the solution. Like we have this demonstrated record of success. We have proof of concept work. We have this preliminary stuff, et cetera, but I don't put it in the payoff paragraph. In the payoff paragraph, I focus on the solution, next steps of the science, or the payoff of the science to the community or the environment or the generalizability. And then with a K award, it would also be the I as part of that outcome. So in this step, this background is what you would be taking the place of, right? I developed this, I organized this, I created this. Our team did these things. This is the feasibility of making this solution work, demonstrating we have this long-term success, even if it's short-term. Other questions? Okay. So then I think the next step would be going into the small group sessions and going through some of these specific games ourselves, just to see if we can like identify areas of improvement.
All right. We're going to get started for our afternoon session. In case it wasn't clear from what some of our speakers said this morning, we're going to go over the same content 3 or 4 or 5 times. That's purposeful. Different people have different opinions on how to describe things. A lot of this makes sense when you think of all the different stuff we're going over. And so if you say, we've talked about how grants are scored already, that's true, and we're going to do it again. And after we do that, we're going to have the next 3 sessions focused on what happens when your grant is reviewed, what are people scoring it on. This is, I was talking to some folks over lunch, right? You can take the same grant and submit it to 4 or 5 study sections and have very different answers, right? If you submit a terrible grant 10 times, fine, you'll probably get a terrible answer 10 times, but you can take a really good grant and submit it 10 times, and you're just gonna get a reviewer who doesn't like it. Jeremy, what do you think? Really good grant goes to a study section, and half the time it still gets rejected?
I did about half the time, but it absolutely happens. People, yeah, it happens. Look, they rejected my first grant, and that was a brilliant grant.
So think about this as taking shots on goal, right? You want to write a good grant and then plan on submitting it a couple times. You may get really lucky right out of the gate, but how to make a grant that will give you a chance of getting funded, you have to know what's happening in the study section, which if you can do the early career reviewer program or participate in the SAEM grants committee where we review grants, this will give you the chance to see what it's like to read someone else's work and try to decipher it. And sometimes you'll say, that is a brilliant way to phrase this or to organize this content. And sometimes you'll say, I'm sure this person spent a bunch of time on this grant and I have absolutely no idea what it's about. And so both of those are ways to learn about how to write a better grant. Same disclosures as before. I do have funding from the AHA and the SAM Foundation. All right, so we're going to talk about what the study section process looks like. We're going to talk about who is involved in the study section, who the scientific review officers are and what they do, what the chair is and what they do. We'll talk about the streamlining process, aka triage, what the scored review criteria are, at least at the major funders. And then for the last couple slides, we'll pivot a little bit to talk about significance and innovation, which are kind of 2 of the key aspects that you want to think about as you're writing your grant. All right, so you spend hundreds of hours working on your grant, and it gets submitted to where? What's the name of the website? Anybody? So there's an NIH website where you submit all of your forms, and frankly, now that I've asked the question of the group, I can't think of it myself. What was that? Yes, ERA Commons. Thank you. Right? And it's not the most user-friendly website, and you're not sure if you've submitted everything correctly, and you hope that everybody at your institution's helped you dot your I's and cross your T's, and you click submit, and you take a big, deep breath, and perhaps you celebrate that you got it submitted with, only a certain number of hours or maybe even minutes left to go, and you take a breath, and then frankly, nothing happens for a very long time. Have any of you submitted a grant, and then 3 or 4 months pass, and someone says, hey, what was that last grant that you wrote on? And you're like, I think it was on this topic, but I could not tell you for the life of me what even one of my aims was. There's a little bit of love-hate where you're like, I'm done with it, it goes away. So what's happening in the black hole of grant writing, right? So what happens? All right, so the pre-review process happens. We'll talk about that. The initial critiques, which the study section members, 2 to 3 to 4 of them will review your grant. That determines whether or not it gets discussed at the full study section. You get a summary statement, and then if you're lucky, there's some final next steps, which we'll talk about just very briefly. All right, so what is the study section? All right, it's scientists. It's people who are sort of like you, right? They may have training like yours, they may have training different than yours, but they're all independent researchers who have been identified by your funder as being sufficiently qualified to review grants. Through the NIH, this is typically through the Center for Scientific Review, but it's typically somewhere in the 25 to 30 people range. Some people have been doing it a long time, some people are brand new. I'd say the first time I was on a study section, it was very eye-opening, both at how rigorous some people's critiques were and how kind of flimsy other people's critiques were, right? People are people. So the same spectrum that you see in your colleagues or in the general public, there's also that same spectrum of people in a study section. So, but when you submit your grant to that black hole, what happens? So one of the SROs who works at, again, if we're talking about the NIH, or an officer or employee at the funder that you submit it to, works on reviewing the application to see if it's complete, right? Did you leave out a critical document? Does it meet the required elements of the funding opportunity? Does the grant require you to use a certain method or assess a certain disease or to have certain other eligibility criteria? If you don't meet them, they will just say no, but in order to figure out whether or not each grant is eligible, they have to look through it, so they'll do that. If we're talking about the NIH or the NSF, I assume, although who knows what's happening with the National Science Foundation anymore, they'll send it to a study section. You can request, in the case of an NIH submission, that it goes to a specific study section most of the time. There are tools online where you can see where you think your grant which study section it would go to. Sometimes you may say, that's pretty good. That aligns well with the core content I'm going over or the methods I'm using. And sometimes it's not close at all. So I had a grant recently that the initial review using the online tool said it was going to go to some informatics work group, which was not what I wanted. And so being smart about who your audience is going to be is one step that you can do to help make sure that the reviewers review it at least somewhat favorably. And then they'll assign reviewers. And I think, as Jeremy said earlier, if your grant includes a particular methodological approach or a data set or some content area where the SRO feels like the study section may not have someone to comment scientifically on that element, they will try to recruit additional reviewers to review your grant. That takes a long time, and it will probably take an even longer time here going forward. So, but that's what's happening all behind the scenes. If you are assigned one of these reviews, you'll typically get materials about 6 weeks in advance. And your job is to read it and to score it. It's pretty straightforward. Those preliminary scores are preliminary, which is to say, they're meant to give the chair some sense of how this is going to be scored. If it went to the full panel, is this going to be a competitive grant? Is it worth spending time for the entire group to read and review this? So, what do these people actually do when you get a grant? So historically, there were these 5 scored review criteria. and I shouldn't say historically, there are still many funders, including the NIH, who will use these criteria. For R and U class awards, this has changed a bit, but we'll talk about that in a few minutes. So significance, innovation, approach, the investigator, and the environment. Some of these, I'd say, carry more weight than the rest. Doesn't mean that some of them aren't important, but most people spend the vast majority of their time on the top three here, in part because you can control those. You can describe how important this is. You can't really add more details about your training than you have training, right? You can't fluff up more details about you, but you can do a better job describing your training. So all these scores are like golf. Lower is better. If you can get a 1, get a 1. There's different ways to describe what gets you a 1 versus a 2 versus a 3 versus a 4, etc. But the short version is if something has high importance to the field and doesn't have a lot of weaknesses, it's going to score towards a 1. If it's very important and has some great strengths but also has some weaknesses, probably closer to the middle. Or if it doesn't have too many weaknesses but it's not that important or that strong, doesn't have that many novel strengths, probably closer to the middle. And if it's unimpressive and doesn't have a lot of strengths or novel applications, or you don't make a very compelling argument as to what impact this will have on the field, and it has a lot of weaknesses, you'll be closer to the higher end of the scale. I think Colin stepped out, but he's got a very nice summary of how he thinks of this, but I'll ask him when he comes back to tell the group. So a year ago, the simplified review framework was announced such that for R and U awards of the NIH, significance and innovation have now been condensed into an importance of the research section. The approach has been renamed rigor and feasibility, and then the investigator and the environment categories have been condensed into the expertise and resources section. One of the more challenging things to internalize, I think, when you're new to grant writing is how the scoring works. So in this case, the importance section and the rigor and feasibility section will both get scored. The expertise and resources section does not get scored, but it factors into your overall score. So where does that overall score come from? It frankly is sort of how you feel about the grant. When you say all these things put together, how do I feel like the overall grant lines up on this scale? I wish I could say that it was somehow more robust or rigorous than that. You may be in a section where you say, I'm really confident this grant is a 4. And you may say, I don't know, it's maybe a 3, maybe it's a 4. And part of that comes down to what the discussion is with the rest of the study section members. You may have not thought of something, you say, wow, that's a really great component that I just totally missed. And maybe I was hedging between a 3 and a 4, and I would say, yeah, it's a 3. Maybe it's even a 2. So again, I said earlier that the initial scores are preliminary. So once the actual review happens, you can change your score. So in the actual study section, right, so streamlining or triage happens where the chair reviews the preliminary scores and generally drops the higher scoring, which is the less well-reviewed applications. Can be half, can be 40%, kind of varies case by case. You then individually will go through each application that was not triaged, that was not streamlined. There is a very rigorous process of identifying before the study section who is conflicted, which is to say who has conflicts of interest with individual applications. And so before each application is reviewed, they make sure that if you, let's say, work at the same institution as somebody, that you are not present for that discussion. The group then reviews, and we'll go through in our mock study section here this afternoon what that looks like, but in general, there's most of the times 3 reviewers. The primary reviewer gets 5-ish, 7-ish minutes. They make sort of the most substantial commentary on the strengths and weaknesses of the grant. The secondary reviewer then gets a chance with some pretty clear instructions to not repeat what the principal reviewer said. Despite that, there's still a lot of repeating of what the principal reviewer said. But the idea is let's try to be as efficient with this process as we can. And then if there's a tertiary reviewer, they again get a few comments, but the secondary reviewer might get 3 or 4 minutes and the tertiary reviewer might get 1 or 2. Then the entire study section, so including people who have not reviewed the grant to that point, they have heard from the other reviewers, everyone votes. And those votes are within the range established by those 3 initial reviewers. So let's say reviewer 1 gives it a 3, and reviewer 2 gives it a 7, and reviewer 3 gives it a 5. You have a range from 3 to 7. You are asked, so the premise being, if those people know the grant the best, then your score should fall within that range. You don't have to, but if you're voting outside that range, you have to provide some sort of justification for it. So how those 3 reviewers review your grant matters a lot. If I've been in a study section where all 3 reviewers gave it a 1 or 2, or even all 1s, and my job's pretty easy. It sounds like a pretty stellar grant, right? And so you may say, how is that fair? How do those 3 reviewers dictate everyone else's scores? That's how it goes. Now, for instance, there have been grants I've seen where the 3 reviewers, as it turned out, were not necessarily as expert on that topic as somebody else in the room. And that person may say, hey, I know that data set really well, or I know that analytical method really well, and I don't think they're using it appropriately. In that case, some of the reviewers may say, hey, my initial score was a 4, but gosh, I didn't know that that data set had these profound limitations. I didn't appreciate that, so I'm going to move my score from a 4 to a 7. And so before everyone votes, there's a chance for those initial reviewers to actually modify their own scores. Questions on that? We will do it for you here later, just to be redundant, but that's what happens behind the scenes.
And it can also be their interpretation of the severity of the weakness. So you can be the same weakness, like we didn't include this kind of a person on the investigator team, and I see that that's a little weakness, but someone else is like, dude, if you don't have that person, that is a profound weakness. And so that weighing the weakness can also cause these very dramatic differences in the scores. And you can even have people who haven't read the grant determine that the weakness should give a 9, and they would be voting outside of the score, even if they weren't a primary reviewer. It happens.
And so part of writing a good grant is playing a good defense. You may say, I know that this data set or this method works. I really am confident in this. But you might also say, I am pretty certain that somebody who doesn't know this as well as me, or maybe there's a schism in this area and there's competing camps, and you say, there's going to be some person who says blah, blah, blah about this approach. Just acknowledge it. Say, this method has been shown to address XYZ complaints greater than this, they may still disagree with your justification, but I would say that most people say, well, they've acknowledged it as a limitation and they've defended it or justified it or have in fact brought up new literature. Oh, since the last submission, we did have pilot data showing that this does work better than expected, something like that. So again, you are trying to both describe as cleanly and succinctly as you can the strengths of your application and to anticipate what people less smart or less experienced than you on that topic may think of it on their first pass. Ultimately, everyone gets a score of some sort, which is to say being triaged is also a score, but you will all get a summary statement, which Dr. Brown went over earlier. Grants that get evaluated by the full committee, which is to say the ones that aren't triaged, end up going to advisory council review, which Dr. Brown talked about earlier. There's a thing called just-in-time procedures, which is to say if your grant is close to being funded, it's not a guarantee that it's going to be funded, but if they believe you're likely or have a high chance of going on to getting funded, there's an administrative step where they ask for a lot of last-minute data, some of which is administrative grant stuff, some of which is making sure you have IRB approval, let's say, and then there's a notice of award. Okay, I have a couple minutes left. So let's start talking. So for the next hour, we'll be talking about each of these scoring components. Again, this is meant to be an intro to this topic. We could talk about each one of these for an hour, but let's start with significance and innovation. In short, why is something significant? What is the problem? For the group I worked with earlier in the small groups, I think my main comment was, I need you to say why this matters. And I need you to make it clear to people who don't understand your science why it matters. It's really helpful if you're studying a disease that affects tens of millions of people, right? But that's not true of every disease, and that's not necessarily the bar you have to meet. If you're studying a relatively niche topic, but your proposal gets at a condition or a gap in treatments or something that affects 80% of the people with that disease, that is still significant to that group. I'd say what is less likely to be compelling in terms of significance is broad statements like diet is important for health, right? Well, sure, but you've not made a compelling argument that a specific element scientifically that you're studying is important. And frankly, as a reviewer, if you see something like that, you're like, that's just so broad. Yes, fine, I know diet's important, but you've not argued why your particular element of this is important. We'll get into more in that in a minute. Innovation. So how will you fix this? And specifically, what are you doing about this that is new or different? In theory, if every problem was solved easily, then it would already be answered, right? So innovation gets at what are you doing that is new or different, but more specifically, what are you doing that is new or different that allows us to answer a question that previously was unanswerable? What will allow you to succeed where others have failed? Right, so this is all sort of pretty foundational stuff, but the magnitude of the problem. I think Dr. Staten said earlier that numbers matter. Too many numbers is probably problematic, right? If you have 3 different numbers, each with a different date, and you have percentages behind them, that's a bit more cognitive work than you want. But saying it's a big problem and saying it affects 37 million people a year and has 50% mortality, that means something. Data on morbidity and mortality is obviously important. Data on costs may or may not be relevant. Some funders really don't want to think about the costs. Some really want to think about the costs. So tailor your harms statement to who is going to fund you, ideally. You want to get at some brief summary of the prior research on the topic and make it easy for reviewers to understand where is the gap. This is important, but what's important is not just that it's a disease that affects a lot of people, but it's important that we don't know how to treat XYZ complication. Or, I forget who it was, one of the people in my group earlier was working on a project related to opioids, and clearly we all know that opioid abuse and opioid-related overdose death is common. They were trying to get at, there was a group of patients in whom we are potentially not treating appropriately enough with naloxone, and so the significance is not just that opioid abuse and opioid overdose death is a problem, but the problem is that there's this population that we're not helping. And so significance is both what's the magnitude of disease, but also why is the group that you're focusing on important? Where is the gap for those people? Significance also has to do with the so what question. I think it was Dr. Miller this morning, or maybe it was you, Catherine, who said, like, if your project will lead to nothing, then who cares, right? And you can these two can get conflated a little bit because saying the magnitude of the problem is not the same as saying what is my project going to do. But part of significance is saying, like, if you fund this project, we will move things ahead in this way that will affect XYZ people, reduce mortality in this sort of way. You know, what's the impact? So then lastly, innovation is what's new or different. If you're using existing data, using existing methods, you say, I'm basically going to answer a question that's never been answered before. I suppose you could say that me asking this question is innovative, but ideally you'd like to say, I'm bringing something new or exciting. For many people, this is some version of AI or large language models or machine learning. It doesn't have to be that. You can say, I'm creating a data set on this topic that features X, Y, Z variables that will answer a question that has never been answered before because no one has created this data set. You might say, I am building a team with X, Y, Z skills and expertise that has not been built before. Something that about makes this new or different and allows you to overcome the weaknesses of prior research. Questions before we move on? We'll have more to talk about these other elements in a second, but significance and innovation. Any questions for the moment? And for other faculty, by all means, jump on in if you have other comments.
So I just have sorry for your question, I just have a comment about innovation. Innovation is a great area to be nice to your reviewer and to have
Yes.
cut and paste ready components. Meaning, don't give me a sentence, give me a bullet point that I can cut and paste into my review because I'm cognitively overloaded with the rest of your approach. So make it easy for me. So I pull things out of sentences, out of paragraphs. It breaks it up for your mind, and it makes it really easy for the reviewer to demonstrate and find where this innovation is.
For sure, you will hear reviewers verbatim say, this study will achieve X, Y, Z, which is why I think it has, justifies my score of a 2. Make their job easy. Question over in the corner.
Just to tie this to some of the previous lectures that we had, specifically yours on the format of the Ames page, this sounds like this should be the first and second paragraph, is that correct?
It's a great question. So, and I should have clarified this. In the Ames page is both a condensation of everything in your grant, and after the Ames page, there is an entire section on significance. There's an entire section on innovation. Significance is roughly a page and a half, 2 pages, depending on. Innovation is typically shorter and typically bulleted. But yes, you want to both allude to these things in the Ames to prove that it is significant and innovative, but also your interest. If you have a 1 or 2 sentence portion of your specific Ames that touches on these things briefly, you then have pages later to really hit it home.
And the organization of the structure of the significance is very different by science.
Yep.
And it's very different by writer. So when we put the grant up later, I'll happy to show you mine, the way that I do it. But it's very, very different. It depends on what you're trying to highlight. I would say that conceptually, there does need to be a paragraph on the gap. And conceptually, there should be a statement of the solution. But where that's put just depends on a myriad of factors.
All right, so now I'm going to invite the rest of the faculty up, and we're going to have sort of a panel discussion about the approach and the rigor and the significance sections, because I'd say, frankly, this is the area where there's oftentimes, competing views on how to best communicate this succinctly. This is meant to be a panel / Q&A, so please jump on in here. This is not meant to be just us lecturing at you. And I think Arun and Colin and Dr. Brown, if you've opted not to pursue other opportunities this afternoon, then I'm going to invite you to join us as well.
Has anyone written a rigor section? Okay, 1, 2. Let's start there.
Sure. Yeah, I'll grab one. Thanks.
Oh, I can stand.
Or are you standing?
Yeah, yes, for sure.
All right, so to your question earlier, right? So after you write the aims page, there's a significance section and an innovation section and approach section. So so the next scored element is, after significance and innovation, is your approach. And built into that is whether what you're proposing is rigorous and what's feasible. So I think my sort of opening question to the panel is sort of, what are the main elements you as a reviewer would look at when evaluating the approach section of a grant proposal?
That's the biggest question ever.
Well, how about, let's start with rigor.
Okay.
So how do reviewers evaluate the rigor, let's say, of prior research
Okay.
that is cited as a foundation for the proposed project?
Start going.
Oh, we're going down the road. I guess a big part of rigor for me is understanding what's out there already. So it isn't uncommon that I'm reviewing a grant and they propose something that has already been done or has already been reported, and they don't cite it, right? So that they're proposing it, it's not in their grant, and but yet it's out there. And to me, that's a huge issue. And that's not the only way to define rigor, but I think that's an important one with the respect to grants, is understanding what has been done, what is already out there, understanding the lay of the literature. I think there's other things as well. I mean, I'll let others speak, and then maybe if you want to talk about basic science rigor too, we can come back.
Yeah.
Do you, like, when you are the preliminary reviewer and you have a specific topic, do you conduct a short literature review to
Good question.
see, or like, is it just that you have experience in the topic?
That's a great question. Do you
Yeah,
want to
so
answer?
it depends, right? So if I'm reviewing something and I'm like, I think there's more here, I might go actually and do a review. But for some things, I hope that I have enough knowledge to be able to know the field, because otherwise it's overwhelming to be able to have to do a review every time you do a review, right? So sometimes I have identified, there's something more to this, there's something that they're missing, and then I've gone and found stuff. But a lot of times you'll see very explicitly in reviews like, hey, my paper wasn't cited in your grant. And they have identified it because they're really that much of an expert in what's happening. Yeah, which is why you want to be very inclusive in your literature review. The one thing I would suggest is your digestion of that information for me, the reviewer, is helpful. Because that means I now understand your interpretation. Because if you just say the data that's out there, that's great, but how are you interpreting it to get to where you want to go? So I would want it pre-digested by you, so you can bring me along that path to why this study is important.
I would also add to that be familiar with what you're citing. One of the pitfalls I've seen on some investigators is that they'll bring your attention as a reviewer to this study, and you're kind of like, well, that's interesting. Does that really fit into what's going on? And you'll go back, and as the reviewer, you'll look at that study, and you're like, wait, are they talking about the same study?
Yeah.
So know what you're citing inside and out, and why it drives to the next. I think most of the time as a reviewer, you see a whole when you're like, that doesn't really connect with what they're saying and what they say this paper said, and you go back and you look at the paper and you're like, oh, that's why. So make sure, especially if you call out something as a prior research that's critical for what you're building your approach on, be familiar with that work inside and out, because you're already bringing the reviewer's attention to it. Even if they don't do a full literature search, that's the one they're going to look at. So know that work inside and out.
Can I also add that, actually, so I work, my office is as part of NINDS, and NINDS, the Neurological Institute, actually has a Rigor Champions Prize that it awards to what they think is the most, as an example of the most rigorous, a study that they were reviewed that year. And it sounds sort of odd, because isn't that like the floor of a study? You come in with some rigorous data, but you would be I guess appalled is the right word, at how problematic prior data is, reproducibility of data. It's a whole separate thing that we can get into. So this isn't going to apply to everybody. If you're writing a global health grant, you're not going to be necessarily referring to animal studies. But if you are somehow referring to prior studies, you really have to make sure that the rigor is there, has this study been reproduced? Are you quoting it, but you're not quoting a study that found no difference? This is really scrutinized now. I think one of the criticisms of NIH in the past has been that too many studies didn't have that rigor in, and I think that's now a big step forward. Now, it doesn't mean that you always need to do animal studies. You may be aware of the fact that NIH is moving away, for example, from primate studies, support for primate studies as much as possible. And there are countless examples of very rigorous studies based on animal models that turned out to be completely useless in people. The progesterone in head trauma is a great example. Lots of studies, lots of different animal models, and everyone thought this was going to be a slam dunk, and it didn't work out. So the rigor part of your application is I would say now more than for many, many years is something that is really, really looked at.
And as a new investigator, it's probably all the more important that you demonstrate that rigor as you go through. Unfortunately, a lot of the holes I think Dr. Brown is pointing out here are some of the more senior investigators that just kind of breeze past that when they shouldn't. But it is definitely looked at very closely for all of the new investigators. So it's one of the most critical things as you're writing your proposal.
Again, as a wait.
Oh, I get
No, no, go ahead.
I kind of had a piggybacking question off that. So let's pretend that your grant is actually on a topic that has been researched, and maybe there's flaws in that research. I think like a really good example would be like TTM. Like what would be some strategies to differentiate what you want to do in a way that you wouldn't have to be an expert to understand those differences, sort of like to like the common person.
So my trial of my brief intervention failed miserably in the UK, and I was given money to do the same thing in a different country because I was able to demonstrate where it failed and demonstrate that my intervention won't have that fail because I identified where it failed. So it was my intervention plus a QI system that I put in place. And so because you have that rigor of the prior work and the benefit of knowing it failed in a different place and why, you have a stronger application, right? And so you just have to demonstrate what the gap was in that prior work.
And it can't require expertise. I think you said, how do you explain it in a way that you don't need to be an expert? And the answer is you
Yes.
do. You do need to explain it in a way that the reviewer does not need to be an expert.
Yep.
Yeah,
Let's be crystal clear.
Yep.
But let's be honest, you raised the question of TTM, right? There are
We should define TTM, target temperature management.
essentially right?
Cold people, got it.
Cooling patients.
Yeah.
Got it.
Right. So cooling patients after cardiac arrest, this is one example. So there are several studies that are completely conflicting in terms of it works, it kind of works, it doesn't work at all. It's just a question of making sure people don't spike fevers. I mean, and these are big, big studies. And yet, the NIH is funding, as many of you know, the ICECAP trial, which is jointly funded by the Neurological Institute and the Cardiac Institute. There's another example of which institute should fund it because it's an intervention of cardiac arrest. So that's a cardiac thing. But the outcome is neurological, so that's a neurological thing. So we did kind of a horse trading, and we gave them 20% of the budget, which is a lot, but that's what we did. Anyway, so now you have the ICECAP trial that is claiming that it can provide the definitive study to sort out, these questions. And we're really getting into the nitty-gritty, right? The details that relatively few people are going to know or even, care about. So it's okay to weigh in on a topic about which there is equipoise, or especially about which there's equipoise, but even controversy, or as we say in England, controversy. But you have to explain, and I think the ICECAP people did a very good job of this, of why their proposed trial is going to be the definitive one, will finally answer the question in a way that previous trials have not. And if you can answer that question, again, it's not going to apply to everybody, large randomized clinical trials, relatively few of us will actually take part in one of those as a PI, but they're a lot of fun. But yeah, that you can weigh in. You can weigh in. I think another thing that I like, this is advice that I give to people, and I don't know whether everyone's actually followed up on it, but my advice is, and you mentioned a little bit briefly, is point out your own weaknesses. Don't let, because the reviewers, they like to say, aha, I got you on this, da-da-da, right? So just, you know, I even suggest, and again, I don't know if anyone's ever done this, having a FAQ section on your thing. You are using this pain scale, but everybody else uses that pain scale. Why? One sentence, one question, one sentence. That way, what you're trying to do is you're trying to give the reviewer as little wiggle room as possible, right? If you ask you know that there are these controversies, so address them, put them out there, and hopefully the reviewer will then go, well, I did have these 3 questions, but you know, they've answered them all, and so that's pretty good. So that's another something that you can think about.
Yeah, I mean, I along those lines, I think a key part of the approach section is expected outcomes and alternative approaches, which should come at the end of each of your aims. And that's basically where I put that, Jeremy. I put in there, you know, so we're going to test these doses, but if we don't get the pharmacodynamic response that we want, we're going to use a different dose. We're going to go back and re-engineer our therapeutic, and then in this way and whatever. And that you're trying to preview exactly the weaknesses that are going to that could get brought up by the study section or individual reviewers.
And Dr. Statham talked earlier about having other people read your aims. Have other people read your approach section, particularly if they've not been involved in the development of it otherwise, and have them in the corporate world or the military world, have them red team it, which is to say, I am your opposing, I am your critical reviewer too. Tear this thing to pieces. Give me as much insight into where the weaknesses are, such that I can, in an anticipatory fashion, find weaknesses that other people think of and acknowledge them and address them. You want to talk about rigor in basic science?
No, it's okay. I think we should move on here. Okay.
Yeah, I had one point. I think, like, as senior investigator, I think we're covering a lot of points, but as a junior investigator, as somebody starting in, I think even something basic as methodology for the study, I think getting somebody to actually review the methodology, you might think something is really appropriate, but might not be appropriate, and the right rigor has not been done. So I think even having somebody review a biostatistician, like in our, we have acid reviews every study that goes out, having them to review and give their input will be really important. So now you don't have to make those changes later down the line. You want to do it right up front.
Question in the back?
Probably to what basics, but I'm trying to, in my mind, figure out which sections of the application go with which scoring criteria, and I don't know if there's overlap. For example, like the rigor section, rigor feasibility criteria, is that looked at both the innovation and the approach, or is it like strictly your approach to it, or you kind of explain science?
It's mostly approach.
Yeah. The approach you'll find is the area where most reviewers will ding you on. You have to be a pretty not experienced investigator, work at a place that's not very well respected, or things like that to kind of get knocks on any of the other areas. So you're going to win or lose your grant based on the approach, and that is where most of this is going for. Very few people will call you out on innovation. For the most part. I mean, they'll call you out on it, but they won't harm you in your overall score for the most part. You can have a very non-innovative approach, but if you're asking the right question and you have a good approach, it still stands a chance. But this is the area, this is the meat. You'll see that all the grants that I've had that were not discussed had like 1s and 2s for every other section except for the approach, which was like a 6. This is the area where you will either sink or swim.
I mean, on the flip side, Philip, I said to my group earlier that I never mind getting back a grant that has good significance, good innovation,
Yes.
and then a ding on the approach, right? Because that's fixable.
Yeah, it is.
If your grant, even if the aims are successful, it's not significant, then you kind of need to restart it.
All right.
I feel like as a study section member, we don't talk about a lot of those though, because
Yeah.
they just don't tend to make it out to discussion. But
Right. Poorly significant grants don't.
They don't move
get
on.
they don't move
Yeah.
on.
Yeah. All right, how do reviewers weight preliminary data as evidence of rigor and feasibility?
I'll start. I think this depends on your mechanism and your career stage. So all the reviewers have been all the way through the career stages that you guys are going through. So they know that if you're right at the beginning, that you're going to have a lot less preliminary data than somebody who's been doing this with their own group for 20 years. So I think it's held in a little bit of a different standard based on the investigator. That said, it has to be relevant to what you want to do. And sometimes that relevance is an NIH grant where pretty much most of the experiment has been done and shown in preliminary data. I don't know if this is the right way forward, but sometimes that's what you see. And you just have like the last couple of little bits to fill in with the specific aims. But more often we see this, especially at the SAEM Foundation, with there is maybe one experiment, but a very rigorous literature discussion of what's been done before, and that is completely appropriate. Sometimes it's completely appropriate to not have any preliminary data, as long as you have a very well discussed rigor of the prior research. So where has the field been? Where is it going? Why is my question the next one that needs to be asked and answered? So I think it depends completely on where you're at and what the mechanism is.
Yeah, I think that was a great answer. The only thing I'll add, Philip, is actually Catherine was talking about this in her talk about the sort of why us or why me section of your specific aims. And a lot of times when I'm with a mentee and I want to know what preliminary data we need, I go to that paragraph and I'm like, what would we like to have, right? We're proposing a study where we're going to look at, something, and like, how do we convince the reviewers that we're the ones to look at this? And that will tell you what the data are that you should have. Sometimes you want to have published that. Sometimes you don't. I mean, you won't have published it, and nothing you can do about it. But you just want to make sure that's then part of your preliminary data.
How do you view the push and pull of wanting to be feasible, but also having aims that are perhaps appropriately ambitious and not overly ambitious? If we start with, how do you show that something's feasible? If you've not done this before, which you shouldn't have done, otherwise you wouldn't be writing a grant, how can you show that this is feasible?
I think this is, okay, as somebody who just spoke to their PO on Friday about their grant, which was in the 16th percentile, which had a long discussion on feasibility. I think you run into this sometimes, and you don't know what the reviewers are going to think about feasibility, but it's a great opportunity for resubmission once you see where the reviewers are at. So I think you need to try to anticipate the problems that the reviewers might see about your feasibility and demonstrate as best you can that you have done before what you plan to do in larger scale. But that balance is hard because you're clearly asking for more money because you want to do it at a larger scale. And how can you show that you're able to scale that? It's difficult. And I think it's a balance, but don't shy away from it. That would be my only thing.
I would say it's a grantsmanship component, period. Like, because you have to describe so the reader understands that this is feasible. And so if you get an argument of feasibility, it's because you didn't describe something well enough so they have your perspective. You need to be able to describe in time or logistics or money or whatever it is, and they didn't get it well enough for you to be able to do it. But it's definitely something that would be easily fixed with grantmanship. So if that's the only thing you got,
And preliminary data is great for feasibility, if you have it.
And if you and publish it. Really, I can't say this enough. If you have something to publish, do so. Don't hold back. Don't say it's in manuscript. It counts for so much. Especially, by the way, in those preliminary discussions, if your project is more than $500,000 a year and you need to convince the institute to let you come in, even though they shouldn't be doing scientific review, that's kind of what they do. And if you have preliminary data that's published, it can really help you. I just wanted to come back about the specific aims and the numbers of them. I've seen many grants come back as sort of being criticized as being too ambitious. I don't think I've ever seen a grant that's come back as saying this is not ambitious enough. and there's really something to that. So even if you know that you can do more, you don't necessarily, you could still do the more bit, but don't pack it too much because the reviewers will say, well, there's no way this person can do all this. What was she thinking? But you really can. So just don't try and be too ambitious. Oh, well, it's the taxpayers' money, so I'm going to do lots and lots of things with it to get value. You may end up sort of not being able to do it. So try to keep things, and I don't know what the number is, but don't try and be too ambitious in your project, even if you think you can pull it off.
How about training grants or K awards and feasibility, right? This is meant to be a training grant. So how can you show that what you're proposing on a K award is feasible?
So this is really interesting, and we had a discussion at my table about doing degrees, advanced degrees on K awards, which I think is a huge no-no. Like, you don't need more letters. You need specific focused training components. So I have my K awardees knock it down to what are you doing down to the hour in all of the training components you need, and what are you doing and how does it relate to your aims, and having them literally lay out 5 years worth of time. Because if you can do that and lay it all out, regardless of what you've just written down, your reviewer is going to say it's obviously feasible because you were able to lay it all out. Whether it's true or not, or you do all of it or not, it's grantsmanship versus real life, but you have to be able to be accounting for each individual hour. And so the specifics are important in that situation to be able to demonstrate feasibility, but also thinking about your time, right? We also have to sleep at some point in our life, and then, you know, we have clinical work and all those things. And so making sure that you are accounting for it for the reviewer, so you're digesting it for them, is important.
Yeah, and the letters of support, I think, here are really important from your chairs, clearly stating that they're going to give you whatever it is that they should be giving you, so that you have the time to do this grant, specifically with the K Award. I think that really counts for a great deal. And the person you choose as your mentor, will she does she have the time, or is she, you know, so busy supervising so many other projects that there's no way that you can get. So you really need to be very specific, as you were saying. Every Tuesday morning from 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. I will meet with my mentee, and we will go over it. And that's a commitment on paper, and things like that will really help solidify the reality of doing the grant.
You know, Brendan, I was just going to say that to me, I think, and maybe this confuses some other people in the room, because there's kind of two types of feasibility questions, right? There is the like, can you do this? Can this group do this? And we're going to talk about that quite a bit in the sort of biosketch and institution and environment talk that's coming next, right? Because most of the time those things are about you don't have a letter of support, you haven't enlisted someone on your team that's necessary, you know, you're proposing to do a clinical trial at a single site, but you've never published that. There's no evidence that you can enroll anyone at your site. Those kind of things are feasibility, and so that this group can't do this. And then there's the feasibility of like, no one can do this, right? You know, we were talking about at my table, like if someone was asking about interdependent aims, and if aim 1 is like, we're going to develop a biomarker that's going to predict, you know, neurologic outcome in cardiac arrest patients, like a blood-based biomarker, and then in aim 2, we're going to use that blood-based biomarker. And you're like, whoa, like no one's ever been able to do aim 1, so you're not going to be able to do that either on your K award, right? So I think those are more what Jeremy was getting at with just over-ambitious grants, right?
Yeah. I'm not the most experienced grant writer in the room by any means, but I would say that the thing that has surprised me the most as I've gone through my own learning is how much I thought I needed to aspire to do in my first grants versus what I try to do now, and how every grant is like one little tiny step, right? And making that step not be, you know, giant, having it be tangible and bite-sized and feasible. There was a question in the back.
I wanted to ask a question about preliminary data. If you guys don't mind kind of going back to that.
Sure.
I've kind of thought about a few different grants that I guess would be like an R21, kind of a pilot sort of thing. But publishing, a case series first, and I know that obviously needs to be done. I don't think there's any question about publishing first. But sometimes the thought I have is like, well, I've done this on somewhere between like 5 and 10 patients, but the impact has been pretty significant. Is this single case series enough that the NIH would want to, or a foundation or whoever, would want to fund this? And also, I guess the second part of that question is that a discussion to have with the program officer?
I think it is a discussion, but I think it's really very, very case dependent. What is it that you did, and how significant was it? Look, the reason you're doing the clinical trial is because you don't know the answer, right? So there is a leap of faith somewhere, but the leap of faith has to be based on something. So if you have a case series, and case series are very important. They're not a clinical trial, but they start us thinking about an approach. I'd say you should absolutely publish it and point out that this is a case series, and we need, larger studies to figure out if we're onto something here. That's fine.
I mean, just think about where were we a couple years ago with vitamin C and thiamine and steroids for sepsis, and it was a case series. And you can look at that whole thing and say, oh, that was just such a waste. But actually, I think the system worked quite well. Yeah. It was a case series. It looked amazing. It would be hugely impactful. NIH funded the clinical trial. It failed, and we don't do it. So, I mean, the system worked.
I would just add that your question underlies a little bit of the NIH system of the R21 mechanism doesn't require preliminary data. I would say that's always a bad approach to take as you select what mechanism you want to do. You always should select the mechanism based on how long it's going to take and how much money you need. That is the way to select a mechanism, not based on I don't need preliminary data. The reason why is R21s are actually reviewed just as rigorously as the R01s, and their funding line is usually even higher, a bar to hit. So the chances that you're going to get that compared to actually just doing a full grant, if that's what it requires, like a full R01 grant, are low. So I would not try to go after a mechanism just because it does not prima facie require any preliminary data. Granted, there are certain times that's a good thing to do. Like if you really have an idea that's cool and it has a basis in literature, but there's no data out there, but it's such a cool idea, you want to explore it more and get some money to get some preliminary studies on that. That's kind of the R21 mechanism there. But don't choose it just based on the fact that it doesn't require preliminary data.
And again, I want to belabor this, not every institute uses every mechanism,
yes.
Right? So don't think, R21, and I'm going to go to this institute and use it. You may end up with a letter from CSR saying, sorry, non-responsive, this institute doesn't use this particular mechanism. So just keep bearing that in mind, please.
That's a great way to use foundation funding or institutional funding. Like, you acknowledge that I don't have pilot data, but I think there's a compelling question, or there's a very limited number of patients or case series or something. Like, not every grant has the same bar or the same expectations. And so there are, build your application based on what you think you need. Because, hey, I want to do a pilot study to gather some pilot data for a larger, every grant wants you to say, I'm going to take what I learned here and make it something bigger. There's a lot of mechanisms that are designed to help you take that step to apply for more funding.
Well, and that's also a quality measure for many of the foundations. How many of their grants go on to give NIH federal funding? So.
Yes. Oh, sorry. Go first, and then we'll go.
Okay. I know that you mentioned earlier that the investigator portion isn't necessarily scored that reflects the overall impact. I hate to be so concrete, but could you describe what you feel like is an adequate publication record and just forward for perhaps going towards that K and then transitioning from the K to
This young man will discuss it in about 5 minutes. In our investigator section.
Okay.
That's a great question. Yes.
So similarly, I think it's also going to feed into the next section too, my question. But when I'm writing these, I sometimes try to figure out the feasibility part, because I think we're still in the rigor section, right? Feasibility is under rigor.
Yep.
So if we're going to say this is the feasibility, and we're going to be talking about how prior research, preliminary data, and why you or your team is great for this, and then you also have that biosketch that you're supposed to also be demonstrating that you are the person in all the biosketches. This is the culminating place these individuals can. So how do you balance that? And so that might be a question for when we actually get into the investigator one, but I do find that it's rather than just duplicating, because I know I can do that, how do I pick what should go into one, what should go into the
Again, I think
duplicate.
You're talking about which two sections? The
reviewers-
biosketch and the.
And the science.
And the science.
And the science.
Oh, God.
trying to give that evidence of if this can be feasible because of the team as well as the project, but because of the team or the individual. So trying to decide between what you plop into the actual application under rigor and what you put in the bios.
If the team is critical to complete the work, which it almost always is, and outlining how those critical parts fit together is important to do in multiple locations. I always have everybody that puts together biosketches for my grant write a single 3-sentence section of this is my role in this grant in their biosketch. But then I also summarize it in I say this is the team that we're having. We've got this bioinformaticist who specializes in this. We've got this person coming in to do these clinical things, to kind of outline for the reviewer. The reviewer is going to forget how well integrated your team is if you don't hit them over the head with it multiple times. In the approach.
In the
somewhere.
approach somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. So with the changing of the scoring components, I have shortened the amount of information on my team in the approach, but it is always still there. But I show the interweavedness of the team, who is doing what and how they relate to each other. And I take all of the sentences about our expertise and put that in the biosketch area. But if it is critical to the function of the study, it will remain in that team section in the beginning. I put it in the beginning of my approach.
And as a reviewer, you find sometimes the hardest part of figuring out the environment and the team component is figuring out what everybody is doing. Why is this person listed as a co-investigator? If the PI writes it out for you there, it's so much easier. And then it either perfectly makes sense or it raises what holes you might see. So.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about that in a second, but I put it everywhere. Every opportunity I have to put it in there. You'll see.
One more question as we get the next talk ready. Let's flip, and rather than saying best practices, what are things to avoid? So common pitfalls, either regarding experimental design or methodology. What are the things that you want people to not do?
Yeah, some difficult questions. There's there's a lot of answers to that.
So I can speak from my implementation science perspective. We love our frameworks, as I've said earlier today. If you do not have a framework, a thought process, a conceptual diagram, an organized thought method, a way you're going to make this rigorous from the beginning on, you've missed the boat. It's kind of like qualitative research. Everyone says it's not research. It sometimes is the most rigorous because we're demonstrating this reproducibility. And so if you don't put that up front to demonstrate you've thought about how to make this reproducible, even the most sometimes challenging and qualitative components of it, then you're totally missing the boat. So co-design processes, I write out specifically what the day or logistics will look like so they understand that this is a reproducible process that has rigor within the science, which is very different from our basic science approaches, which come from that rigorous background. But I'll describe that as well as, because I do the global health component, how we make this open, reproducible science in terms of making things available and ensuring that these processes are equitable and accessible for a global audience.
I'm just going to say mentor, 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 right? Just make sure your mentors read your approach, your research plan, your whole grant. Everything.
All the things.
Everything.
And the other thing is like literature changes day to day and time to time. Make sure that what you're putting out there is the present literature. Because you might have written something 6 months ago and might have changed in the last 6 months. So.
A pitfall that I sometimes see as a reviewer is, and this probably goes down to mentorship more than anything, is you'll see an approach section that has a written out technique that clearly the PI has never done, and they have holes in that because they don't know. So if there is a technique that has to be in your grant and it's something you're not familiar with it, either work with somebody to write that who has done the technique, or just make sure somebody reads it and rereads it and rereads it so that you know it's in line with how that works.
All right, if you have more questions on approach, we will tackle them at 4:30. Otherwise, we're going to transition now to investigator and environment.
All right, thank you.
So, your laser
That works. That's fine. All right, guys, I'm going to just get rolling because we got a bunch to talk about. So, investigator and environment. This used to be demystifying the NIH biosketch. It's still largely that, but obviously the NIH has changed the ground underneath us. So I'm the co-founder of this new company. It's my disclosure. Okay, so we have 3 objectives today. It's pretty straightforward. First of all, investigator and environment. What's that? And expertise and resources. what does it mean that we've reorganized the review criteria? Then we will talk about the biosketch, or AKA the investigator score. And we're going to talk about both the format as it exists and the format as it will soon be. And then how and why the biosketch can help or hurt you. And finally, we'll talk briefly about the environment score and how it's judged and what you can do about it. Okay, so first and foremost, I think, have we talked about this already today? That the NIH has revised their scoring criteria. There were 5. It's been that way since I began reviewing grants a million years ago. And now they're going to be 3. So you can see over here, and we talk about these, and I apologize if I continue to talk about significance, investigator, innovation, approach, and environment, when now it's going to be these 3 things over here. So my take on this, though, is what does it all mean? And I think it's probably not going to mean that much for the time being, right? Those of us that are reviewing grants have reviewed grants for a long time, and so it's going to be, we're still going to be thinking in the same framework. And honestly, those 3 criteria are very similar to the 5 criteria. It's just somewhat simplified. The other thing that's important to remember is that your overall score for a grant, which is what matters, has never been the average of the different things. So it's not like you get I think Philip was talking about, it's not like you get a 1 on investigator and a 1 on significance and a 1 on innovation and a 1 on environment and then a 6 on approach, and then you average those together. No, you get triaged. So that's how that works. So don't worry too much about whether there's 5 criteria or 3. I think it's really going to be the same for the time being. Okay, so with that in mind, let's talk about the NIH biosketch and the investigator score. So remember, and again, yes, I apologize that this is out of date, but really these are the 5 criteria that matter. So we're going to talk about this one here today. And here's the rubric. I think it is actually useful at some point in your free time to go and look at the NIH rubric for these things and really ask yourself, what does significance mean to the NIH? What does innovation mean to the NIH? And so what does investigator mean, right? Is or are the investigators well suited to this project? Do they have the appropriate experience and training? And do they have complementary and integrated expertise? And do they have the appropriate organization? And these are really the 3 things that you have to get across to the study section and to the individual reviewers. Biosketches are the main thing that this is judged on. Although, as we were talking about, it can go everywhere, and it should go everywhere in your grant. Your grant should be one big synchronized thing. And I can tell you, and I tell this to my mentees over and over again, the best way is to have total control over every document. Okay? So you want all the biosketches because you want them all to be synchronized. And if you just ask if Brandon's on my grant and I say, oh, just send me your biosketch, and I never look at it, problem, right? Because he might send me the wrong biosketch, or it might not be synchronized with the rest of the grant. All right, so appropriate experience and training. So we're just going to go down these 3 things and better define them. Do you have the necessary people on board? Or I'm making this declarative, have the necessary people on board, right? If your proposal is going to hinge upon a particular methodology, so in my world, if you're doing an animal study, right, make sure that you've got someone on your team that has expertise with that animal model, right, has published on it, has shown that it can be done. Same thing for qualitative work, machine learning, even subject areas that I've got up here, geriatrics, health services, global health, etc. You must have an expert on board for every key thing that you're going to propose to do. And biosketches are a great way of showing that your team has the necessary expertise and that the experts have invested in your proposal, which is not always the case. And so, of course, reviewers are looking for that. If the team was thrown together at the last minute in sort of a slapdash fashion, we're looking for that because we know that it's going to predict whether your grant's successful or not. So we'll talk about later how we're going to show this. One key thing, and I think a really important tip, and I already sort of alluded to it, is get people to provide their biosketch to you early and use that opportunity to create a connection with them. And it's not a bad time to say, hey, here are my specific aims. Would you mind looking over them, right? So get them to read your grant at the moment that you're asking for their biosketch. Oh yeah, do it early, right? Do it early. Make it clear who's on the team and who's doing what. So Philip sort of mentioned this. I'm the same way. I have control over all the personal statements. Doesn't mean that I write them necessarily, although often I do. I write everybody's personal statement that's on the grant. but I certainly ask permission to edit them, and then I put in a key section describing what the person's contribution is going to be and how they're integrated into the team. Grant reviewers in general, I'm very optimistic about grant reviewers. I think some of the, I generally feel like my reviews come back with great feedback, and they do identify weaknesses. The people that are reviewing your grants sometimes can seem cruel, but they're very good at science, and they're very good at dissecting where your project might fall through. They generally want to believe that you're going to complete the aims, but they're looking for potential weaknesses. So they need to see that the team is legitimately invested, right? And that everybody has the time and the effort necessary to do the work that you say you're going to do. Okay, I think I've beaten that over the head. One key thing here is, it perhaps doesn't apply to every grant, but there's certainly grants where it's important to clarify governance and organization. That is one of the things from the NIH rubric, and sometimes you need to clarify that. Like for example, this is a grant that I wrote that was pretty complicated because there was me, and then there was my partner, and then there was somebody that was really the expert in the animal model we're doing over here at the University of Michigan, but then there was this whole thing at Walter Reed Army Institute, and so we sort of had to clarify how is the governance going to happen here. That's, the DoD often asks for that, but there are other grants where it's relevant. We're writing an R01 right now where the corresponding PI is going to be in Massachusetts, but the grant is largely going to be executed in Michigan. So almost the entire grant is a subcontract. So, and that's just because she's the right person to lead the project, but Michigan is the right place to do the project for some specific reasons. And so we have a very similar chart with sort of 3 columns indicating who exactly is going to be in charge of what. That can be really useful for complex grants for the reviewers to understand. Okay, I just briefly want to mention this idea of the common forms biosketch that's coming. I initially planned to have more on this, but it has been delayed. So initially, as of May 25th, meaning this cycle, we were all going to have different biosketches. That has been postponed, so we'll just stick with the standard biosketch. With that said, you should probably get your hands on one of these SAEM biosketches at some point. It's very similar, but there are some key changes. And if people want to know about this, I have a SAEM biosketch, and because I thought I was going to need it for this cycle, and I can help with that offline. All right, so then let's instead look at the SF424. This is the standard biosketch that we've had for years, and look at just get into the nitty-gritty of its individual sections. So section 1 is really kind of boilerplate. It's education and training. Just borrow somebody's and fill in your own information. This is mine. It's got my name, my ERA Commons. Oh, I'm no longer an assistant professor, so this is, I guess, out of date now. But then, your education and what you did at each of these places. I mean, I don't even really look at this that often, but it needs to be there. This, which is right below all that education stuff, is the most important part, and that's the personal statement. And that's because it needs to be tailored to each grant application. And remember before on my slides when I was saying I'm going to specify where you're going to do this, that, and the other thing? It's all going to basically be in this personal statement, right? This is where you're going to synchronize it. You're going to clarify who's going to do what on the team. And like I said, I get them all, and I ask permission to change them, and I do rewrite them. Or I rewrite key parts of it. It's your opportunity to show who on the team has the expertise. So if there's a statistician and you have some important statistical work that needs to be done, you highlight that. If you have somebody that you're bringing in because they know how to do EFIC, right, emergency informed consent, you're going to have that, you're going to highlight that in their biosketch, right? If you have someone that knows how to do qualitative work, right, or mixed methods work, and that's a key part of your grant, you're going to highlight that in their best biosketch. I think Philip actually already alluded to it. My contribution to this grant is going to be A, B, or C. And it's an opportunity to show that people are invested. When somebody takes the time to write the personal statements and have them synchronized, that makes it seem like the team is indeed a team. Okay, so it's okay to write this. A lot of times I have mentees that will say, how do I write this? Because we so rarely write in first person, right, in science. But this is the place where you are going to write in first person. You're going to talk about, I did this. I really think a lot of times, especially for career development grants or early grants, it's okay to talk a little bit about your path, how, especially if you had an atypical path, right? I was an MD, and then I did my residency, and then I worked for a while in the community, and then I came back and decided to do a basic science PhD. It can look like, what is going on with this guy? So it's my opportunity to explain why I did what I did, why my path has led me to where I am. With that said, brevity is key. So don't write it past one page. I mean, I got a biosketch from I had a Canadian collaborator, past tense. No more Canadian collaborators. But I had a Canadian collaborator, he sent me his biosketch, it was 3 pages. His personal statement was 3 pages long, and I'm like, I'm gonna edit this a little bit if that's okay. Delete. So stay on the front page if at all possible. Tailor it to the type of projects. There's often instructions, specific things they want you to say about what, why requirements for a grant. Make sure you include those things. Use stock phrases, totally fine to do that. Or if the PO says, make sure you put this in your personal statement, your biosketch, well, obviously, make sure to put it in there. So I'll give you some examples. These aren't things that I've written, but these are things that I think are very reasonable. In summary, I have a demonstrated record of accomplished and productive research projects in an area of high relevance for our aging population, and my expertise and experience have prepared me to lead the proposed project. This can sound pompous as hell, right? But this is okay. It's okay to be tooting your own horn here. Do not, as I was saying at my group before, this is not the time for imposter syndrome. Right? Put yourself out there. Talk about why you are accomplished, why you are an expert in this area, why you are meant to do this research. I have the expertise, leadership, training, and motivation necessary to successfully carry out the proposed research project. I have published several studies of blah, 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 and led the analyses and published blah, 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 etc., which is the role I will take as a co-investigator in this study. Okay? I think these are all excellent, and yeah.
Can you go back a second?
Yeah.
So as someone who knows some of the literature when it talks about gender components, we know that letters of intent definitely have different gendered components to them, or letters of recommendation. The same happens in your personal statements. So it is very likely that people of different genders will have different strength to their statements in these personal statements. What do I do about it? I give all of the personal statements to both genders, so everybody edits other people's, so that we balance this out, because it can be very apparent that some people will write a lot stronger about somebody else than themselves. So think really innovatively about what we know in this literature about the impact of gender on our writing.
Yeah, and get a cross-gender mentor to give you their biosketch and be like, oh, maybe I should put some of this in there. Yeah, I have borrowed lots of phrases from other people in my personal statement. Okay, so here are some examples, and I have like 1,000 personal statements. This is probably a little too small to see, but there's a lot of stuff. My laboratory designs and evolves, drugs, blah, blah, blah. But actually what I want to sort of highlight is this problem at the bottom, right? So that, sorry, not problem, this part at the bottom. Our laboratories work together closely and seamlessly on this technology. I'm talking about this partner with which I have essentially merged my lab. We have like 6 co-supervised students. And so it can be a little strange when reviewers are looking at it like, well, whose lab is this, right? Is this Tessier or this is Greinader? So we'll put this in there. Our laboratories work closely together and seamlessly on this technology. My role in the current project will be to continue to supervise the work, including planning experience, reviewing experimental results, co-advising students, fellow staff, and ultimately applying for intellectual property. So I'm not saying that's the best written phrase, actually, to be honest, a little wordy. But the point is that it is getting the job done of clarifying so that there's no questions at all about the fact that we are a unified team, right? This is not, I'm putting this out there and Dr. Tessier doesn't even know about this grant. And I'm communicating that I'm invested in this project and I haven't just been thrown in here at the last second, right? So if I'm a co-investigator here and that's put on there, it's clear that I'm excited about doing this work and I'm invested. Here are some really bad ones. And as we were talking before, it's easy to come up with bad examples. But believe it or not, I see this every year reviewing grants. Every year there's one, at least, and sometimes more, where you get a personal statement that's for the wrong grant, right? So it says, my role in this R1 proposal will be to support Haywood Jabuzoff in his efforts to do this and that, but it turns out this isn't a grant for Haywood Jabuzoff. This is another mentee, and that is disaster, right? Why? Because it just communicates that this person isn't invested at all. And it could be as simple as is that, they got their biosketch from their mentor and they never read the personal statement, and maybe their mentor really is invested, and that's a shame. Every time I zorch someone over this, I do think that, but then I think, well, next time they won't make that mistake, right? So please don't make that mistake the first time. All right, so here's another one. This is a grant. This is an example from last year because this is clearly a diversity supplement of a grant, which is now we've lost. But I think that there's some, again, it's very small, but what this can just demonstrate how different this is. It's actually a very related project to the last one. We were talking about delivery of nucleic acids inside cells in the brain and whatever, but it has nothing about that. It's all about, I have a strong track record of mentorship of trainees. I'm currently supervising all these other PhD candidates. I've worked to foster a diverse and inclusive environment in my laboratory. I'm particularly invested in mentoring Hispanic and Latinx students, et cetera. And then down here, my specific role will be to teach and supervise Juan in these various experimental techniques for measuring blah, 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 right? So what's the message you're trying to send? I've mentored people, I have training experience, I'm committed to this guy, I'm going to do what he needs, and I'm invested in mentoring people from underrepresented ethnic groups in science. Oh, yes.
Is there a risk, do you run the risk of overselling your mentor so that it looks like they don't have time to mentor you?
Maybe I'm not understanding. So you're...
Like you're putting on all these, the jobs that they do, their expertise, their training, and it makes them look so important and so busy that they can't actually do the work that you're committing them to. Is that a risk?
I don't know. I mean, if I see someone that's very accomplished and has done a lot, and then they have strong statements in there about how they're committed to the mentee, and how they're going to do A, B, and C for the mentee, that's just better, right?
But they can, I've actually been told that I'm doing too many things, too many grants to run a grant successfully. I don't understand that. That's not their job, right? But the statements that he has at the bottom, specifying his role, he's the only one responsible for his time, so he would be the right person to say he can spend that time. So that's what goes back to what we were saying earlier. The specificity of the amount of time, the time that we're dedicating, I think overweighs the risk.
Okay, so what comes after this? So we've talked a lot about that personal statement. Right after the personal statement, you have the chance to show relevant funding. I think there was a question earlier about how many grants do you have to have, how many publications do you have to get a grant? And the answer is nothing. You don't have to have anything. We've definitely approved at SAMF, at EMF, lots of grants where the person's never done research at all. Why? Don't they need that to prove that they can do it? No. If they have, trusted mentors that are saying, I think this person can do it, and their plan is feasible, then I think that's fine, right? Does it help? Yes. Is there occasional reviewer that will stick up their hand and say, I did notice that there's no publications on this person's biosketch? But usually, the next thing that happens, if it's a good grant, is somebody else sticks up their hand and said, yeah, but look, this person has trained 55, graduate students. They're saying this investigator is going to be, is going to be able to get this work done. This is an F31 or this is a SAMF investigator grant. Like, we should fund this person. So those comments are almost immediately struck down. And we all take actually training about specifically that. So you have to watch videos before you get to be an NIH reviewer, and it's about not having bias towards, how much has the group done already or the person done already. Yeah. Relying on the mentors? I mean, I think it's everything. I think having a compelling story, there's definitely situations where, I remember recently reviewing a grant where it was someone who was like, look, I did my residency and then I had a family and I've spent 10 years as a pediatric emergency physician being a pit doc, seeing patients, and now I'm developing an academic career and I've reached out to this mentor, and then the mentor, clearly they had a good relationship with them, they supported them. We funded that grant that was a positive for that grant. That's a compelling story. That's exactly the type of person we want to fund, right? So I don't think that you have any requirements. I think you just want a story that you want to present a case where people want to support your career.
I would say a strong letter of support too, and that mental is also.
Oh, right, okay. All right, we got to move on. Okay, recent publications. I will mention this. Someone was asking before if you're in your why me statement in the specific aims, and there, we previously reported A, B, or C. Where do you reference that? That should be your key citation number 1 here. That should be the first thing on your biosketch so people see that. Okay. Yeah.
Just for publications, is it more important to include something that you were a large contributor of that maybe isn't super relevant to the grant, or something that's more relevant to the grant that you published?
Number 1 should be something that's relevant to the grant, and probably number 2 and probably number 3. If you want number 4 to be an NIH clinical trial that you were the 36th out of 72 authors, that's fine, because it's still an NIH clinical trial you participated in, but don't make it number 1. That should be down the list.
I guess what if you're like a lead author on something that was less relevant? I guess to show more.
Shows you could bring something.
Show you could bring something.
Yes, I see what you're saying.
Would that be more important?
Yeah, I mean, having first author publications, it does mean that you've published something as the principal author. All right, positions and honors. Most of us rarely look at this. If we're looking through it, it's because we want to know if they have expertise. And there's some do's and don'ts that I believe. Do add your present position. Do include pertinent memberships, pertinent things you've done. Don't have on there the chess tournament that you won when you're 8, right? That's not relevant. You don't need to list all your fellowships. Those go in the training table. Contributions to science, again, look at somebody else's, but it's infrequent that I read this as a reviewer, and if I am reading, it's because I'm looking for expertise. So I want to get through these take-home points, and then if I can go 3 minutes over, I'm going to talk about the environment. So use the biosketch to help you build your team. Ask for biosketches early, and then get your team members to read at least your specific aims, if not your grant. Tailor and synchronize every personal statement, the most important. And avoid critical errors like the wrong personal statement. All right, last thing, the environment score. Okay, so this is the last one. Here's the rubric. Will the scientific environment in which the work will be done contribute to the probability of success? Are the institutional support, equipment, and physical resources there? And will the project benefit from the unique features of the place where it's being done, or the population on which it's being done, or the collaborative arrangements that these investigators have established? So where does this go? Well, there is a resources environment document. So that's very helpful. It's about the physical resources and institutional support. So it's not just about what equipment you have, it's about what else you've got. You want to make it only the things that are applicable to your project. It doesn't have to be within just your department. Certainly it can be outside your department. So at the University of Michigan, for example, it's within family practice. We have a core facility for qualitative research. Super useful. And if you don't have any experience doing qualitative research, but you can say, I'm going to work with these people, that can be super valuable. Same thing with other types of core facilities for those doing basic science research, et cetera. Also unique training, mentorship opportunities, especially for career development awards. Often this starts with some boilerplate, so I'm going to show you mine. The University of Michigan, it's one of the world's leading institutions, blah, blah, blah. This is all, somebody else wrote this. But pretty quickly, I get into the specifics, right? Again, this is me again showing the team. So this is another place where I'm showing we're all going to work together. I'm trying to help the reviewers understand the relationship between the different people. So we've got Dr. Wajvoda. We worked together for 5 years. Our offices were next to each other. That's why an osteoclast researcher and an emergency physician seems like an odd couple. They are working together. And then we've brought in this other person who's super famous, who's going to do this vascular biology, et cetera. So again, reinforcing the team. Okay, I'm going to skip through this. A lot of it for my stuff is all about animal facilities, the fact that I can do radioactive work in animal facilities. Some of it is more boilerplate about how we've been approved by the USDA and ULAM, et cetera. In other grants, though, it might be different things. Resources, as I mentioned, for qualitative research, statistics, clinical trials, et cetera. Common pitfalls, don't mention something that you need for your grant. We've already kind of beat this to death. Having no statistical expertise or resources, proposing an interventional trial in cardiac arrest, and then no one's done EFIC before. proposing a single site clinical trial, you have no track record of enrollment. And I think this might be the most important. I think it applies to just a few people, but every year I highly score grants that come from places that are not well known for their research. A community site that happens to have a residency, someone that happens to be at some institution where they're not, where they don't have the benefit of a University of Michigan or University of Pennsylvania or Jefferson. There's a lot that you can do to make sure. Actually, the first thing I want to say is if you know how to do something already, if you have the ability to do it, make sure you communicate that. You don't have to go over the top and say we're the greatest ever, but you do want to make it clear that you're able to do stuff. If you aren't able to do stuff, then make sure to partner outside your department or institution and be creative. I mean, I got an 8 on my environment score for my K award the first time. It's the only reason the grant wasn't funded, and it was because my department didn't sign a letter of support for my grant. So that was a killer, right? and my clinical department. And so what did I do? I went to the institution across town, and I said, look, I would have gotten this grant, except I got this environment score of 8. And they were like, wow, great. Do you want a job? And I said, yes, they're great. And then I got an environment score of 2, and the grant got funded. So be creative. All right, questions? Sorry, I went over. That was a bit of a whirlwind. Yes? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think you have to think about, you have to put yourself in the mind of a skeptical reviewer. The reviewer is going to be thinking, why can Dr. Shaw not get this done? Like, what pitfalls is she going to encounter, right? And if you can counter those, like Jeremy was saying, if you can anticipate those weaknesses and say, yes, I know I'm working at this community place and they don't know how to handle research, but I'm in a partner with the local academic site or the place I already was, or I have experience already doing this, or I'm maintaining a relationship with this former mentor. And yes, they're long distance, but we're going to meet every week, these times, for this period of time. And we've published 5 articles together already. People are going to believe you. They want to believe you. They just want to find the things that are going to cause your project to suffer. Great question. All right. Thank you, guys.
Okay, that was a busy morning. I think I'm the last today.
Before afternoon break. Yes.
Before the break, yeah. So I'm Arun Kumar, and I think I'm the odd fish out here. So I'm the only one without an NIH grant, and I'm in an NIH and in a grant workshop. The idea is because I'm thinking outside NIH, and I think that's what Brandon wants me to talk about, is thinking outside NIH. And with what's going on right now, I think it's an environment where you need to start thinking outside NIH. NIH is the gold standard, but there are many other opportunities out there. And as you know, the 15% chance that you will get successful with NIH. So 85% of you will be doing something else. I don't want you all to stop doing research. You all need to continue doing research. So you all need to know how to get there. So, okay, so no disclosures. I have none. And the learning objectives basically, most of you all should know this now. What is the NIH landscape? But a little bit of what's going on right now in the US. And then identify major alternative funding sources and apply effective approaches to foundation. I think in my department, I'm called the foundation guru. So anyone wants to apply for a foundation, they come to me because I've done it so many times. So you have to create a way in which you're going to approach that. And again, utilizing grant databases. Again, that's an art, okay? And hopefully you have, in your department, you have somebody who can help you with that. Because I'll show you the resources that are out there. I think there was somebody in the morning who asked, like, how do you know what is out there? And I think it's a challenge getting known. Like NIH it's all there in black and white, but if you look outside, you need to have a resource that, and so there are other resources that help you with that. So I'm going to share that. Okay. So why do you think you need to look outside NIH? Again, obviously because what's going on right now is it's a reason to look outside. But even before that, I think it's very competitive. And I think we're trying to, y'all are the cream of who's going to apply. And I think there's like you will be just one person of the people applying. So there's a lot of people who are applying for NIH grants. And again, you want to have a risk, in risk management, you want to have a diversity. So all of y'all who have done only NIH, I think is a really bad time for y'all. So we know, but that's why you should always have diversification of your portfolio. And again, complementary funding project for different project types. I think like my focus is global health. And as Catherine knows, she had to move a global health application to a local application for this environment. So again, you need to know what's your complementary funding source. And usually these are less competitive. Not that they're not competitive, they're also competitive. Don't get me wrong, they're also competitive, and they have like like around 15 to 30% success rate, a little better than NIH, but they're still competitive. Again, they're a little bit more flexible in implementation. NIH is pretty rigid with the way implementation goes, but foundations are a little bit less. So again, so this is the policy changes that happen. If you look at the map out here, it doesn't show the arrow. You can see those with a bright red is who have taken a $2.5 million hit. You can see how much hit has been taken by the country in general. You can see all over. So now you have limited. If you're applying for NIH, you have limited resources and you have heightened competition. So you have to think outside, and you need to come for a strategic approach to maintain your funding. Again, a lot of departments are shutting down because of this. But again, everybody's thinking outside about DOD, VA, anybody who is willing to provide you grants, which are federal, people are looking into. Again, if you look at the diagram down there, you can see 65% of funding for research was coming from federal. And then you have the others which were doing the 35%. And again, there are not too many out there. So you're basically now, if you lose out on the 65, you have to figure out how to capitalize on the 35 you have out there. Again, finding funding is going to be the key right now if you are doing research. So again, this is key to maintaining funding, and it's really important. You need to start there are different approaches that you can take. Through this presentation, I think it's more of an approach. How do you approach funding right now? I think you cannot be just have this idea in mind and go behind NIH, and it's not going to work. You have to have a portfolio that is much broader than that. Again, you need to, if you have a funding already, you need to start planning for your next funding in the second year of your project. Otherwise, by the time your funding runs out, NIH pulls it out, whatever happens, you'll be without any funding, you'll lose a lot of resources in your department. Again, maintain multiple applications. I think that's another key. Don't do only one project. Even if you have one idea, you should have multiple grants going in, because you can have multiple grants with a similar idea. Again, staggered applications. I think that these are key things that you need to start planning as you move. Don't put all your applications together. You can stagger them so that the applications get approved in a different manner. And what's your publication strategy? I think that's really important. I think Jeremy said publish, publish, publish. I think that's really important. I think when you're not applying for grants, you should be publishing. You have a team who's working on publications. I think the scientific organization knows about you only through the publications out there. So really important that your research productivity is visible, and then leverage it as much as possible. If other folks are doing some study which is relevant to yours, tell them to cite your publication. Get your publication out there to be reviewed. Again, build a track record. I think that's again with any research, build a track record. So again, I'm going to talk about the diversified portfolios. You can see out here, it's not that there is not money outside. There's a lot of money. Gates Foundation, nearly $1.5 billion. They put in research grants out there. Rockefeller Foundation is a huge amount. So you can see that, I don't want to go through that list, but there is a lot of money out there in foundations. Just knowing how to tap into that. Okay, and they have different funding cycles, and so it's a little bit more easier than NIH, who's got a rigid cycle. Again, faster decisions and fewer restrictions for preliminary data. I think people are asking about preliminary data for foundation. Is definitely they don't have that many restrictions. I have 3 foundations grants in the first year when I was applying, and all of them had no preliminary data. Okay, so it's basically figuring out who is thinking about the idea that you're thinking about, like which organization. So Blue Cross Blue Shield, really low hanging fruit out there. Anything to do with patient outcomes, PICORI grant, anything like Blue Cross Blue Shield, they'll be there to take it out. Depends on how well you write it. But with the training that you're getting today, you should be able to get those grants, because this training is all that you need to be able to secure those grants. Okay, so again, if you're global health, then Gates Foundation, and then there's Chan Zuckerberg, Global Health, Wellcome Trust for biomedical. Again, the reason I put it out there is, like, depending on what your area is, you need to figure out who your foundation is, and then go behind them. Ideally, the same approach that you take for NIH should be approach for foundation. Figure out who the project manager is. Start talking to them, build a relationship with them. Okay, so and on your topic of interest, build a relationship with them, and it go a long way. I do a lot of industry research also. So I know Novartis, Pfizer program managers by their phones. I give them a call and tell them, this is my idea, what do you think? They take it up the ladder. So build a relationship. I think that's really important. Okay, there are other state and regional funding also out there. So again, I'm not going to go through, so you can see out here, and I'm going to share all the slides, so you don't have to take pictures. The slides should be there with you guys. So you have cancer-related research in the States, and then you have biomedical research, and then Michigan Health Foundation, if you're from Michigan, I think that's a big funder. I think annually they have more than $4 or $5 million that they give out for Michigan Foundation. So I think there is a lot of resources. Again, local, your hospital foundation, your community health foundation, your state university. So I'm from a state university, and most of the faculty themselves don't know what is out there. There's actually a lot of grants, intramural grants that are available. You just need to know your local point person and reach out to them with an idea and see whether they're. I remember, like, we had the Achieve Greater grant, which Joe Miller was talking about, and he got his mentee to apply. So we have nearly $2 million every year, and $1 million doesn't get used up, just because people don't know about it. So I'm sure there are grants out there that can be reached out to. Okay, so again, pharmaceutical and biotech research agreements, you can have clinical trial, technology development, public-private consortia. I think, again, opportunities are there. You just need to know how to reach out to them. Sometimes as a scientific community, you're pretty close-minded. We don't look outside. We think that's the bad people. You don't want to go there. I think you want to focus on true research. I think, but you need to realize that there is a fine line out there. As long as you're aware of what the fine line is, I think you should be fine. Again, navigating industry relationship, again, that's a skill. You don't want to bend backwards to allow them to do what they want. You need to be stern in your relationship with them, and usually they abide by that. Again, it's a negotiation table. You need to figure out how to agree with the publication. Again, publication agreement is a huge thing. Sometimes they come in with an idea, and you get no publication out of it. Okay, you need to be really careful when you sign those agreements. You need to tell them when, like, a pharmaceutical company comes and tells, we got this great product, we want to run it in your institute. The first thing, like I tell our sub PIs or co-Is or PIs who are in the study is, when you're in the negotiation, you need to talk to the main PI and tell them that if you're going to do this study, I need to be on the publication that comes out, or you don't get the study. So initially it might be a little bit difficult, but then once you've done a few studies with the pharmaceutical industry, you can actually say that. And they usually tell it, it's fine, they will. And these are all that builds you up towards your own NIH grant. So these are all built. These are all, obviously you're not going to do randomly any pharmacy. You want to do something which is aligned with what you want to do, but it actually builds you up towards an NIH. And I keep NIH as a gold standard, but it depends on how you want to look at it. Again, institutional policies, make sure there's conflict of interest management. You need to know how to play the game so that they don't play you. Okay, and then there are international funders out there. Again, this is for the global health part of it, those interested in global health. So there's WHO is there, Human Frontier Science Program, European Commission, and then UK Medical Research. Again, there are a lot in Europe, not as much in the US, and now almost impossible to get a global health grant in the US. So I think you have to start looking outside, and there are a lot of grantees out there. So now, I don't know whether you guys know this, actually after USAID pulled out, China USAID is opened up. So China is putting the funding into a lot of the global health grants. Not that it's a bad thing, but I think it's somewhere, if you're interested in global health, you can get approved by it. So the internal grant funding mechanism, I don't think we shared this picture, but this picture basically shows your track, your roadmap to funding. You can see out here when you start, it's usually the intramural grants. Your internal grants is what is going to support you. So again, like how much I tell you, it's really important to reach out to your department to figure out what internal grants out there. There's usually some seed grants in universities that will help you. Again, pilot project, there's core facility subsidies and specialized equipment funds. I think things that are there that people don't reach out to. The other approach is collaborative approach. So when you're doing research, you sort of think about your research. You don't look outside as who else is doing research in your area of interest. I think that's a really good way to get your feedback, is try to figure out who else is doing a similar research and reach out to them and say that I have my population who would be a great fit. Like, so we have 85% African American population, and I've reached out to studies which are related to mine and the PIs and told them I have this great population, let's do a collaborative study. And most likely the person will say yes, because his study will be much more effective with a population of mine. And so I think this is it really helps. Even for grant application, if you have a multi-centered, multidisciplinary submission, it goes a long way than just a single submission. Again, center grants, program projects, I'm not going to go. Then there is supplementary funding. That's another way you can have equipment supplements. So different ways of which that you can build on to a grant. And then again, you can be a consultant. That's another way of building a portfolio. You can be an industry service consultant. You can be a technical consultant, and NIH contracts. You can help with consulting with that. Okay, there are two approaches that I have out here. I think one is a portfolio approach. So what we've been talking is more for building a portfolio. Again, so you have a high risk, high reward, stable funding, and then you have federal and industry support, and then there's a continuous pipeline. So that's the portfolio approach. And then there's a sequential application, which I also talked a little bit about, is multi-year funding, anticipating renewal challenges, and then planning for growth and sustainability and staggering submission. Again, I talked about both, but again, they're two different approaches, but I think both of them are equally important. Okay, I'm going to talk a little bit in the next couple of slides about how do you find your funders. So I think this is more matching projects to funders, straightforward, building relationships. We talked about that, but I want to talk about this. So for those of you all who don't have this, I think this is really important. So talking about how to figure out what grants out there. So the different websites out there, and this was an eye-opener. Like in my department, 5 years ago at Wayne State University, we had a big lecture on how to approach, because we were getting there were no more grants that we thought a lot of the PIs could apply to. So there's Grant Forward. It's an AI-powered search engine, which basically goes through all the grants that are out there and then tries to fit your portfolio with the grants that are out there and the application cycle. There's Spin and there's Pivot RP. So we are doing Pivot, but Grant Forward is I think if your department does not have, it's a department subscription. So make sure that your department hears about it, and actually department goes a long way. I have no disclosure. So it's basically keyword and discipline specific searches. It'll actually email alerts to you when new opportunity comes out. So if you put in the details of what you want to work on, I'm just thinking of one of the participants. So I think there was somebody in my table who wanted to do a K23 grant, and he had like 4 or 5, and he was doing physical therapy. So 4 or 5 points. Just put all those points in Grant Forward. Put what your resume is, what your CV is, what your collaborators are, and basically it does an AI search and pulls out what are the applicable grants for you. And actually, it's really impressive, the list of grants that come out. And it might be that they're something that you might not be, but if you look into it, there will be something that fits what you wanted. Again, this is not replacing, but this is some ways of approaching grants, which is outside NIH. Again, it sort of creates deadline capabilities for you, and then gives you a funding trend analysis. It shows that which organization is funding and whether the funding is going up or it's going down with the global trends. Again, basically you need to check with your office whether they have the subscription, and then they have training sessions. I think every couple of months they have training sessions. So attend these training sessions. So when you attend these training sessions, actually they come to know more about you. and they actually help you more. I think you can try to grant forward by yourself, but it's not an easy interface to navigate yourself. So I think attending them, letting them know about you, and then having a relationship with them helps you with that. And then again, try to do multiple searches, try to do pivot with grant, and I think that really help you. So I want to end with this slide. I think this was a study which was done by Paul Moreau et al. And it basically gives you a quick like bird's eye view on where we are with funding and actually what actually get approved. So you can see in the left the percentage of the funding. You can see that which type of funder do you would like writing grants for. You can see like people actually they like writing grants for private funders. Very few of them actually like writing federal grants. Only 8%, I said, I can read clear. 9% can get it. And you can see out here in federal, the percentage of people who got funded was only 12%, and private got funded 56%. So it's much more easier to apply for foundation than private and than federal, and it's actually much more lucrative applying for foundation than NIH. But the advantage of NIH is the amount of money that's there in NIH was huge, but now that's no longer there. So you got to think outside now to get good grants. Thank you. Any questions? Yes. Yes. Yeah, so, yeah, a great question. I think, who's the program, like, if you want to approach like a heart failure study with Novartis, okay, so who's your program manager? So usually, you reach out to Novartis on the website, you go to the website, and then there will be a contact person. You reach out to the contact person and tell them that you're interested in that. You don't have to give a specific information to that person, but then they will connect you with the person who's actually the manager. So he'll be the project manager for that region. So every region has a project manager. So that regional project manager will reach out to you, and then you can send them your project. So again, pharmaceutical companies are less likely to take you seriously. Foundations are. So if you have a study like that and reach out to Ford Foundation, or reach out to a foundation which has got, obviously you go to the website and figure out the match with what you're trying to look for, then you should reach out to the project manager and reach out to and go accordingly.
Good?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
All right, we're going to go ahead and get started with our study section here today. Just a reminder that this is a closed study section, so nothing said leaves the room. You can't, we're going to get rid of all the conflicts of interest that we have. We're not really here because I don't know if anybody is here from Dr. Stanton's institution, but we're going to be reviewing Dr. Stanton's grant. And I would say, for reality purposes, we will say that this is confidential to this room just because this is her work. She will be submitting it. We don't want to talk about it to somebody who might be a competitor. The other parts of this is that once the conflicts for the grant that we'd be discussing have left the room, then we would go through and we would start by getting preliminary scores from the 3 reviewers. And we have 3 reviewers here today who I hope have looked at the grant.
3.
All right, good. All right. And we're going to go ahead and start by getting our preliminary scores. So, Colin, you're the primary reviewer on this grant?
Yep. 3.
3? Give us some controversy, Brandon. What was your score?
Yeah, I'll say a 5.
A 5, okay.
I really want to say a 3, but let's suspend things for a minute and say I said 5.
Sounds good. All right, you can go ahead and get started then, Colin.
Okay, this is an interesting grant from a team of a social psychologist and data scientist, Dr. Visosi, I hope I'm saying that properly, and a very accomplished ED health systems researcher.
Sorry, can we put up the AIMS page on the thing just so we can, oh, perfect. For the rest of the study section members out there so they can do their brief look while we're talking. Apologies, go ahead.
No problem. So yes, ED health system researcher, Dr. Staten, and the focus is alcohol use disorder and developing or addressing what they perceive as an unmet need in screening tools for this very prevalent disorder, which, as they point out, affects approximately 30 million people in the US, of which only about 10% or less than 10% actually receive any treatment. Their argument is basically that the current tools that we have to screen for AUD are based on how much and how often you drink alcohol and the consequences of alcohol use, but they don't capture the neuropsychological components of the disease or in any way phenotype patients in ways that could potentially inform treatment pathways. So they propose to address this by developing the AUBPT. This is the Alcohol Use Behavior Phenotyping Test. It is essentially a series of games or behavior tasks that are going to be administered or would be administered in the emergency department via a digital health platform. Essentially sounds like on an iPad. Those games, I mean, thankfully they give an example, because I think one of the challenges I had with this grant is its use of terminology. You know, there's terms like transdiagnostic multidimensional comprehensive screener that are just a little bit, that are very dense. But they do give some examples which are helpful. One of those examples of a game or a behavioral task is offering either a sum of money now or a larger sum of money at a later time, and having the patient choose between those two options. So fairly standard task. Another one, they don't explicitly say they're going to use, but it's the balloon analog risk task. So it's sort of a standard task of risk-taking behavior where you're asked to inflate a balloon and you get money each time you inflate it, but at some point obviously you might pop the balloon. And so those are the type of tasks. They've already chosen several. Then these are all based on the 6 domains of this thing called the RDOC, which is the Research Domain Criteria from the National Advisory Mental Health Council Work Group on Tasks and Measures. So this project is proposing first to expand those 3 tasks and games to now a larger number that are going to include all of the domains of the RDOC. So AIM-1 is essentially a mixed method study in which they're going to do that. They're going to have different cycles of design that are going to be informed by, they say, informed by human-centered design and also by CIFR, so standard implementation framework. And they're going to use presumably experts, but also key stakeholders. And it's a little vague who they mean by that, but those stakeholders, they give an N of 10, are going to be given the tasks and are going to provide qualitative feedback. It's going to be done in both English and Spanish. And then their answers, they're not only going to get that qualitative data, they're going to get quantitative data using a couple of well-validated scales like the intervention appropriateness measure, the acceptability of intervention measure, and the feasibility of intervention measures. So that's AIM-1, essentially. And then in AIM-2, having developed the full AUBPT, they're now going to test its psychometric properties, and they're going to recruit a convenience sample of 1,000 patients from the emergency department. They do give a justification of their sample size, and they say that they estimate that about 140 of those 1,000 patients are actually going to be alcohol use disorder patients. So that's good. And they do give a reasonable plan for data management and analysis, including assessing the validity of the test, the responsiveness of the test, and identifying its optimal cutoff point using Youden's index on a receiver operator curve. And then in AIM-3, they're going to apply, or they're going to develop, I should say, both supervised and unsupervised machine learning models based on the data that they collected in AIM-2. So, a supervised machine learning model where you basically train the model on both inputs and desired outputs. They're going to basically train this model to match the audit score. So to basically predict the audit score. And then they're going to do an unsupervised machine learning model to try to pull out these neuropsychiatric phenotypes they talk about in the background of the grant. So that's basically the summary of what they're going to do. In terms of my overall score of 3, I mean, I think there's a lot of strengths to the grant. This is clearly a big problem, alcohol use disorder. They're very compelling in their description of that. I gave significance a 2 because if they were successful in their specific aims, they would have developed a novel open source tool that could be used for AUD screening and would be able to do this thing, this phenotyping thing that existing scores couldn't do. So I felt that was highly significant. It's certainly innovative. I don't think there's anything out there that's been doing this or applying some of these innovative methods like unsupervised and supervised machine learning models. I think my weaknesses were mostly in the approach, and they're sort of just in 2 areas. I think it's a relatively small sample size. At the end of the day, they only have 140, they're only expecting to have 140 AUD patients. And whereas I think they could train a supervised machine learning model to model the audit score, I'm not sure that's really what they want, right? That's just giving you, again, the scale that we already have. So really the desire here is to be able to do the unsupervised machine learning to get these phenotypes, and I think that's the weakest part of the grant. I really felt that aim was vague, and it's not really clear what they're going to do, and so I question how realistic that is, and for that reason, I gave the approach a 4. Obviously, the investigators are very strong. I gave them a 2, and the environment is, well, we didn't have much information about the environment, but I'm going to assume that the environment is extremely strong, so I gave them a 1. Okay.
Great, thank you for that overview. Go ahead. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Okay, so perfect. So I'm just going to give a quick overview of the, I think we got a great overview from Colin at putting another overview, so I'm not going to dwell too much into the overview, but I just want to talk a little bit of the overall impact. I think it's a R21 application, develop, validate the AUBT, and it's a gamified digital assessment tool. Again, it has substantial merit differently in addressing the limitations of current AUD screening tools, which rely heavily on self-report and fail to capture the diverse neuropsychological mechanism of alcohol use. I think that's what the PI is trying to show out here. Again, it's an interdisciplinary team, combines expertise in data sciences, psychometry, clinical alcohol intervention research, which is actually really good. Like you have people with expertise. While the investigators have developed a proof of concept with 3 behavioral tasks, this proposal aims to expand the tool to cover all RDOC domains, and it establishes psychometric properties and translates findings into clinical use. So again, all good things with the idea and the concept. This, but I think I'm going to talk about each aspect. So I did do it in the old way with the 5 points, 5 scales. And but then I went back and I redid the scores for Dr. Staten, and I think even though this could reduce stigma by using a gamified and a self-reporting, it could have a self-reporting bias. I think in this study, there's concerns regarding the feasibility of developing and validating multiple new tasks within the 2-year time frame. I think these are new ideas that are going to be generated, and I think I think that's a concern. And then translation of the identified phenotypes to actionable clinical pathways need further development. I think that's a big part. I think Colin also alluded to that. I think that's going to be key to a project like this, is how do you take it from the phenotype to actual clinical outcomes. Again, despite limitations, if successful, exploratory project could substantially advance personalized approach to AUD screening intervention, making it appropriate for R21. So I did give it a score of 3 eventually, but and the significance is where the score was high. It was a 2 for significance. There is some weaknesses that I thought in significance of the study too. I think the pathway from improved phenotype to better treatment outcomes is not fully elaborated. I think I keep repeating on this, because when I read this down, I think that really strikes out. Like, what is the pathway for this? There's limited discussion on how the tool would be implemented without busy clinical workflows, particularly in resource-constrained settings. I think it's not really clarified on how that's going to be done, and does not sufficiently address how the identified phenotypes would map to existing treatment modalities. I think once that's identified, then what goes. So I think those are three big issues that I got with just the significance part of it. But still, I think the importance is good enough to give Dr. Staten a score of 2. And the ones which are not scored were the investigators and the importance, I think, right? And the environment. Those were not scored. And I think there were not much weaknesses in the two of them. So I'll just elaborate the weaknesses that I got in the investigator section. And in the investigator section, the weakness that I felt was there was limited information on team members' specific experience with behavioral task development based on neuropsychological constructs, like exactly what each team member was doing in that part of it, I thought was missing. And the qualification of the programming team who will develop the digital platform are not fully described. And I think that sort of was a gap when you look at who's put in this project. I think you named it, but you didn't go.
Just to clarify for the audience, we did not have access to biosketches here.
So unclear division of responsibilities among co-investigators and staff for the machine learning and clinical translation components. I think breaking it up into how. But I think overall, the investigator was really strong with Dr. Wisocki and Dr. Staten, who have had multiple projects done in the past and really makes this application strong. But I think the other aspects pull down the team of investigators a little bit. I'm just going to talk a little bit about the rigor and feasibility. I think I scored it a 5, and I think there were issues out there which I thought were pulling down this application. I think there was insufficient detail on how the behavioral tasks will specifically map to RDOC domains and constructs. The 2-year time frame, as I said, was I felt validating new tools and implementing them was too short. And potential challenges in recruiting participants, given the stigma and access barriers, I think that's going to be huge. I think like how that's going to be overcome, I think needs to be. And I already spoke about translating identified phenotypes to clinical recommendation. It lacks specificity out here. Again, there's going to be some potential technical challenges in implementing machine learning models in clinical settings that are not clearly identified out here. I think that's something that you might want to work in. The co-design procedure with only 10 stakeholders does not capture diversity, but I think we don't look into that anymore nowadays. So again, environment, not scored, but good strengths and limited weaknesses. There's limited discussion of software development resources and creating and maintaining digital platforms and integrating with your health system, and how there's a long sustainable plan for the tool after development. And one thing that I realized, like, I know it's being done in North Carolina, and 8% of North Carolina is Spanish speaking. And I think that's not been addressed out here, like how this study is going to be done in a 8% Spanish speaking population, whether they're going to be translated or not. And I think, overall, I'm giving it a 3. I think it's a good application. I think with some changes, I think it could definitely come down to a 2.
Great. Dr. Mon?
I gave this application an overall score of a 5. I'll not repeat what my colleague said, but in short, I gave it a significance of a 2, innovation of a 5, approach 5, investigator 1, environment 1. The one contribution I have is that this sounds like an extremely innovative application, uses a lot of very dense terminology that sounds quite impressive. I think as someone without a lot of experience in this particular area, it's not clear to me from the application how these methods are actually innovative or different. They use a lot of terminology which I think comes across as being kind of flashy. I would have enjoyed seeing a more discrete contrast between current methods and approaches and what is proposed by this application. I think that would have helped me understand more clearly how the investigators plan on having an innovative and novel approach compared to conventional approaches.
Great, thanks. I'll open it up to questions on this application. I'll start mostly because I think we performed as a study review section because none of us really understand a lot of these really cool methods. So of one that we kind of understand and that Colin pointed out, I'll ask Colin. You mentioned that the small sample size of 140 individuals with alcohol use disorder might really limit the unsupervised approach, which would be the biggest, most impactful part of this. Can you clarify, like, what sort of sample size do you think would be needed roughly to make that a useful approach? Do you have any idea? Or
So you're just further pointing out.
are they close? Or you know something about it? Right?
Yeah. I don't have an estimate, but I would say that 140 sounds rather small to me to pull out. Think about. I think this is essentially a machine learning version of like a latent class analysis, right? And I think those numbers are very small for that type of analysis. So while I don't know really what unsupervised machine learning can do, that it's the job of the app. I can only go based on what's in the application, and there's very little. There's like one paragraph about the unsupervised machine learning, and it's pretty vague. So I would say that they don't adequately convince me that that they're going to be able to complete that part. And as you pointed out, I think that's the most significant and impactful part. So to take that out lowers my enthusiasm for the grant. I also think, Arun, you made a really good point about the significance, which I hadn't appreciated before, which is that there isn't a great, even if they could do the phenotypes, right? That doesn't mean that they're going to get to clinical effect. I mean, I think we have to judge that a little bit in the context of an R21, where our deliverable is we're going to get, if it's successful, we get this tool that then could go into a larger grant, multi-center grant, try to answer that question of the connection between phenotypes and clinical significance. But I do see that, and I think that's going to lower my significance score a little bit, my overall score a little bit.
But also just to point out that next step should be made clear by the grant writer too.
Yeah,
So
absolutely. I kind of disagree with you, Dr. Mon, about the innovation, though. I mean, I think that I don't find anything in the literature about that this is not how the audit score was developed. I think the machine learning approach here and even more than the machine learning, to be honest, that's the innovative approach. That's the innovative technique. But just the idea of trying to define phenotypes in alcohol use disorder is pretty innovative pretty novel and pretty innovative. So I push back a little bit on that.
And there was something else you said, Dr. Fern, that I was just wanted to clarify. You said that this might reduce stigma with the gamification approach, but it might lead to bias. Is there a better approach that you think would not lead? Because I think that'd probably be the best.
I think I
method
worded it wrong. I think it'll reduce stigma and reduce bias.
Okay.
Reduce bias.
I mean, is anyone else also asking how, you mentioned feasibility. Like, how many alcohol use disorder patients are going to be willing to do this test? I don't know. To me, it seems like they're gonna have to screen 10 people to get one that's willing to do it. And then there's a chance of bias there too, because a very substantial chance of bias that the people that do agree to do the test are going to be different from general alcohol use disorder patients in the emergency department. That's just my clinical experience. I don't know about you.
I agree.
I don't think they'll struggle to find these people in my ED though, because these people are everywhere. So
Well, are they willing to play a game?
a few of them might be.
I guess.
That would justify her sample size of 146. It's difficult to actually get sort of who be willing to do this.
No. But so they're going to recruit 1,000 patients. They're getting to the 140 based on their percentage of their populations that are AUD. But that doesn't take into account the AUD patients that are going to go tell you get lost when you bring in the iPad. So I don't know. Or they're going to pee on the iPad or something like that.
Turkey sandwich.
So, yeah, I mean, that's true.
Turkey sandwiches.
Maybe there could be turkey sandwich compensation. Yeah. That's a good point.
Other questions for the reviewers? Study section.
So sort of snide jokes aside, that's not too far different from what the real
No, for sure.
Very realistic, I think. Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to do the chair thing and try to summarize as best I can for a summary statement. So in this application, the AUB-PT North Carolina assessing alcohol use behavioral phenotypes through a gamified health assessment tool by an established team of investigators, including Dr. Stanton and Dr. Viscosi. We are basically having a proposal of three aims to address a key problem in health, which is the long-term impacts of alcohol use disorder and how these affect our patients in the emergency department. The three aims will essentially take a tool that they've already started to develop and expand that tool using both quantitative and qualitative methods. The second aim, they will then test the battery in a panel of 1,000 patients that they accept 140 to have alcohol use disorder based on their numbers. And then finally, in the third aim, they'll use the informatics side of the team will do development of a clinical decision tool of this new algorithm, or not algorithm, but clinical tool that they're developing using machine learning, both supervised and unsupervised approaches. The reviewers saw many strengths to this proposal, including the qualitative aspect of AIM 1, the large sample size given the relatively small amount of time in the recruitment, and both using supervised and unsupervised approaches. In AIM 3, there was a lot of excitement on the study section about the significance, including the big, huge problem with alcohol use disorder, as well as this novel screening tool that they're developing, which is highly innovative. The investigators were seen as a major strength of this proposal with substantial expertise to get this done. There were some weaknesses that were discussed, probably the largest one being the concern that the most important analysis, the unsupervised machine learning approach for AIM 3 might have a limited sample size to make a substantial impact. As well as the concerns that were raised by reviewers about the translation of this clinical intervention, or this tool into a clinical intervention, which was not made clear in the application. And there were some questions about the feasibility of doing this depending on the rate of response of the alcohol use disorder population over the 2 years, and whether we would actually get to 140 of the 1,000. So overall, this was a strong application by a very strong team that had some moderate to minimal weaknesses that were pointed out, which limited the overall score after discussion. So, in summary, we'll go back and we'll revisit our scores. If anybody wants to change them, we'll start with you again, Colin.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be influenced by my colleagues and drop from a 3 to a 4.
Great.
Yeah, I would go to a 5.
5, okay. Dr. Mott?
And I'll go to a 4.
4, all right. So we have a range of 4 to 5, so study section members would be asked to vote somewhere in that range and put their score down on the electronic scoring device, which would then take everybody's score into account just as equal for these people as for you folks, based on your understanding of the discussion that was held. Then I, as the chair, would ask if anybody wants to vote outside of that range. Somebody be contrarian, come on.
Just to clarify, I think some study sections will have 4 to 5, and say EMF will have 3 to 6.
Oh, okay.
So they actually give you a point on each side.
Great.
Yeah, so depending on your study sections.
And this is why being clear, like all the time you have spent on that grant, all the time you spent talking about your sophisticated methods, if it's not communicated succinctly and clearly to these 3 people, like we're now asking another 20 people to score that grant based on the nonsense that we just had right here. And so
Nonsense?
Yeah, right.
Educated nonsense, nonsense.
My point is like that's why being clear in everything you write and like more sophistication, and frankly, this was a great grant because you're a great grant writer, but you're going to come across some grants where people, your heart aches for them because they've spent hundreds of hours on something and you have no idea what they're saying. And this is all the time it gets. And then the study section will do this.
Let's finish up. Hold on. We're not quite done.
Yes, sorry.
All right. So we would have a scoring, a vote. And then I would ask if anybody's voting outside the range. You're voting outside the range? You're going to give it a 1? Okay. So if you want to vote outside the range, you just have to verbally justify the components that you disagreed with about the review, and then we'll make note of those.
I assume they did a really fancy statistical analysis to get to the 140.
Great.
And turkey sandwiches to get people to.
Okay. So you think the feasibility concerns and everything else were overblown? Perfect. Great. All right, so now that everybody has scored this, we're going to ask the three primary reviewers again to see if there were any non-scoring concerns, any budgetary concerns, any concerns about human subjects or anything like that that were raised.
No concerns.
I mean, there's no human subjects.
Yeah, there was no budget either.
There's like nothing.
All right. So then if there were concerns raised, they would be discussed at that point after the scores had been entered.
Budget.
And then after that discussion happens, those things go outside of the process. So the POs and SROs that are in the room would make note of those issues if there was a human subjects concern raised by the reviewers or a budget concern.
We did not describe the level of sobriety required to partake in.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Which is
Really good
actually a really good one. Again,
There you go. There we.
And so they're, in the human subject, it describes that a clinician evaluates to make sure that they are sober enough.
Yeah. Ethically, is it okay to do research on people that are drunk? That's a good question. All right.
We're actually following up some.
Perfect. So the PO will make note of that if this is funded, and then they will pester Dr. Stanton to get the human subject stuff modified to address that concern. And then that would conclude this grant, and we would move on to the next grant, and we would invite everybody back in that had to exclude themselves for that discussion. So that is the entire process. Now we can go through the details of it and questions about the process.
And do that for 8 hours.
At least.
Six
times
right?
2. 2 days.
2 days. So like on the first 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, people are pretty fresh. But by number 60 or 70, people are exhausted. So anyway, that's just like why it's so important to just really be clear. And super complex sentences that span 4 lines with 7 clauses and a bunch of semicolons, like, careful.
So I want to give an experience that I had so heartbreaking. I was reviewer number 2 on the first time I was in a grant review. And like, I was so excited to be in a grant review, and I sat down, and my reviewer number 1 who went ahead of me said, "Hold on, I can't find my notes."
Oh no.
You go first.
Give me a minute. Nope, can't find my notes. Go on, reviewer number 2. And I'm like, wow, right? And so I was lucky to just get Colin, who one, understood the grant, was able to speak both positively and negatively in terms of constructive criticism about it. But then also as a number 2.
I read it half an hour ago. No, I'm kidding. I'm joking.
Even better, right? But then even as we're
You still pointed out the biggest flaw.
Yeah.
There are some time periods where grants aren't getting the right amount of
Yep.
reading by other reviewers. And so those other 2 reviewers hopefully have read enough.
Yep.
But the way most reviewers do it is they read the review number 1s first, because you have to do that more in depth. And the reviewer, with their reviewer number 3, they might not read it as in depth. And so you have to realize that literally there might be 1/2 people who have read your work in depth. And so being nice to them and supportive of them and using better words is specificity is important. As a grant writer, hearing my grant get constructive feedback, the things that I was excited about is that they understood what the heck I was talking about, right? So if reviewer number 1 can actually talk about the grant and what I'm aiming at, I did a good job. But the things that I was taking notes on, I used a whole lot of complex wording, but I need to simplify it to make sure that it's even more simplified so people feel more comfortable with it. Obviously, I haven't made that 3rd point where I go from a phenotype to a clinical spectrum, and that's what we do all the time. So that's my part of the job to make that happen. And then obviously the feasibility component, we deal with this all the time, and I forget that people don't realize that we deal with this all the time and we do this. So that came through in the grant writing.
What's the thought about like using AI to polish your responses to places, to, components of your submission?
So are we talking about using AI as a reviewer, or are we talking about using AI to write your grant?
No, as a reviewer, to like polish a paragraph, polish a sentence.
Yeah, so I think
Dirty.
every study section is now issuing guidance on that. So SAMF Grants Committee, we're about to release an AI statement. NIH has released AI statements. I think that nobody can stop people from using AI to help them write their grants, but reviewers are not allowed to use AI to draft their reviews. So that's out. Not to mention that it violates confidentiality for you to take somebody's
Yeah.
grant and put it in ChatGPT,
Yeah.
because you've just shared it with Google, right?
You'll see that a lot of the study section chairs will actually dictate, especially if they're doing 2 days of doing this back to back to back to back. They'll dictate the summary statement, and then that'll just be transcribed. They may polish it a little bit, but if you have to do this for 40 summary statements over the course of 2 days, you're not going to go back and review all of
Yeah, and
those.
actually, I want to highlight what Philip did because I thought you did a good job.
Yeah.
And I don't think it was perfect, but that's realistic, right?
Yeah.
So no. That I mean, I wouldn't do any
No,
better
it
than
is.
you, but that's realistic because that's what you're going to get. So when you get your what you used to call your pink sheets, but when you get your summary statement, thank you. It has on there first the summary of the discussion, and that's essentially what he said.
And that's the best insight you're going to have to what happened during that discussion.
Right. It might not be perfect, but it also helps you because, there are certainly times, and I'm sure all of us have had this where, reviewer 3 was like, they didn't do this and they don't have this and whatever. And then it doesn't show up in the summary of this discussion. And that means either reviewer 3 backed out of that because they realized that was not going to be perceived well, or it just, no one else agreed with them, right? Somebody said it and then, somebody else said, nah, I don't really think that's true. And then it didn't go into the review.
On the topic of AI, I know the last publication I submitted, there was specifically like, did you use AI to write any part of this? Are they now doing that with the grant review process?
Yes.
Yeah,
So you have to disclose whether you used AI to help you write your grant, but they can't stop you from doing it. I mean, obviously you can't have it all written by AI. But the restriction on AI is going to be on the side of you can't use it at all as a reviewer.
These are big commitment. I mean, it's just worth underscoring. These are big commitments that the reviewers take to sit on these study sections. Most of the NIH ones go over 2 days. There are 60 to 80 grants, sometimes over 100 grants that get sent out to these 20 or 30 reviewers, and they're reviewing many of them. So they're not the first reviewer on all of them. They're not the third reviewer on all of them. They have a balance, but it's still a huge commitment. These folks are reading grants in detail for 2 or 3 days at a time just to do it all. So, I mean, I think it's worth thinking about that, not just as somebody who might be a future reviewer, but also as you go through that process of realizing it's a huge commitment these people are taking to give you that feedback. So the written comments, while some of them might not be highlighted in the summary statement, they still can be useful. So go through all of them. You maybe don't have to address all of them in your rebuttal, but they might be very helpful.
And I just want to clarify to make sure we were clear because, for a given grant, when I'm reading somebody's grant that I know, an R01 or an R20, they spent months preparing. I mean, we're talking about 4 to 6 hours I spend reading each grant.
Per grant.
Reading and writing my response. So there's no 30 minutes. I mean, that was just for this, but I think this is a serious undertaking.
Yes.
So you get a summary statement and you get the 3 separate written comments.
Yes.
And their individual scores.
So the other caveat to that is sometimes if there is a big pull one way or the other during study section, so reviewer 3 hated it initially, they gave it a 6, but they got talked into like a 4 or a 2 or a 3 or something and pulled their score up, that may not be reflected on their individual area scores. So the final score is the most important. That can happen sometimes. So my first R01, the first 2 reviewers were very mediocre, like gave it 4s for the overall essentially. And the last reviewer gave it a 1. And it was clearly the third reviewer that pulled it into the fundable category. And they just didn't adjust their other scores as you went through. So the feedback you get, keep that in mind, is wherever the final score ended up, that's where this discussion went. And that's probably the stuff you need to address the most if it was impacted in a negative way.
Yeah.
I would just like to clarify, there's been a lot of discussion about the process, but I just would like to know when the grant is not discussed.
Yeah.
Does that mean it does not go through this process, or that it stops after this process?
That's a great question. So the way a study section starts is that the chair, along usually with the SRO or the scientific review officer, will have gone through everybody's preliminary scores, the three or four or two reviewer scores for each of the grants, and will have basically triaged, set a cutoff and say, hey, if we're only going to talk about half these grants, which is usually the goal, we're going to have to say that anything less than a 5 or a 6 is not going to be discussed. They will go through that process before the study section even meets. Most of the study section members won't see that process. They would have reviewed those grants that were triaged, which is why at the very beginning of the discussion, typically the chair will say, these are the grants we propose for triage. Does anybody disagree with this? Does anybody want to rescue one of these grants? So if there was one that was not scored well, but one of the reviewers is like, I thought that was an amazing grant, they just needed a little bit of something and maybe I should have scored it higher, they can actually rescue it at that point in time and make sure it is discussed. It depends on the study section on when that occurs. Usually it occurs at the beginning. Sometimes people do that at the end as well and be like, hey, we've made it through everything. Were there any other rescues that we wanted to talk about? Usually at that point everybody's exhausted and they're like, no. But that is what not discussed means. Is it means the initial reviewers did not score it very highly for their overall scores, and it was below some sort of a threshold that was arbitrarily set so that about half of the grants were discussed. Does that make sense?
And it's why getting your grant triaged is kind of devastating, right? Because it didn't even get discussed by the whole study section.
And the feedback you get is more limited because then you have to kind of see the tea leaves of that reviewer 3 that had 20 different points of weaknesses. Were those all that important? I don't know. They were to that reviewer, but maybe not to the others. It's harder to figure out from those summary statements sometimes what to do next.
Where does the total schools
Yeah, so you know how at the end Philip asked us what our final scores were? And we said, I think 445.
Yeah, and somebody voted outside the range.
Right.
So everybody on the study section votes. And that's what the score is, the average of that.
You multiply it by 10. Take the average and multiply it by 10. So your impact score will be 45 or 42 or whatever. And the impact score in and of itself doesn't mean anything because I've had a study section where I had a 40, but I was in the 12th percentile because there's this HEMONC study section that's brutal. They just like to point out they call things that other study sections might call minor weakness, they call it a moderate weakness. And then there's other study sections where it's the other way around. You get a 30 and then you're in the 16th percentile and you don't get funded, right? So
they normalize that to some degree. So the funding lines are set by the NIH so that if it's set based on a percentile, which a lot of the R grants, depending on your institute, will be, then that percentile is the threshold, whereas other grant mechanisms and other institutes will actually use the score itself, but that's normalized based on how many grants were there that made that score and made less than that score.
Right, like the K.
Yeah,
the K is impact score.
Impact score.
So the one thing that what I just said doesn't apply is K.
Other questions? It's been a long day. Go ahead.
From that, like 42, that's when you take away, you do the lower score for the new investigators or for the investigators?
Yes.
It's not your percent. It's your percentile.
It depends on the mechanism. So if you're doing an R, almost all of the R mechanisms. I don't know if this is universal. Jeremy Brown's going to scream from the back and tell me I'm wrong. But most of the R mechanisms for most of the institutes, I understand, R1s are based on percentile, and that's where you get a bump if you're a new investigator. So if for instance, my first R01, I think I got a 12th percentile, and the funding line was like an 11th percentile. I didn't need the full thing, but I think the early stage investigator funding line was like a 17th percentile or something. So you'll get an extra margin there. So they will fund everything below this line unless you're an early stage investigator, then they'll fund out to this line. Does that make sense? And it's each of the institutes publishes their official pay line and their ESI pay line for each funding period. So you can look that information up on the institute that you're applying for. And it's different for each institute. So NHLBI will have a certain number, NAIAD and NINDS will have different numbers. So know where your grant is at and what the pay lines will be.
These cycles are 1
There's 3 cycles a year.
But it depends.
They're different for each mechanism and different for each institute.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly mechanisms that are once a year, that are less
depends, yeah.
frequent. It depends.
But
And there's also subject areas. So I just applied to the NIA, National Institute of Aging, but it was an Alzheimer's disease focus grant. There's a separate pay line for AD and FTD grants, frontotemporal dementia. So it's much easier. to
And
get those
another
grants.
caveat that we've had to deal with in the last few years, just because of continuing resolutions and budgets not being passed, is sometimes there will be an interim funding line of the institute saying, right now we're funding all of the grants below this percentile, but that might actually increase some depending on what the budget is when it's actually passed by Congress. So NAIAD does that all the time. Like our current funding line is an 8th percentile, but that's interim. It might be 10th for the final. You're not really sure where it will be. It depends on how much money they actually get.
Has anyone asked their institution if they do grants reviews like this? Okay, so most academic institutions that I'm aware of do grant reviews like this. They might not like do it in front of you, but they will have peer reviewers to do a grant review. I think it's incredibly helpful to do that, especially if you're an early investigator. So definitely talk to whoever the researchers are in your department, in your school, to find out what that looks like. Some organizations also have the K Club, which is where you can get together and write with colleagues to sort of like put us right together, learn together, however you want to say it. I think that's really helpful.